All right, Representative, we're good.
Great, thank you. Good morning to members of the committee, as well as to members of the public. This is a series of public hearings by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We are streaming live over YouTube, so anything that is said both on the committee as well as members of the public is part of the public record. And typically what we do to start the day is introduce members of the committee. And my name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And we'll now go to introductions for other members on the committee. And I'll start with the Senate Chair, Senator Joe Rafferty.
Thank you, Representative. Joe Rafferty, Senate District 34 down in York County. It's Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk.
Thank you. And we have Senator Maddie Daughtry.
Good morning. I'm Maddie Daughtry. I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell.
And Representative Millette.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, I am Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
And Representative Sampson.
Mixing up the order, confusing.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson here on a glorious day at the state capitol. I represent the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Lyman.
Good morning. I too am at the sunny Capitol. I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
And Representative Roach.
Good morning. I am at the state capitol or the county capital of Wells right now, District 7, where it's beautifully sunny and the beach looks beautiful. So thank you.
And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland, part of Falmouth.
Great. And at some point, we may be joined by other senators or other members of the committee. And also, just so everybody knows, there will be members of the committee that have to attend other hearings so that they may have to leave at different times, and it's not because of lack of interest, but it's just different obligations in different committees. I'd also ask Hillary Risler, who's our staff analyst, if she could introduce herself.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Hillary Risler, and I am the legislative analyst from OPLA for the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee.
Great. And our committee clerk, who we rely on heavily to make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Baker. I'm the committee clerk. I don't represent anybody, but I live in Gardner.
Okay. So we have had a cancellation of LD 1632. So that bill will not be presented today. We will start with LD 1640 and then go to 1672, 247, LD 1684, and LD 334. But sometime probably around 10 o'clock or 10:30, we will be breaking to have a presentation on pre-kindergarten readiness for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. Because in order to have the presentation, we need interpreters, and the interpreters are available starting at 10 o'clock. So we'll probably make have a break at that time and make an adjustment so that we can have that presentation. We will then go back to the public hearings, and depending on the length of the public hearings and how quickly they go or they don't go. We may have to take a short lunch break as well. But clearly our intent is to work through all the public hearings today and to have the presentation from the Department of Education. So that
Chair?
being said,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Representative Millett.
Yes, thank you. I did not catch which bill you said isn't going to be heard today.
1632.
And could you give the lineup again?
We'll start with 1640. We will then go to 1672. And then we'll go to 247, 1684, and 334. And Representative Cloutier is presenting 1684, and she's not available till 11 o'clock. So we're going to try to work around with her schedule as well. Okay. So we'll open the public hearing on LD 1640, and we would welcome Senator Keim to present the bill.
I don't, Senator Keim's not with us, Representative. Trying to get a hold of an aide.
Okay. So Representative Millett, are you ready to present your bill?
Always.
That's what I was hoping. Thank you for the right response.
Let me just bring it up.
So we will we'll postpone the public hearing on 1640, and we'll open the public hearing on 1672, and ask that our good Representative Millett present the bill.
Right. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed colleagues of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rebecca Millett, and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I am honored to present for your consideration LD 1672, an act to require that private schools that enroll 60% or more publicly funded students meet certain requirements. Nearly a year ago this summer, I received concerning information about harassment of students and an educator at Washington Academy from a student, her family, and community members. During my efforts to determine what assistance was available to address the issues, I discovered that private schools that enroll 60% or more publicly funded students are not held to the health and safety standards of our public schools. If the children a school is educating make up 60% or more of enrolled students, then it is reasonable to expect that they will receive similar protections that students in our public schools have. I also learned that some private schools, while acting as the public school for a community, do not accept all students from the district. This bill makes clear that all students will be accepted from the sending district, including those with disabilities, who must receive equivalent instruction. In discussions with the department, it was suggested that language be added to Section B, which requires these private schools meet the specifications of 6209, Section 6209, System of Learning Results. That makes clear the curriculum is to be aligned with learning results. And finally, I received feedback last night that Section F is not helpful for school districts, so I would like to, excuse me, so I'd like to remove that language. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will join me in support of 1672.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your flexibility. We appreciate it. And at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee for Representative Millett? Okay, seeing none.
Nope, I see Representative Stearns' hand.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Millett, I don't see Section F, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong copy. I'm looking at what was posted up on the legislative site.
Okay.
It seems to go A through E.
Well, I think there was an amendment sent out, but
okay.
So it's subsection 6, which was changed from student assessment to private school that take public tuition. F was going to be about schools entering into a contract with every private school that's tuitioning a student. And the feedback I got was, please, no, please, no, don't.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we will now go to public comment. And we do have a sign up list that people have contacted our clerk to say that they request to speak at this public hearing. And we will now start with the first person who signed up for 1672, and that's Esther Kempthorne.
Representative, remember, we do have Representative Toole with us who
I'm
would like to
sorry.
speak in support.
Representative Toole wanted to speak in favor?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, then please let's have him.
Okay.
Sound like it.
Hello. Good morning, Representative Toole. We can now see you and hear you.
Okay, forgive me.
Thank you for being with us.
Sorry for the background noise.
And I understand you're here to speak in support of LD 1672.
Yes.
Well, you have the floor and you can proceed.
All right. Thank you, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill today. My name is Will Toole. I represent the towns of Cutler, East Machias, City of Eastport, Lubec, Machiasport, Roque Bluff, Whiting, and Prescott Township in the legislature. I'm in my 4th term, and it's an honor to be with you today. I believe what Representative Millett is doing in response to many concerns and allegations that have been raised in our own neck of the woods is appropriate and fitting, and in many ways overdue. I think the dynamics with all of these 60-40 schools it's kind of been a gray area in law, and I think what she's doing is beyond appropriate and well overdue. It's a great transparency bill. I support it wholeheartedly and hope that you'll do the same in doing so, because I believe in a lot of areas, the 60-40 schools are the primary public high school. And they are pretty much the public option, for lack of a better term. So I know I don't have any written testimony. I will promise to deliver that before the work session, provided it's not the next day or two. But I do want to offer my written support for her efforts and thank her for putting this bill in. So I appreciate your hearing me out today.
Thank you, Representative Toole. Thank you for being here. And are there any questions for the representative from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And again, we appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
So we will now go to comments from members of the public. And I did have Esther Kempthorne, who was signed up to speak in favor of this bill. And we do have Ms. Kempthorne with us.
Yes, Representative.
Good morning, Ms. Kempthorne. Thank you for joining us, and you can proceed. We can't hear you. Are you still muted? Ms. Kempthorne, we can't hear you. Wait.
It looks like her microphone's turned on.
Ms. Kempthorne, we can't hear you.
It
We,
it looks like Nathan also signed up with Esther. Should we try to bring him in and see if he can let her know that we can't hear her?
yeah, it's not going to work if we can't hear her.
Yeah. Let me see.
Ms. Kent, we can't hear you.
I think Nathan might be sitting right next to her.
Yes,
Maybe.
he is, but he's muted as well. Mr. Kempthorne, we can't hear. We can't hear anything. You're muted.
I wonder if he can't see us. Okay. It looks like I got Esther's phone number in the chat box. Should we go ahead and skip? Oh, those are the only. Should we skip to Sharon and then I can contact them and let them know what's going on?
I think at this point it's the only thing we can do.
Okay. All right. Let me bump them back out. I'll call them and I'll bring Sharon in. I wonder if they're connected to their vehicle and maybe they're not. It's not playing through the speakers or something. All right. So let's go ahead. I'll bring Sharon in.
Cannot hear you.
And then I'll go ahead and call them. All right.
Can you hear me?
Can hear.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Dean. I'm a resident of East.
Ms. Dean, if you could just wait for 1 second. So Sam, you're still trying to contact the Kempthorne?
Sharon, are you sure that's the correct number? Because I've dialed it twice now and it's coming up as a disconnected number.
It might not be current anymore. It was a number I had a little while ago. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. All right, I'll do some more digging.
All right.
Okay.
So Sam, you'll try to continue to contact them, and I guess we'll move to Ms. Dean at this point.
Yes,
And Ms. Dean, we have you speaking in favor of the bill. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. As I was saying, I've been a resident of East Machias for more than 36 years. Both of my sons attended public schools in East Machias, including public high school at Washington Academy, a 60-40 funded public-private school. I'm in support because passing this legislation is important to prohibit hazing and bullying by law, holding semi-private schools like Washington Academy around the state accountable under the same state laws that 100% public funded schools have. As a taxpayer of East Machias, however, I wish the legislation went a little further. As a taxpayer, I'm required to send my children to Washington Academy for their free and public education, and yet I'm not allowed to vote for the school board, which governs the school. That doesn't seem fair to me. Still, I go on record as support of this bill. It's important to give our students some of the same rights and protections that students in other public schools have. And I hope that more legislation regarding 60-40 taxpayer-funded schools will come forward in the future that give taxpayers more of the same rights and protections as taxpayers in other towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much and have a nice day. And we will now move to Christopher McDonald. We have at this point exhausted all those people that have signed up that are speaking in favor of the bill. We will now move to those who are speaking in opposition. And the first person is Christopher McDonald.
Okay.
Sam, do we have Mr. McDonald?
I think that McDonald represented or the Kempthorns?
Well, do we have the Kempthorns now?
Yes, we can get them now. They switched over to a laptop.
All right,
so.
I'm sorry. We'll go back to them.
And are we done with Sharon?
They're speaking in favor of the bill.
Yes, Representative.
Yep.
All right. All right, let's see. All right.
Okay.
Hi. Good.
Yeah, there it is.
Welcome.
All right.
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry. It's yeah, we kind of together, my husband Nathan and I. Yes, I was saying that thank you to Representative Millet that writing this bill. It has been a really hard year for us. After my daughter report racism at the school and bully, and she is a minor. She just got a response that said thank you for your story, and that was it. I didn't hear anything from the school at all until I sent my resignation letter, because I work at Washington Academy, and I let them know one of many reasons that I was resigning.
They have that.
They don't. I don't feel that they're on the same standards as a public school on the way that they do things. They didn't let us talk to the board of trustees. That it was always that they're not going to talk to you. They're the head of the school is the one that I will speak for them, and it is just so many things. The culture on the students is really they will say that snitches get stitches, and when I mentioned that to the school, some of them then they just kind of laugh, or they thought like, well, yeah. Many students, they didn't want to really talk, but my daughter was able to get statements from other students about bullying, about racism comments, and other things that happen at the school. I, as a teacher, I asked help to the Teachers Association, and they told me that there was not much they couldn't do because it was a private school. It wasn't a public school, and things are different. So I feel like the school, because receive 60% funding, they should have the same standards as a public school. It is just being hard for us as a family. We have to leave the state because somebody told us that we better have something. We do have a lot of.
It was your colleague, Representative Will Toole, who told us that we had to have a lot of evidence, because the last time he tangled with the school, people got threatened. And I'm sorry.
Mr. Kempthorne, typically we only have one person testify at a time, and you are signed up to testify. If we could allow Ms. Kempthorne to finish, and then if you'd like to comment after that, that would be fine.
I would. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies.
It is just, we felt really alone. There were not many people that could help us, and because they always used as a private school when it's convenient for the school, they trying to just not, in my opinion, follow the same standards as a public school. The same with curriculum. 2 years ago, it was more than 50% of the teachers that they didn't have they were certified. They don't, they will have a teacher that had just a bachelor degree in physical education, teaching robotics or history. So there's just the quality of education is not the same as a public school. I do believe in public school. I think that teachers, there is, a lot of teachers that they do a lot for students. And I wish that 60-40 schools will hold the same, standards as a public school. They had another, bully. They say that they didn't have they didn't do too much about bullying because they thought or they believed that there was no bully at the school. And if you ask students, they will say, some of them, they will say, why should I say something when they never do anything? So I know that after we talk to the school, because we have to hire an attorney and then they let the attorney go because our savings, when we lost all of our savings to hire an attorney. So we have to let her go. But after talking to them again, they were supposed to do something about racism. And the brother of the headmaster started, posting on social media that they were just brainwashers, that it was not about racism, that it was just, so he was not completely on making a difference. So I do believe that private schools that receive funding from the state, they need to be accountable to all the standards of the public schools.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kempthorne, for taking the time, and thank you for your testimony. And at this point, the process we have, we'd ask members of the committee if they have any questions for you. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. And again, just following our process, Mr. Kempthorne, you're registered next on the list to speak. If you'd like to testify on this bill, or it would be appropriate at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to read a statement that I've typed up, and I apologize. I kind of had to do this on the fly. We just found out about this a couple days ago, and we're traveling, so we're doing this from our car. Good morning. My name is Nathan Kempthorne. I'm providing this testimony in support of this bill. As the father of two amazing Latina daughters,
thank you. Would you like to proceed?
yes,
Go right ahead with your comments.
and the husband of a Maine Department educated certified educator. Who experienced intense racial discrimination and bullying. No. At a 60-40 school, I submit that my family should be the last one hit at this crossroad without a stop sign, a flashing light, or at a minimum, statutory options for redress. As my wife said nearly a year ago on June 8th, 2020, our daughter, Natalia, reported extensive racial and ethnic discrimination to the school administration, but only received a couple sentences acknowledging her complaint with zero follow-up or support in compliance with the school's student handbook. She also told us that her classmates were also experiencing racial, ethnic, and anti-immigrant speech, anti-LGBTQ discrimination, and classist bullying. She collected dozens of firsthand reports, not only from her classmates, but from students and staff, going back over a decade under the same administrator that had similar experiences, providing this problem gone on for decades, if not centuries, at a school that was originally founded on land stolen from Native Americans with a charter signed by John Hancock, the signer of the United States Constitution and the owner of a fellow human being. My wife, Esther, found a noose in her classroom, and when it was reported to the school, had a defense attorney who specializes in discrediting Maine Human Rights Commission complaints, conduct a very shoddy, incomplete, quote unquote, investigation, and then publicly discredited her report in the press. Realizing the school would not address the issues on their own, we engaged the Maine legislature, the Department of Education, the Attorney General's office, and a local and state law enforcement officer we trusted at the time. The Department of Education stated they had no statutory standing to investigate. The Attorney General's office blew us off for 159 days until 2 white children made a complaint, then contacted us within 24 hours. The local and state law enforcement officers I contacted as friends did nothing. A common thread with many current and former staff and students and staff reports was the ability of Washington Academy to essentially hide behind the quote unquote private school status on almost any area of concern, whether the need for proper teacher credentialing, student safety, or any issues related to discrimination. As a quote unquote private school, all determinations of due process are made by the Board of Trustees, who would never speak with us and to date has never spoken with us, or the administration, which is made up almost entirely of white males. As a 60% taxpayer funded school, the private status is only 40% correct. This current system forces these children to engage the Maine Human Rights Commission, which until very recently was chaired by the business partner of a former Washington Board of Trustee member and current trustee member, and forces the child or adult to enter into a non-disclosure agreement while the investigation is completed, a process that can take years. This is not a process that any child should have to experience. This bill may not change all these issues, but at a minimum will remove the excuses for inaction by the government at 60-40 schools across the state. We sold everything, we lost everything in your state, and we left for our safety. Our children are completely traumatized. They lost all their friends. And all we're asking is that for the first time in over 227 years, that you hold taxpayer-funded schools to the same safety standards for all children. This isn't difficult. This should be 2 dribbles and a layup for you guys for 2 points. Regarding the issues around reporting, there is extensive firsthand reporting in your legislative inboxes that you have available as evidence. This includes videos of people threatening my child, and I would like to state for the record that it should not take this long to get an answer. We should not have had to wait 159 days for the Attorney General's office to contact my wife and daughter. We should not have had to wait until now for any law enforcement officer to ever ask them a question. We really appreciate that Representative Millette has put in the work to put this bill forward. But to Sharon Dean's point, this is only the start. There needs to be more accountability. I thank you for your time today, and I leave you with the words of James Baldwin. Not everything that can be faced can be changed. But nothing can be changed until it is faced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kempthorne. And I recognize this was difficult for you for the testimony, and we appreciate your being with the committee and for your comments today. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Okay. Seeing none, again, thank you to the two of you for being here and for sharing your story. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move to those speaking in opposition to 1672.
Oh, sorry,
And the
sorry,
first
Representative.
person-
Yes.
yes.
Eileen King reached out to me, and it turned the MSMA adjusted their testimony. They're actually going to be speaking in favor of the bill now.
Okay. Is she available?
Yes, Representative. Yep.
Okay.
She
if
just
you can
she
make her immediately available.
yeah. They had signed up with neither, but I guess they changed or adjusted it.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. King.
Good morning.
And I understand you're here to speak in favor of LD 1672.
Yes, we are, Representative, with the change that's am I muted?
No, you can go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultures Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the Legislative Committee of the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 1672 as a result of the change that Representative Millette made this morning by striking, I believe it's 6F. The town academies, which are the private schools that enroll 60% of more or more of publicly funded students because their home district has no public high school, don't have to live by the same rules as public schools in some fairly significant ways. We believe that since they are receiving public funds in the form of tuition from school districts, the same rules should apply. My understanding that the actual percentage of students attending through public tuition is in the 80 or to 90% range. Of particular concern is the reality that academies don't take all students. It has been the experience of school administrators in the sending districts that the academies are selective in their admissions process and the retaining of students. Of particular concern is the reluctance to take students with special needs or with behavioral concerns or attendance challenges. Likewise, students experiencing difficulty within an academy should have the same protections afforded through attendance, truancy, and expulsion statutes as students attending public schools. Again, the experience has been that an academy can disinvite a student with no due process procedure in place. If academies are receiving public funds from sending towns, they should be required to accept all students who seek to enroll from that district and abide by the same statutes and guiding public schools. They're also not required to take state assessment or to make known the results of these assessments. We are opposed to state assessments being used to shame and blame districts, something that has not happened under this administration, but schools are taking public money and need to demonstrate the efficacy of their work. They should be held to standards and encouraged to improve just like the public counterparts. This accountability should extend to attendance, graduation rates, to have the academies make known to the sending districts the impact of the public funds are having upon the education of their students. It should go without saying that all schools taking public money need to meet health and safety requirements. But again, the academies are not always held to the same standards as public schools. It is time to even the playing field and expect schools receiving public funds to be operated more like public schools with similar expectations and requirements. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. King. I see that Representative Stearns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. King. Is the piece that was struck, is it this language? It enters into a contract with every sending school administrator. Was that the piece? I believe that's part E, but
Okay,
on this
thank
copy where it's underlined, it creates kind of an optical illusion. It looks very much like an F, but I think we're talking about part E on that. Yeah.
You're correct.
Thanks.
It is Part E, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. King? Thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so Mr. Baker, do we have anybody else that is speaking in favor of the bill?
I think that's everybody, Representative.
That's everybody?
Yes, promise.
Okay. We will now then move to opponents of the bill. And the first person I see again is Christopher McDonald.
All right, letting him in now. Oh, and just so the committee's aware too, Mary Jane and Margaret, who have joined us, they're our ASL interpreters for the DOE presentation later today.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. McDonald, thank you for being with us. I understand that you're here to speak in opposition to 1672, and you can proceed.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Christopher McDonald. I represent Maine Central Institute, which is a member of the Maine Association of Independent Schools. I testify in opposition to LD 1672. And I base this upon over 25 years of my experience in parochial, private, public, and boarding schools in the state of Michigan, in the state of Massachusetts, in Hanoi, Vietnam, and in Quebec, Canada. So I've been quite around the globe looking at different models of education. MCI was founded in 1866 by Reverend Cheney and Reverend Knowlton, as you all may know, who were abolitionists who founded Bates College. MCI has served Central Maine for many years and represents today the mission and vision of its founders. Like many other town academies, our historically unique placement and service can never be more important than it is now. The ability to act proactively, independently, thoughtfully with our local and global community of students and families in these turbulent times. And this includes all families. This includes families from all over the world, families from several serving communities. I want to address really sections A through C and some of the specifics in those sections. We are already meeting and exceeding all of the parameters laid out there. Our curriculum is global, it's innovative, and it exceeds demands of all of our learners. From our one-on-one iPad device program to our makerspace labs and our emphasis on STEM, the arts, and music, including ballet. Regarding hygiene, health, and safety, we are well ahead of the curve on that, and I'm proud to say that next week we'll be a hosting center for Northern Lights to vaccinate all students beginning at the age of 12. I had some prepared remarks for section D and E, but it seems D, E is no longer part of that. But let me refer to section D a little bit. Our founding reverends, as you know, and our missions and our values speak for themselves, and our diversity and inclusion from all over the state, 23 different countries. We have a fully functional special ed program, which I'm very proud of, with full assortments of ed techs. We value every learner, every culture, every sexual preference, every gender, every religion, every creed, and we protect and support all of our students no matter how they learn. Community-based Independent Township Academy is like the other academies. We are the best of both worlds, something Maine should celebrate, something Maine should highlight, something Maine should support. In my opinion, LD 6072 is destructive and its intent meaningless, does the opposite in terms of doing what is best for students, including learning, diversity, inclusion for everyone. We embrace all of our students and support all of our students, including those with special needs. The superintendent report, in my opinion, is not only inaccurate, it's divisive. That's all I have to say. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. McDonald? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. McDonald. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
I have a specific question about how you that you stated you felt this bill would be destructive to your school. I wonder if you could please elaborate on how you perceive that, please.
Well, I perceive, one of the things I enjoy about our school is our ability to really be flexible and innovative. There was a comment from about teacher certification, about master's degrees, about innovation, and we put together the best trained staff, the best qualified staff, and not all of it is relying upon certifications. As I mentioned earlier, I've been through some of the best boarding schools in the world, and actually did my student teaching in the city of Detroit, Michigan. And I see some very positive, good things from public schools and some very positive, good things from boarding schools. And what's really unique about Township Academy, in my opinion, is it draws the best from both. It's really kind of a unique arrangement. Certainly there's some academies in Vermont and Maine. You don't see this out in the Midwest or in Boston, but I think to lose some of that flexibility, to the ability to do these type of things, I think is counterproductive, in my opinion.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McDonald, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you had a chance to hear some of the testimony in favor of the bill and some of the concerns and what they, obviously this was a different educational establishment that they were discussing than your own. I'm just wondering, hearing their testimony, what you see as the best remedies to be able to make those changes, and how would you see being able to serve those concerns that we heard?
Yeah, that's a great question, Senator. And being an educator, I hurt for that family, and I think everybody that's going to talk after me absolutely hurts for that family and feels for that family. And I don't know the specifics of how all of that was handled, and I can't speak for that. But we have very good protocols in place. And in fact, our township academies are the ones that bring diversity into the state through the 60/40 program. And we celebrate that. I'm from a biracial marriage myself. And we go out of our ways to really not only celebrate diversity, but actually to talk about it, to have that in our classes and our summer programs. To me, it's really a matter of your student handbook. It's a matter of following best practices in terms of how to do such an investigation and what you have on the book. We work very closely with MS 8053, who is our founding district. We share resources. We put together a transition academy for our 8th grade kids before they get to the high school, because we've got 19 buildings. It gets confusing coming from a single building. So we're really in lock and step. Our nurses share information, our special ed shares information, our 8th and 9th grade teachers work together. So it's a system that's working extremely well. To your question, absolutely, I feel for them. Where the ball was dropped, I don't know, but I know, and I think my people that speak after me, we have systems in place that address this, and we have them in law. Every school across the country has bullying. Every school has these types of issues, and we're all after it. So whether it's a public school, a private school, a parochial school, it's a common thing that we're all working towards to try to fight.
May I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just something you said, Mr. McDonald, sort of got me thinking. So, you're absolutely, right in the idea of, having the student handbook and the school handbook and the accountability measures. I'm just wondering, and if this is not something that you can answer, I mean, this is something we can get for the work session, but with the 60/40 split, if there were an outlier who didn't necessarily have that type of policy, who's the, I know that they do work with the DOE, but it is that sort of, academy setup. How would a institution be held accountable if they weren't following the same, best practices that, your institution has. I'm just wondering what the accountability measure would be for 60/40.
Well, there's very much state laws in place on protocols for what you do in terms of an assault, in terms of racial epithets, in terms of, so it's already there. It's already in state mandates in the legal system, what you do in these type of things. So we're all following that. That's, I have a lawyer vest my handbook, at least we do. Someone who represents are shaking their heads. Okay, so I can't speak for other academies, but there is state laws, I would hope, and there are local laws to what to do when there are cases of assault, cases of bullying, cases of harassment. We work very closely with our Pittsfield Township Police Department. And to be honest with you, we've had several incidents that we work with them. So it's being handled. In my opinion, I can only speak for MCI in a very thoughtful, meaningful, statute-following way. And again, I can't speak for other groups or even the other high schools, but that's what we do. We get our handbook vetted by local attorneys. So,
Yeah, thank you.
I see Representative Salisbury.
Thank you. Sorry to be checking in from my vehicle, but I just wanted to ask a question.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if all of the rules are being followed and that you feel like you're comfortable with the laws that are in place, then why would you be uncomfortable with this this bill? What specifically would be a concern to you?
Well, I think I spoke some of my concerns, and I'm going to let those rest. You can go back on the record. I don't think I need to speak anymore on some of my concerns. We do have our representative who'll be speaking at the end, who can get into some of the details as we work together as a team, and I'll leave that to him to speak.
So you're not comfortable restating your concerns?
Oh, I'm very comfortable. Like I said, everybody's supposed to only have 3 minutes, and I thought I spoke my concerns. No offense, Representative, but I want to let others speak. I think my position is relatively clear, and I thought if there's other follow-up questions, certainly at the end, you can speak from or Daniel can speak to you.
All right. Any other questions from members of the committee of Mr. McDonald? Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McDonald, to your knowledge, has MCI ever not accepted a school due to any type of disability? Excuse me, accepted a student. My apologies.
Never.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. McDonald, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We'll now go to Dan Walker. And again, we're now accepting testimony of people speaking in opposition. Good morning, Mr. Walker. Thank you for being with us, and you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and members of the Education Committee. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Just checking. Okay, just want to make sure before I jump into it. My name is Dan Walker, and I'm an attorney with Freddie Flaherty, and I'm here today representing the Maine Association of Independent Schools in opposition to LD 1672. I grew up in Blue Hill, and I graduated from the town academy there, George Stevens Academy in downtown Blue Hill. And I currently live in Freeport. The Maine Association of Independent Schools have 23 members, and they're a diverse group of educational institutions including some of our oldest schools in the state of Maine, dating back to the 18th century, as well as much newer schools, schools with varied missions. But we also represent all 10 of the town academies, and you'll be hearing from 6 of them today. You've heard already from MCI. Our schools educate 9,000 students across the state, and about around 5,000 are publicly funded. But what all MAIS schools, May schools, have in common is their accreditation by the New England Association of Schools and Colleges. That's NEASC for short. First, our hearts go out to families who have had serious issues with both independent and public schools and their communities in the state. However, a complete revamping of independent education in Maine is not how to remedy these problems. Our schools are sensitive to these issues, and you will hear from the heads of schools on how these issues are managed. In the most serious cases, they're handled like they are handled in the state's public schools, by turning to the Human Rights Commission, ultimately. Mace considers this bill a threat to the very existence of independent private education in town academies in the state of Maine. These town academies have been operating in a number of our communities, in some cases before Maine even became a state. So second, specifically, the first 2 changes in this bill are superfluous. Maine already requires town academies to base their curriculum upon learning results and participate in statewide assessment to measure and evaluate student achievement. This change would cause the independent schools to lose what makes them independent, the flexibility to successfully educate students in a potentially unique way. Additionally, Maine statute already requires town academies and all private schools as part of basic school approval, and this is in section 2901 sub 1, to quote, meet the standards for hygiene, health and safety established by applicable law and rule. Third, the changes in paragraph D, and we thought E, but it sounds like E has been withdrawn. They really go to the heart of what makes town academies independent. In paragraph D, while the town academies do accept nearly all, and in most cases, all local students by requiring a town academy to accept any student from a sending school administrative district, this is a requirement that even our public schools are not required to follow. So you will hear how many of the town academies have robust educational offerings, including full special education, but there are rare occasions when our schools cannot handle a specific student, much like again with our public schools. All of our member schools are approved for tuition, and they're all accredited by NEASC. Their most significant accountability is that families have the privilege to choose a different school if the school does not provide satisfactory educational services. I just want to address at the end here the testimony by the MSSA, which is inaccurate. Academies do take nearly all students, like public schools. Academies are accredited by NEASC, whose guidelines include many of the protections that are claimed to be absent here. Academies do take the school assessment tests, and they're published on the Department of Education website, just like the public schools. Academies also report to the Department of Education and have published their graduation rates. As you've heard, they are held to the same health and safety standards as the public schools. So thank you for the opportunity, and we urge you to oppose LD 1672. And you'll be hearing again from a number of our other heads of schools following me from all different parts of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And I see that Representative Dodge has a question and Representative Stern. So we'll go to Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Walker, for being here this morning and for the connection that we have because of our regional pasts.
Yeah.
My question for you is, I would like to ask, do you, from your experience, believe that there sometimes is a difference between what is stated in policy and what actually happens in practice, please? Thank you.
I'm sure. I'm sure that seems to be human nature, and I'm sure that happens in every school in the state. That there's certain that certain things are put in place. There are standards put in place, and sometimes, for whatever reason, they aren't followed. But I think what we need to make sure that that it's clear what the standards are, and that people know how to follow them and know how to get their due process if in certain situations. And I think, and kind of taking a step back again, I think this committee seems to be struggling with a lot of these same issues in our public schools as well. So I think this is not unique to the independent schools, what's happening here. And I think that we're struggling, we are also handling it and struggling. And I think there's a huge movement right now, and I think it's the right thing to do, to focus on diversity, inclusion, and focusing on acceptance of all students. And I think all of our schools are doing that now. But thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Walker. My question, when you spoke, a word really jumped out at me, and that is that the private academies take nearly all students. And your comparison was that public schools might not have the ability to handle the student on site due to various specific needs of the student. However, can you explain to me, the public school has that student registered, they have accepted that student, and then they've made the accommodations that are necessary, and in this case, in that case, they would be off-site. But there's a difference between that and not accepting the student and then making the accommodations. Are the private academies, is there ever an occasion where they just don't take a student, don't accept a student?
I think it's you can ask specifically for specific examples. It's very rare where that happens. I couldn't make an absolute there, because there are cases where a student can't be handled. They don't have the ability to handle it. Again, just like there's cases in public schools where they can't handle a specific student, so they have to be handled elsewhere, or go to a different school. So that's why I said nearly all, because I couldn't give an absolute. And again, you'll be hearing from specific examples of that from our schools.
Next, I have Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Walker. It's good to see you yet again.
Yes.
I look at this bill and I look at your organization and your organization's concerns. Okay, and I'm going to use some of your own words in my question. Just like public schools, just several times you used that, and I think the examples you gave were legitimate, just like public schools. So I guess in one or two issues, what is there specifically about this bill that your organization or the organization that you represent really finds onerous? Sorry.
I think it would be, so the big issue, so if you look at the bill, I think so you have 6A, B, C, D, and E. In B, that would remove, so if it meets, so student assessments and other requirements at a minimum meets or exceeds. So first of all, we're not quite sure what meets or exceeds, how you would exceed these, but the following student assessment of requirements. So the school would need to meet the following requirements: participate in the statewide assessment program to measure and evaluate the academic achievement of students. Yes, they do. Meets the applicable requirements of, and has a curriculum aligned with the system of learning results established in section 6209. So the assessments are gauged towards learning results. So why remove the flexibility of these schools who've been doing an excellent job teaching our students? Why put in that provision and has a curriculum aligned with, so they lose that flexibility? So we disagree with that statement. C, it meets health and safety requirements applicable to public schools. That's already in statute. So we just, it's unnecessary and inflammatory by including it again. D, it accepts any Maine student from a sending school administrative unit. Again, they accept nearly all students right now, but there are situations where it may not be, they may not be able to. And again, you're going to hear specific examples. And it sounds like E has been removed. So that was a major problem as well, to require these private entities to enter into contract. So, you know, I think as far, so if you have A, B, C, and D here, really what, you know, we heard an awful situation that has occurred. How do these changes really even affect that, I guess, would be, I turn the question back on you. So, and again, we'll give you specific examples going forward.
Okay, follow-up, brief
Yes.
follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So Mr. Walker, in my experience as I taught school for 4 years, and I taught the upper level at the high school, and my early career was middle school, junior high. So I may not know all of the ones at the elementary school. We're a small school district, and I was very active in the teacher organizations. I don't recall hardly any students that came to our school, and because of their behavior or because of their needs, had to be assigned to some out of district placement. I can think of a couple, but that's like 2 in a long time, and maybe I missed 2. So is the frequency like that kind of frequency in your organizations? Yeah, that's kind of, that'll do it.
So it's very rare, and I think the better example is that town academies are the recipients of a lot of students from school choice towns. So these are towns without a high school, right? So even in those cases, the public schools do not have to take those students. So and there's many examples of that where these schools, so they have a choice. They can either go to the town academy, they can go to a private school, or they can go to any number of public schools. And in those cases, in this language, would require the town academy to take them, while a public school may not take them because the tuition isn't enough for them to take those students. So it's putting the academies in a very awkward place.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stearns, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question for Mr. Walker, but as a point for the work session, and I bet our analysts have already anticipated this, but a good side-by-side, a legal side-by-side of what is required of the private academies and particularly of course, the 60-40 schools, and what's required of the public school systems, I think would be very valuable.
Thank you, Representative.
And just on that note, I wouldn't forget what's in the NEASC accreditation as well, what they're required to follow to be accredited there. So not just what's in statute when you're.
There any other questions from the committee for Mr. Walker? Representative Sampson, did you have your hand up?
I do. Thank
you.
Mr. Chair.
Signaling to stop?
No. Well, I could do that, but no, I'm not. I would actually like to ask a question if I could, please.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you for bringing up NEASC. And I'm just thinking for the benefit of the committee, this is more a question for a work session. Could the analyst provide us with those, the outline of what what NEASC does ask for these private schools. That's something that the State Board of Education deals with more than what we deal with. So I think that would be helpful and instructive. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, any other questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Sorry for the late hand, but I just bounced back from a different committee. In any case, Mr. Walker, good morning.
Good morning.
And my question would be relative to qualifications. And some earlier testimony that I heard that are the standards the same in terms of requirements for the, if I were teaching physics as an example, and in our school, we have to notify parents if a teacher that's not highly qualified is teaching a subject matter. Is that true in your school as well?
That's a good question. I would ask Mike McQuarrie, I think is following me, and I think he's the president of our association. I think you have a good response to that. But I think the bottom, they don't have to be certified, state certified, but there is a rigorous rigorous qualifications that they need to undertake. And again, a lot of that comes from the NEASC accreditation as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Walker. And we look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Aaron Mayo. Welcome, Ms. Mayo. You have the floor.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Erin Mayo. I'm the head of school at Freiburg Academy, whom I'm representing today. And Freiburg Academy is a member of the Maine Association of Independent Schools, and I'm testifying in opposition to LD 1672. Like many of my colleagues here today, I lead one of the oldest high schools in the nation. Founded in 1792, which is nearly 3 decades prior to Maine's statehood, Freiburg Academy is New England's oldest extant town academy. With the same civic and democratic spirit that would come to animate public education more than 50 years later, early community leaders in Freiburg embraced the obligation to educate their community's youth, boys and girls, from the very beginning by establishing and funding this secondary school. Thus began a mutuality of purpose that's lasted for 229 years, fueled by the Academy's mission and by area residents' faith, resources, and satisfaction. This kind of story and partnership characterizes all remaining town academies, also known in Maine as 60/40 schools. We're historically unique. We're private schools that serve the public good. Our independence has enabled us continually to evolve and customize our programs in response to the needs of those we serve. The legislation proposed here today would needlessly undermine that independence, disserve the 5,500 Maine students enrolled in town academies, and ignore and invalidate centuries of local decision-making. Sections A, B, and C of LD 1672 are redundant and reductive. In her outrageously erroneous testimony, Eileen King would seem to be totally unaware of this, but statutory law section 6209 already addresses the legitimate accountability concerns, and we agree that they're legitimate, of sections A and B. Our students annually participate in statewide assessments, and our curricula meet the parameters for essential instruction and opportunities in the areas stipulated in 6209. Beyond these requirements, to which town academies already adhere, the proposed additional mandate for, quote, a curriculum aligned with the system of learning results, end quote, is incompatible with the premise of independent education. Section C's provision is already addressed by section 2901, which ensures that Maine's private schools meet the hygiene, health, and safety established by applicable rule of law. Section D is at the heart of MAIS's opposition to this bill. By design, this requirement would divest town academies and their sending municipalities of prerogatives inseparable from independence. And as written, Section D is a red herring. Our schools are all subject to the Maine Human Rights Act and multiple other anti-discriminatory laws and regulations. And like Freiburg Academy, many town academies do admit a comprehensive, full regional mix of students and do meet a broad range of special education needs through a fully staffed special education program. In 2018, in fact, Freiburg Academy was the first Special Olympics recognized national unified champion school in the state of Maine. The law shouldn't seek to mend that which isn't broken. Maine's town academies are mission-driven, safe, accountable, and since their inception, deeply concerned with equity. LD 1672 would have us believe otherwise when in fact, it seeks to eliminate the means by which independent schools achieve these ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo, for your comments. Are there any questions of Ms. Mayo? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Stearns.
My apology for the late hand. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Mayo. I'm going to pose a similar question, if not the same question that I did to Mr. Walker. Maybe I'll frame it a little bit differently. Let's say I was a superintendent of schools in a K-8 system, and we had a contract with one of the private academies, one of the 60/40s, to accept our students. Is there ever a case when one of the academies might say, we can't take this particular student because we don't have the programming for that person?
Speaking for Freiburg Academy, we have not had that case. We have the ability, given programming that's developed over time in our partnership with MSAT 72, that does include special education services. We do have the ability to meet the needs of all rising ninth grade district students.
Very similar to a public high school, then.
In that respect, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for being with us. And we appreciate your comments.
I think Representative Dodge might have a question, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry, Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mayo, for being here this morning. Did I understand you to say that you currently are not aligned with the Maine learning results? Could you clarify that, please?
We participate in mandated annual assessments, and we publish our data with regard to graduation rates and attendance, et cetera. But the addition of a curriculum aligned with the system of learning results, we understand to mean a state mandated and state generated curriculum that we would need to implement in replace of the curriculum that we have in place. So no, we do not have one that is explicitly aligned with learning results in the manner that we understand this additional language to be calling for.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay, again, thank you very much for being here. I don't see any additional questions. We'll now move to Jeffrey Wagg, who's speaking in opposition. Welcome, Mr. Wagg. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Jeff Wagg. I'm the head of school of Waynfleet School, an independent school in Portland, Maine, and the former president of the Independent School Association of Northern New England. I'm submitting this testimony in opposition to the proposed legislation LD 1672. While this legislation directly targets 60/40 schools and not Waynfleet, make no mistake, this legislation would fundamentally alter the landscape of K-12 education in the state of Maine. The unintended consequence of this legislation would be to undermine the very mission of the 10-60-40 schools, reduce educational choice and voice of Maine families across the state, and likely raise the cost of education for taxpayers. The history of K-12 education in the state begins with these 60-40 schools. Town academies were founded on the premise that offering the highest quality education in a rural state like Maine could best be achieved, and in the most affordable way, by taking advantage of the unique attributes of an independent school. Town academies leverage the modest public funds provided with private pay students who are looking for high quality and innovative educational programming provided. This is the economic model that has been in place at schools like Freiburg Academy since it opened its doors in 1792. There exists a misperception that town academies have less oversight than their public school peers, and nothing could be further from the truth. The town academies are subject to the most rigorous accreditation standards available from the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, and are required by statute to adhere to the basic safety and health standards. Town academies are also required to participate in the statewide assessments, and their curricula must meet the parameters for essential instruction and opportunities in the areas noted in statute. On matters pertaining to civil rights and discrimination, all schools in Maine, including Waynflete, regardless of whether they are public or private, are subject to the Maine Human Rights Act. The fundamental difference between public schools and town academies is that it's not in their accountability, but in how decisions are made about curriculum and program. Public schools must adhere to standards set in Augusta, whereas town academies must adhere to standards set by NEASC. In many respects, town academies must be more responsive to the communities they serve because they are schools that students attend by choice. Attracting students locally, nationally, and internationally requires a commitment to high standards, program innovation, and outcomes that compare favorably to the best schools anywhere. Town academies are fiercely independent, very much like the state of Maine. I appreciate the desire and intent to ensure that all students receive an appropriate education in a safe school environment. Existing laws already provide for that. Passing legislation that would require these schools to identically align their operations and programming with their public school peers, however, is not in the public interest. Town academies provide great benefit across our state by offering up additional options to families as they search for the best learning environment for their children. Instead of improving the landscape, LD 1672 would erode the wide range of educational opportunities available statewide. Maine's independent schools have been fixtures in the state for generations. Members of this legislative body are proud graduates of our schools. Our students and programs represent the state on the local, national, and international stage. Our student athletes are fully part of the MPA, its history, and its lures. Our schools navigated the COVID-19 educational crisis with incredible dexterity, and our students were the beneficiaries. Independent and public schools provide a rich tapestry of educational offerings and work side by side to fulfill the needs of students to transform their lives. We should be working as a state to strengthen all of our schools, not trying to make them mirror images of one another. I urge the members of this committee to reject LD 1672 and focus its efforts on addressing the needs of our students, families, communities, and schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wag, for being here and for your comments. And at this point, I'd ask if there are any questions from members of the committee. Seeing none, good to see you again. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So we will now move to Jeffrey Burrows.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Burrows. Thank you for being with us, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Jeff Burrows and I represent Lincoln Academy, which is a member of the Maine Association of Independent Schools, and I testify in opposition to LD 1672. As you'll hear from a number of my fellow colleagues, I too represent a town academy that was founded in 1801. We have been at the heart of the educational opportunities and the landscape here in the Newcastle Damerscott area ever since. I think what we're really talking about, and I would say the testimony that we heard from the family is heart-wrenching. And I think I'm a new head to school, so I'll offer you this. I walked into this job 2 years ago, shut down the school in a pandemic, right, in the springtime, and got a similar set of issues raised to me from graduates who had had difficult experiences here. So we are taking this issue of diversity, equity, inclusion head on and trying to listen to what has happened. Maine has a job to do in trying to help raise all voices across our state and in our educational communities and help them be heard. And we take that work very seriously, and I'm terribly disappointed at their experience, and I feel badly for them. I think it's important to know that what we're really talking about here is the issue of difference. Right? Lincoln Academy is different than Freiburg Academy. We are also different than Washington Academy, and we're different than Madomic High School or Camden, right? So for example, all of my teachers are Maine state certified, right? All of my, we represent a full opportunity for special education across our programs. We have an alternative education program in terms of dropout prevention as well. All of these within the context of providing as diverse experience for everybody that chooses to come to Lincoln Academy. I am part of a supporting school district of the AOS 93. Alternative organization structure is what I have been told that it means. They did not want to choose a high school, right? They wanted to, this community very much wanted the choice of where to send their kids. So students go to Erskine, they go to Lincoln, they go to Madomic, they go to Waynflete, they go to NYA. Parents wanted that choice. And so at the heart of what is important about this difficulty for me, at the heart of what I have a hard time with of this issue is this, I have to accept everyone. Let me make a clarifying point on this. So in terms of special education, right, the AOS has the responsibility as a legal education authority to help us support the needs of the students, right? So we work very closely with the AOS and their special education team, and we work to place those kids here. If they cannot be placed here as determined by the LEA, then that supervisory group, that the AOS would find an alternate placement for them, right? So we build our programming based on what the needs are. We're looking at their students, all the way through K to 8, trying to figure out what it is, and we adjust, right? So it's a different relationship. So to answer some of those questions about do you ever, right, particularly on the special education spectrum, it's the LEA's responsibility. It might not be the correct term in Maine, that was what it was in Vermont, but their responsibility to help us address this. And if we can't provide it, and or the district doesn't want to provide funding to build a program for an individual student, they will seek placement elsewhere. And from my understanding, it could be outside of the state too. So those situations would rarely come across anybody's radar, because a student with incredible emotional difficulty or some sort of special needs that couldn't be addressed, we'd never see them, right? That would be dealt with the family, obviously, through special education law. So I thought that was really important for us all to recognize. And so we accept lots of young people, right? Anybody that applies, unless they are a danger to themselves or others, which I think is a pretty general category, or has been identified that their special needs are too great for us to admit, right, or address in our school, those students would not come, right? Otherwise, everybody that applies is accepted. They may not choose to attend Lincoln Academy though. And so I think that there's also some concern about this issue of in the bill that says you must accept everyone, right? And so these are the pieces that I think were particularly important for us to address here. We do have a civil rights team on our campus. We do work really hard to try to make sure everybody is here and is supported well. And as I said, we do have an alternative education program too to try to capture it. 25% of our young people will not go on to college; they'll go into post-secondary work. So as other schools will say, we have an active relationship with the Bath Technical Center, and we support those kinds of initiatives too. So I think that this is difficult for us to support because it is trying to make us all the same, where what my community has responded to is the fact that you allow an enormous amount of difference on your campus is why we choose you. The last thing I will say is that being an independent school and knowing that a family's experience has to be a good one, or they will take their money and go to Camden or go to Madomic or go to Bath or somewhere else, or Morse or somewhere else, makes my attention to them very much specific. I have to do a good job to enroll kids in my school, and I have to be very sensitive to the needs of the community. So with that, I thank you for giving me the opportunity today. I did include in my testimony a link to the NEASC accreditation standards. It's 12 pages of standards and substandards. I think it'll be very informative to this discussion in the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrows. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move to Michael McQuarrie, who is from Erskine Academy. Hello, Mr. McQuarrie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hold on here. I'm getting something. There we are.
There we are. We can both see you and hear you, and you have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs. I am Michael McQuarrie, he, him. I'm president of the Maine Association of Independent Schools and headmaster of Erskine Academy, a 530 student independent secondary school located here in South China, Maine. In these capacities, I oppose LD 1672, a bill to extend requirements that further regulate private schools enrolling 60% or more publicly funded students, such as Erskine Academy and the other 9 town academies. The rationale for LD 1672, its intended outcomes, problems to be addressed, or improvements to be made were not apparent to me in full until this morning, actually. So therefore, my testimony is admittedly informed by my assumption about the bill's introduction, my knowledge of town academy history and operations, and my 23 years with Erskine Academy. Paragraphs A through E of the bill are generally provided for in part or in whole an existing statute, federal law, and standards of the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, NEASC. Paragraph B proposes that our schools' curriculums be aligned with the system of learning results. Our schools recognize and incorporate these learning targets within our curriculums, with quality assurance provided through NEASC's program and evaluation and assessment standards. Our schools' participation in the already required statewide assessment program, which is stipulated in paragraph A, further ensures alignment. If the state assessment is a reliable and valid measure of our students' academic achievements relative to the learning results, then the amendment to paragraph B is superfluous. Paragraph C, health, hygiene, and safety established by applicable law and rule is the foundational requirement of our annual basic school approval process and an essential element of our accreditation. To my knowledge, the Department of Education has not denied a town academy school approval for failing to meet this requirement. Legal analyses and interpretations of legislative intent by MAS counsel and the Assistant Attorney General for Educational Issues have historically resolved questions of rule applicability to town academies and other private schools. Though uncertain about the intent of LD 1672, I am confident about its unintended consequences. Paragraphs D and E's diminishment of our schools' independence will upend our business, governance, and operational models, and in some cases, missions that have worked well and evolved over the many years of our existence. Paragraph D's proposed requirement that we accept any student from a sending SAU is impractical, improper, and in some cases, immoral. Multiple laws and regulations relating to discrimination already exist and provide remedies for violations. All town academies and private schools in Maine are subject to the Maine Human Rights Act, and schools are considered places of public accommodation and may not discriminate. Having no contracts with any SAU for the whole or a portion of its secondary students, Erskine's enrollment is entirely voluntary, with 98% of its students residing mainly in 8 sending communities for whom admission to our school is relatively seamless. Should a student choose to apply to a town academy that does not contract to receive an SAU's students, the academy enrolls students at their discretion, just as non-contracting public schools do. However, no school, private or public, with or without a contract, is compelled to create a program that it does not have. Admission to Erskine Academy is open to students for whom it is determined can benefit from our existing programs. If the student would benefit from our existing programs, he or she is admitted. I know of several instances this admission season of public school recipients of publicly funded students refusing students due to lack of program or insufficient funding, and then we have taken those students. The inclusion of paragraph D begs the question, how can a public recipient, a government-operated school, refuse the publicly funded student, and yet a private recipient cannot? In my many years administering a town academy associated with numerous superintendents, not one has initiated a discussion of contracting with Erskine Academy, either from need or want. However, their residents have reaffirmed time and again, including when establishing their RSUs and AOSs, their wish to continue to have school choice options, which is afforded only to an estimated 3% of Maine residents, and only because they reside in a community that is without a municipal high school. And although no two town academies are alike, collectively, we represent the full spectrum of Maine schools. We share a self-imposed mission to serve a socioeconomically and demographically broad range of students. Our programs and relationships with our publics evolve organically and with growth, with community growth, needs and wants, not by mandate or force. We are consumer-driven programs that must delight our constituents, because if our mission, programs, approaches, resources, and results are not strong, we can be left for another program. The town academies are appropriately accountable to the state of Maine, NEASC, and most profoundly, our students and their families. Movements, especially legislation, that make Maine school options more similar than unique in how educational services are provided to students and their families are counterproductive to the collaborative work happening with the town academies and their sending communities. Please do not have us distracted from our reputable and essential work to care for, prepare, and transform young lives as we have for generations. I thank the Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs for its consideration of my remarks and those of my colleagues, and for the dedicated work on behalf of all Maine citizens, particularly young people of Maine, our schools, and our future. I am happy to respond to any questions you may have, and I am pleased to provide whatever information you may need to evaluate the effects, intended and unintended, of LD 1672. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McQuarrie. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McQuarrie, for being here this morning. My question for you is around your NEASC schedule, both specific to your school and all of our 60/40 schools. Are you currently on a 5-year NEASC visitation schedule or a 10-year schedule, please? And are you aware of the schedule of the other independent schools, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, much of it depends on when they received their accreditation, but I'll speak to it in terms of mine, and then maybe some general comments about that. Yes, currently our school is on a 10-year cycle. However, we do a 5-year comprehensive extensive report that goes to the NEASC accreditation. And also we do that after the first 2 years of their initial visit with us. So it does graduate through. Now, my understanding is that there are working, NEASC is working at this time to make that a 5-year visitation rather than the 10-year. But in my case, my school is due next in 2 years for the actual visit. Sure.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments.
Certainly.
We will now go to Timothy Seeley. Hello, Mr. Seeley.
Yes, hello and good morning.
Good morning. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Timothy Seeley. I am the head of school at George Stevens Academy, which is a town academy in Blue Hill. And as Mr. Walker said, he is one of our august graduates. Our history goes back to 1803. When we began being the high school for Blue Hill, and starting in the 1950s, we have been the main school of choice for the 7 towns on the Blue Hill Peninsula. I guess 6 plus Surrey, if you want to be technical about it. We are a member of the Maine Association Independent Schools, and I am also testifying in opposition to LD 1672, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify. Let me begin by saying that being certain every child in our care is safe is at the very heart of all our missions. It's why it brought us into education, the desire to make that happen. And it is extremely distressing to hear of the experiences that we heard about at the beginning of this hearing this morning. In our case, in order to be proactive about making sure our campus is as safe as possible for and welcoming for every student, we have programming through our advising program. All students are part of an advising group on diversity and equity issues and awareness. We have multiple student groups who also promote awareness of issues. We are very fortunate that such incidents are extremely rare on our campus. But when they do occur, we respond immediately and vigorously through discipline, education, counseling and support for victims, and also reaching out to law enforcement whenever that is warranted. Everyone's in favor of that, but this bill goes well beyond addressing that particular issue. You've heard from my colleagues a lot of details about the bill and a lot of things. I'm going to be a little bit more general, but I'm of course happy to answer questions. My testimony really centers on both some practical and philosophical issues. On the philosophical side, it proposes to fundamentally change the nature of town academies, the choice of over 5,000 students in Maine, by turning us into public schools in all but our funding model. In our case, George Stevens Academy delivers a high-quality education less expensively than any public school in Hancock County, of which there are 4 others. A large majority of families in the 7 towns on the peninsula choose us every year, even though they have 3 area public schools, Ellsworth, Bucksport, and Deer Alstonian High School, that they could choose. So my question is, what is broken about our relationship with our communities that needs to be fixed? This bill would force a change in the nature of the relationship between towns that choose private town academies and those schools that they have chosen, in many cases for well over 100 years, and a choice which our communities reaffirm every single year when they vote to approve tuition payments to their local academy. This bill would, in effect, undermine the ability of our families to choose a private academy for their high school. It takes away a significant aspect of school choice because our independence is what allows us to be, as my colleagues have said, a different sort of a choice. I do not understand why the legislature would insert itself into that choice and relationship without being asked to do so by the communities who would be affected. On a more practical note, the proposed bill would mandate a 60-40 school accept any student from a sending administrative unit. And as you've heard, public schools are not required to do this. Why would a 60-40 school have this unique requirement? And of course, in this case, we're talking about towns and school units that are sending their schools elsewhere because they don't have their own high school, as opposed to a town that has a high school, which is mandated to educate every student. But public schools are also not required to accept a student, from a sending town. However, at George Stevens Academy, we do accept very nearly all students who want to come. I've been head of school here for 6 years. And in that time, I think there have been 2 students whose learning or behavior needs were beyond what we could provide, which was a decision that we came to in conjunction with that student's school unit. We worked very closely with them. So it was a decision we all made together that the best place for this student is somewhere else, again, because of extreme learning or behavioral needs. We have an excellent special education department. It's very well regarded in this area. We have vocational classes as well as college prep classes and all sorts of things. We are geared towards, and our mission is to serve every student on the Blue Hill Peninsula. And as Mr. Burrows also described, on the rare occasion that it doesn't happen, that is done in conjunction with the family and the school unit from which that child is coming. And just as an example, Mount Desert High School does not accept any students from Blue Hill. They are not required to, and they don't have to give a reason why not. Other thing that I'd like to point out is that, and for Representative Dodge, your point, we happen to be on the 5-year cycle, and our next accreditation is in 2 years. NEASC has been changing that and moving to the shorter time between accreditations. So that's our situation. Others have mentioned, but I'll reiterate, we are required to administer the DOE mandated school assessment tests. We're right in the midst of it now. I will tell you, it's a big deal. It takes a lot of resources. And those are published on the Department of Education website in the exact same place, in the exact same manner as they are for public schools. And we report our graduation rates, et cetera. So my opposition at its heart is this bill takes aim at the ability of Maine towns and citizens to choose a private academy, something they have happily chosen to do so and actively chosen to do so for over a century, and would take that choice away from them. I thank you for your time, for listening to my remarks, taking them into consideration, and also for all the work you do on behalf of Maine's young people. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. We appreciate your being here and we appreciate your comments. Are there any questions of Mr. Seeley from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, according to my list, we've had everybody that had signed up to speak neither for or against the bill. And Eileen King had changed her testimony. Do we have anybody else to testify on this bill?
It looks like we also have Mel McKay who signed up against the bill, representative, but that's the only last minute sign up I'm seeing here.
Okay. Who'd you say it was?
Mel McKay.
Okay.
Again, I apologize. I'm terrible with the names. Sorry, Mel.
Are they prepared to testify now?
I think so.
And they're in opposition to the bill?
Yes, Representative.
Okay.
There, how about now? Can you hear me, Representative Brennan?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
There.
There we go. Yep, thank you.
Just showed up to share the video. Thank you all. My name is Mel McKay. I'm the head of school at John Baptist Memorial High School in Bangor. I apologize for not beginning with the appropriate address. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It's good to be before you again, and I appreciate your time this morning very much. It's actually been a very interesting hour plus because we began with a very compelling story that involves civil rights, or as we say in Maine, human rights. A story that all of us respond to strongly from the heart and immediately begin to consider ways to redress. But what we're looking at today is a very particular bill, LD 1672, and I appear before you in opposition, not only in opposition actually, but with deep concerns about LD 1672. This bill, which seeks to place private schools in our state under stricter oversight from the legislature and the Department of Education, is an example of an imperfectly drafted bill with potentially far-reaching unintended consequences. And I think it's quite significant that in 3 pieces of written testimony that you have before you, from the Maine Superintendents Association, from the Maine Principals Association, and from the Department of Education, there are either completely erroneous statements about Maine education law, or in the case of the Department of Education, clauses that are so broad as to puzzle even those of us who deal with this daily and annually. I'll get to those details in a moment. The title of the bill, 1672, makes innocuous reference to, quote, certain requirements, but in fact, it would introduce sweeping changes designed to bring a one-size-fits-all approach to education in our state and punish some of Maine's most innovative and successful schools. My experience is that in all such cases, the losers are always the same. It's the families and kids who pay the price when a one-size-fits-all solution is imposed in favor of a situation which is creative and flexible. But before I outline objections, more specifically, I'd like to say a word about John Baptist, because we're different from the other schools from whom you've heard this morning. John Baptist was a 1928 founded parochial school, which in 1980 became a private non-religious school. The diocese closed the school abruptly, and it reopened at that time with approximately 200 area girls and boys. Bangor, then as now, had its own distinguished public high school. We are not a town academy, but we are a 60-40 school. We operate entirely under Maine education law as it stands today. And under that, we have grown and flourished. John Baptist provides the highest quality academic education to as wide a range of students as possible, with students currently attending from 35 Maine towns. The school is the furthest thing from an elitist institution. On the contrary, with tuition set by the state at the average of Maine's public high schools, which is below the national average, John Baptist and its dedicated faculty offer 24 advanced placement courses on campus. Several of our teachers are part of the state's AP for All program. That means that we also educate AP students from across the state of Maine. The robotics program just finished #1 in the Eastern United States. We have math and chess teams, Junior Classical League and National Honor Society chapters, like Maine's other excellent high schools, public and private. As a true 21st century institution, and this is important given the impetus of LD 1672, John Baptist strongly supports diversity, inclusion, and global understanding. Our school is notably student-centered. Few students at the school even have the same academic schedule. If you looked at the senior class, you would not find 2 students who have the same academic schedule. We are that student-centered, and that's what 21st education is really about. It's about meeting students where they are, understanding who they are. In an area that lacks diversity, John Baptist has attracted students from all over the world. And during the pandemic, in our student-centered mission, we never shut our dorms, not even during the summer of 2020, not even during school vacations last year or this year. And that means international and local students have been safe and healthy on our campus since March 15th, 2020. Some of our international students have not been home since August 2019 because their countries are closed, and we don't mind. We've taken care of them the whole time. In short, operating entirely under Maine school law, the school makes a commitment to excellence and opportunity for each student and family, whether local or international, as part of its mission. Following specific reasons, LD 1672 is a flawed measure. This is not to say we don't have a lot of work to do in the state of Maine with regard to human rights. All of us know that 157 days of waiting for a response from Maine Human Rights is an outrage. That should never happen, but there's nothing in this bill that addresses that. That's really important to understand, that many of the core concerns of Mr. and Mrs. Kempthorne are not yet addressed in this bill. But to go back to specifics with regard to 6B, we don't need to be aligned curriculum-wise. We take all the tests, and in a typical year, this has been going on since the learning results exams from the 1990s. John Baptist either leads the state or is in the top 2 or 3. We prove that we deliver the goods. We do not need to be aligned with the state published standards because our standards are national and international. With regard to 6C, according to existing Maine law, we meet the health and safety requirements. We don't sweep bullying and harassment under the rug. One of the best things you did as a Maine legislature was to make sure that the bullying and harassment protections applied to every student in the state of Maine. And that was a good thing you did. And of course, we agree with that. Our strongest objections are to paragraph 6D. John Baptist is a private school. Under Maine law, consistent with the laws of every state in the United States, a private school is free to devise its own admission policies, provided those policies are non-discriminatory. And so as a private school, we simply put ourselves out there in Greater Bangor, which has a number of public high schools, Bangor, Brewer, Hamden Academy, Old Town, Orono, and the list goes on. We compete with all of those schools, none of whom are required to accept the students who apply to John Baptist. In a typical year, we receive 120 to 140 local applications. We accept between 130 and 135 of those applications. Those students, if they didn't want to be here, could certainly go elsewhere. As a private institution, we believe that it is our right to make sure there's a match between the programs we offer and the students and parents who are applying to go here. Note that in addition to the 375 publicly funded students at John Baptist, we serve 75 private pay students and 65 private pay students from other towns in Maine and 65 from 12 foreign countries. In short, we oppose this bill, but we do not oppose quality education. We strongly, strongly support diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in the moment we see a bill that truly moves the state forward, not just schools in Maine, the state forward in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it will be 100% of you who vote for it, and it will be 100% of schools that support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Are there questions of the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McKay, for being here today. My question for you is around your special ed population, please. I wonder if you could give a percentage of that, please. I apologize for my phone. Thank you.
No apologies. So John, but this is a distinction that I do want to be very transparent about. So John Baptist is not a public school. It is a private school that happens to be located at 100 Broadway in Bangor, Maine. It is not, it does not pretend to be the public school for any town in the area. The towns have their own schools. So we're mostly serving, well, we're serving, as I said, 35 different main towns. We have students who have learning disabilities and have 504s or IEPs. As a percentage at our school, it's very small, under 10% of our students. In a typical, it's not unusual in 2021 for a special education department to be the largest department in the school. Not at John Baptist, this happens on a student by student basis, and we do not accept students with, I should say this differently, students with profound learning disabilities don't apply to our school because we don't have the programs for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us.
You're very welcome.
So, Mr. Baker, do we have anybody else?
Oh, yes, Representative. I think we have one final one. Getting all kinds of emails and phone calls today. All right, so we have Zachary Kempthorne, who is in favor of the bill.
Okay. And Ms. Baker, if you could just remind the public again, we do have a cutoff point for people signing up to testify. That's correct?
Yes, Representative. It's advertised as 30 minutes prior to the start of the public hearings.
Okay. So we
and
have
that's why I pull the list after that 30-minute window, so then that way
Okay.
people can get on there.
All right. So we have one last person to speak in favor of the bill.
Yes, Representative.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Kempthorne.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
All right, good morning, everyone. And I really appreciate you allowing me to speak out of turn. My name is Zach Kempthorne. I live in Millbridge, Maine. I lived right up the street from my family who spoke earlier. I'm the brother of Nathan Kempthorne and the brother-in-law of Esther Kempthorne, who testified at the beginning of this hearing. I'm providing this testimony in support of LD 1672. I'm here to express my support for my family who testified at the beginning of the hearing. It has been painful watching them go through the pain that they have experienced over the last year. I'm also here to support all the students and staff members of 6040 schools that have suffered over the years due to the lack of oversight. I want to thank Representative Millett for presenting this bill, and I also want to thank the co-sponsors for expressing written support of this bill. My first assessment, we clearly did not have a lot of time to analyze the bill. Just found out about it here a day or so ago. And at a glance, it appeared to be very minimalistic, but it's clear that it's not. So, you know, the fierce opposition that we're hearing to the reasonable state oversight of a 6040 school where state funds are spent not only raises more questions, it bolsters the case for the passage of this bill. And again, I just want to express my support for this bill and want to thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for Mr. Kempthorne? Seeing none. Thank you for being with us today. And since we have no other people to testify on the bill, I will close the public hearing on LD 1672. And as I previously mentioned, we do have both our interpreters that are here with us. And Sam, if you could switch to the people, representatives from the Department of Education who are here to do a presentation on pre-kindergarten readiness for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. And this is I believe is a report to the committee that was based on previous legislation on this issue, and that this is the report. And we are fortunate to have two interpreters with us to help us with the report, and they are available until 1 o'clock. So at the very latest, it would be my intent to be done with this report and this discussion by 1. And I would ask the two interpreters, would we be able to introduce you?
Of course. Yes.
Yes, we had today. I'll introduce us. We have Margaret Haberman, that's me, and Mary Jane Grant, who's currently interpreting.
Thank you very much. And is it my understanding correct that you're with us until 1 o'clock?
We didn't have a scheduled end time. We're on call for the legislature today until late this afternoon.
Okay. I was told 1 o'clock, but that's okay. We'll go with you now, and then we will hopefully be able to get done in the time that's allotted.
Okay, and
So,
Representative Brennan,
yes.
I will check with Casey Milligan to make sure we're not scheduled to be somewhere else, and I'll let you know.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Because I'm, again, planning on you being here at least until 1 o'clock. So next, I guess I would look to who we have from the Department of Education. Ms. Kuziak, do you want to take the lead in introducing people from DOE, and would you want to kick off the discussion?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, both returning and new this year. Again, good morning. I'm Karen Kuziak of the department. I reference returning members because some of you will remember legislation which created the task force whose final report is before you today. LD 642 of the 129th legislature created a task force on kindergarten readiness for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. For new members, and to remind returning members, the work of the task force was to recommend to the committee a process for language screening and reporting on that language screening of young children ages 0 through kindergarten who are deaf and hard of hearing. The task force was also charged with developing an informational booklet for parents that includes language development milestones for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. You may remember an interim report from last March delivered live, in which I reported that the task force had been formed, listed the members of the task force, and briefly summarized the first meetings. I had the pleasure of coordinating the meetings of the task force and, to an extent, their work. A professional facilitator, Carol Martin, expertly guided the members of the task force that was by design composed of parents and professionals with varying perspectives on language systems and language development of children who are deaf and hard of hearing. Ms. Martin, with the members of the task force, clarified the responsibilities and developed both a way to reach consensus and to define a path toward completing their work. The task force met with Ms. Martin, with representatives of the child development system, and with me into the spring and summer of 2020 via Zoom. After that, members of the task force developed and refined the process for screening, including the tools and assessment procedures, which they will recommend and describe, documents, including the parent resource portfolio, and recommendations that they will speak about today. I remind the committee that LD 642 authorizes you all to report out a bill. Here today to present the report are selected task force members: Karen Hopkins, Darlene Freeman, Dr. Catherine Duncan, Dr. Jane Pullman, and also Dr. Roberta Lucas is attending as the Director of Child Development Services, or CDS. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kuziak, being here and for the introductions. And Does anybody want to go next?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Karen Hopkins, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I've seen most of you before, so it's nice to see you again. I'm also a deaf adult and a mother of a hard of hearing child. Katie.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Catherine Duncan, and I am an educational audiologist. I work at the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing.
Great. Thank you. Anybody next?
Jane, you want to go?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Dr. Jane Pullman. I am an assistant professor at the University of Maine, and I am also a speech pathologist.
Darlene?
Hello, I'm Darlene Freeman. My most important role here as the parent is as the parent of a young adult now who is deaf. I'm also part of Maine Hands and Voices, which is a nonprofit organization that supports families who have children who are deaf and hard of hearing. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you.
Okay, are you ready for us to begin our report for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. We have some visuals for you this morning. Can everybody see?
Yes, we can, yes.
Great. Whoops. Let's see. Sometimes technology doesn't want to work when you want it to. There we go. So why are we here today? We were asked to come together and give you a report of the work that we've done that was charged by you, the Education Committee, and we feel it is such important work. But really, our why is this. With a traditional intervention focus, deaf children do not often or always get full access to language. Without access to language, they may demonstrate deficiencies in cognitive development, specifically executive functions such as memory, planning, attention, relations, critical thinking, and conceptual learning. Those skills are essential to achieving academically and everyday language. Language is a rule-governed system used to convey messages. It can be signed, spoken, read, or written. Deaf and hard of hearing children are perfectly capable of being ready for kindergarten at the same proficiency as their hearing peers. They just need language. And I just wanted to show you some of the faces of Maine's deaf and hard of hearing children. These children are now in public school, all of them. They've all achieved some readiness for kindergarten at varying levels, but this is our why. These are the faces of Maine's deaf and hard of hearing children. And of course, this is our goal. This is why you approved LD 642. Our goal is to get our preschoolers graduated and ready for kindergarten. So just a little bit of history for you. For the past 20 years, MECDHH, the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, has had a close relationship with Child Development Services.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Folks cannot hear, folks cannot see the translator.
They cannot see. Hold on 1 second, let me find the interpreter. Go ahead, Mary Jane. Can you pin her, whoever's in charge of the meeting?
And Mary Jane, yes. Yep.
I had to search to find her.
Can people see now? In the audience, can you just type in the chat box? Not getting any responses. If you have, nope, everybody's saying no. Okay.
Perhaps you can spotlight her. And if you look in the right-hand corner of Mary Jane's screen, you should be able to spotlight her.
All right, a Mary Jane screen.
Mhm.
All right, let's try that.
Now I lost her. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I see her. Is everybody good?
Okay, I think I saw one positive response so far.
That should take care of it.
Okay, anything else, just let me know.
Thank you very much. So we have a process that's been evolving over the past 20 years, and I'm very excited to share with you that this process has been presented nationally and internationally and has been the focus of many best practice discussions. So what makes our process different from other states is we have statewide equity. It doesn't matter if a baby in a family lives in Southern Maine, Northern Maine, Western, Eastern, they all get the same process. We're family-centered, family-driven, and family choice is honored and respected. Families have the option of meeting deaf adults early and other families, and they have the option and ability of having specialty providers work with their children. There we go. Yeah, it's stuck again. So our current system that we have in Maine has the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing staff, their early interventionists, and contracted providers from various agencies providing early intervention throughout the state. However, we currently have no formalized process for specific periodic language assessment for our deaf children. And we have no formalized process of data collection and analysis of that data, specifically looking at language for deaf and hard of hearing children. So the bill LD 642 that you passed created a task force of parents and professionals from a variety of perspectives to ensure that this was created and the implementation was carried out. And we are the 4 representatives from that task force today. You asked us to create language milestones to recommend some for your consideration, develop a parent portfolio resource, recommendation of some assessments to be used, and identify procedures for communicating these assessments. And we have done that and have that for you today. We provide information source that's distributed by Department of Education that will give families comprehensive, objective information about hearing and language options and all communication options. We've created a set of clear, agreed upon benchmarks against all stakeholders for language attainment from birth to age 5 in English and/or American Sign Language. It does not apply ASL benchmarks to English or those students and children that only use English. All children will be assessed in their primary language and mode of communication used. This law ensures that deaf and hard of hearing children are measured against these benchmarks at prescribed intervals to see if early intervention and their services are effective. It ensures that parents are given information that allows them to measure their own child's benchmarks. And I want to show you just a glimpse of our milestones that we've developed. You can see in front of you that American Sign Language and English language developmental milestones. And this section includes language for American Sign Language and English. It gives skills for newborns to age 6. And the age range gives a skill for what the child should be attaining and understanding and expressing. It also provides information about the child's social and print skills, which I'm sure you can understand is very important for kindergarten readiness. We offer print skills that focus on reading and writing, as well as language and the social emotional development of children. This is just an example of one of the areas, and you do have the full packet in your packet if you want to look and explore a little deeper. This is one looking at receptive and expressive language skills for an infant birth through 3 months of age. It looks at the language the child understands, and also how does an infant express their thoughts and feelings. And as children get older, these concepts become more and more important as we look at children getting ready for kindergarten. As you can see, it separates American Sign Language and spoken English. This is an example of one that's looking at an older child, looking at social and print skills. Also, we've spent some time focusing on play skills because children need play skills to be ready for kindergarten, and that connects to their social emotional development. Looks at reading and writing and all avenues of deaf and hard of hearing children. And our big mission and goal that I feel we've really achieved in this task force is working together. Alone, we could do so little, and together we can do so much. This task force has come together from lots of different experiences and perspectives. And with the help of Carol Martin and Karen Kuziak, we've been able to come to consensus. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Catherine Duncan, who's going to share a little bit more specifics about our process. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing about our work.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. And we're ready to go to the next presenter.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen, and then I want to make sure that we still have access to the interpreters once I do.
Yeah, I think Sam has worked through that for us.
Okay, great. Yeah, if anyone cannot see the interpreter, please let us know. As Karen mentioned, I'm going to dig in a little bit into the details of the process. And so I wanted to share actually some of the early data that will be collected for each child. The task force really spent a lot of time and consideration on these details because we think beyond sort of your basic demographic information, we really need to understand a lot about each child to understand how to support them fully. So this here is the data sheet that will be used for all children. As you can see, we do have that basic demographic information. And then we include other things like diagnoses, even diagnoses beyond their hearing, whether or not they currently have an IFSP, IEP, or 504 plan. Some specific information about the parents, including their hearing status, information about the team that is working with the child. So as you can see here, the potential for a lot of different providers depending on the child. Some understanding about how they're using language at home and at school. And then the communication and language opportunities that are identified on the child's communication plan. So really, we feel like this helps to provide a great amount of context for each child as we are beginning to get to know them. The second page that I wanted to share is the page regarding their hearing status. So we felt it was appropriate and important for the team to understand, when were they identified? How old were they when they were identified as deaf or hard of hearing? What is the degree of their hearing levels in each ear? And what type of hearing levels do they present with? We also wanted to include both what hearing technology they were initially fit with, and then maybe any current hearing technology if that has since changed. We also created a document because the task force felt really strongly that beyond understanding just the language use at home or school or what modality was used according to the communication plan, we felt it was important to have an understanding of how a child's communication preference might change according to the context, the setting, who they're communicating with, and so on. So this chart allows the provider to go through that information with the family because we felt strongly that there are some children who are going to communicate very differently with adults that they know versus maybe peers that they aren't as familiar with and so on. So we wanted a way to document that information. And then I'm going to show you the flow chart that we developed. And this is really the bulk of the process. And Dr. Pullman will kind of get into the details after I share this. But so every child is going to receive a screening. And as you can see at the top, the screening tools vary a little bit based on the age of the child. That screening data will be used to determine if they're really meeting the skills that are appropriate given their age. So we are hoping that all children will be within about 3 months of their chronological age on those screening tools. or within 3 months of their listening age, if they're using any sort of hearing technology, or their signing age. So really, we wanted to honor how long have they had access to the language that they're using, because we didn't want to hold any children to standards that might be unreasonable if they were very recent listeners or only very recently learned American Sign Language. So if a child meets these standards, we're going to go ahead and continue with their plan as is, and we're going to rescreen them again in 6 months. If they're behind their chronological or listening or signing age, there's kind of a two-pronged process from there. One is an audiological review for those children that are using hearing technology to be able to really dig in and determine, is the hearing technology fit appropriately? Is it providing them with enough access to develop their auditory and spoken language skills if that is their goal? But does the family feel comfortable with the technology, know how to use it and troubleshoot it? And really, how is the child functioning with the technology? So even the best fit technology, sometimes that child might not get as much out of it as we would expect as professionals. So we really felt like that needed to be a documented part of this process. Beyond that, the committee chose assessment tools that could really capture the skills of a child's language, regardless of the modality that they're using. So those are listed there, and Dr. Pullman will talk a little bit more about that. We also included a separate category of tools for children who are diagnosed as deaf or hard of hearing but have additional needs and whose skills might not be captured well by the other assessment and evaluation tools listed here. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Dr. Pullman. Thank you.
Thank you. Like my colleagues, I need a visual. So let me just share my desktop. Okay. So going through this process, we appreciate that speech pathologists and teachers of the deaf, they are fully trained in giving assessments. They know how to do evaluations. They know how to write up diagnostics reports. But there is something unique about deaf and hard of hearing kids that the speech therapists and the teachers of the deaf, speech therapists, especially speaking in my field, are not specifically trained on how to assess those types of children. And the issue really comes down to that they could be bilingual language users, meaning these kids are learning spoken English, which is its own language, and then they're learning American Sign Language, which is completely different than spoken English. And so thinking about, as a speech therapist, well, what do I do with this kid? Because all of my assessments look at spoken English. How am I supposed to evaluate a child that is learning 2 languages and maybe their language models aren't very good? We have a lot of kids whose parents are hearing, don't really know American Sign Language, and we have these little kids that are learning American Sign Language. So their language models are poor. And so what do I do with these kids? How do I capture their language abilities? And so we created this process of assessments because we just wanted to help interventionists, kind of like a roadmap of this is what you should do, this is what you should think about. And all of these assessments, when we picked these, it wasn't haphazardly. These are well-researched assessments that people are using all over the country for deaf and hard of hearing children. And we picked assessments that are capturing both that idea of this kid could be using American Sign Language, and we want to look at what is their expressive use of American Sign Language, what is their understanding of American Sign Language. And then we also looked at spoken language, and these are our typical things you would think about for a speech therapist. We also had to look at, well, how do we evaluate the access to sound? And so we have these audiological evaluations. And then there's this also subpopulation of these kids who have additional needs on top of their hearing loss. Down syndrome, autism, some intellectual disabilities, you know, and that makes the assessment that much more challenging. And so we recommended using an additional assessment tool to capture what they're doing. And then to help interventionists kind of understand our thought process, we did break it down for them. And you have this in your packet. So I think it's like 5 pages. We wrote kind of a breakdown of, this is the process. We start with screening. These are the tools that you should think about using. And again, it's recommendations. You don't necessarily have to, but highly recommended. And this, you know, this is the these are the descriptions of each of these assessments. And like I said, we broke it down for interventionists. So there's no question as far as, why am I using this tool? And then we also wrote kind of a parallel document for the parent, because when we wrote this, it was very technical, not very parent friendly. So we wrote a more parent friendly version of this document. So you'll see kind of the same information being shared, but some of the logistics is taken out of that parent document. And the reason for that is because we want parents to be involved in this process. We want something for them to look at quickly and be like, okay, the PLS-5, my speech therapist is talking about that. They're going to give that to my child. I have no idea what that is or what that means. Let me look at this packet that they gave me. Okay, this looks at receptive and expressive language. So that it's, again, this idea of, we're supporting the interventionists to make sure that there's this continuity of assessment across the state of Maine. And we're also thinking about these parents who are in this journey, kind of very scary journey, with all of us kind of talking to them about assessment and making sure they're ready for kindergarten. And, you know, this is what we need to do. And this is the scores that they need. And we kind of throw stuff at them. And hopefully with our document, it will make this a little less scary for them. So I'm going to turn it over to Darlene so she can share her experience as a parent of a child who's deaf and hard of hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Freeman, you're muted. Ms. Freeman, yeah, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. We all
Thanks,
do
Jean. Thanks for your time again. As I mentioned in the beginning in my introduction, I am the mother of a now 27-year-old young lady who is deaf. Because there was no newborn hearing screening when she was born, we didn't find out that she wasn't hearing all that she should be hearing until she was around 18 months. At that point, she had about 10 words in her vocabulary. So we scrambled to get hearing aids and early intervention services started. Because her language development was so delayed, I worried constantly about how long it would take for her to catch up. And where was she supposed to be in her language milestones anyway, and where do I find those language milestones to go by? Because of that, I feel the most important part of this kindergarten readiness law and the parent portfolio that you all have in front of you is the fact that families will be involved from the beginning, that they'll be able to track their child's language development from the start when they're just home from the hospital in that birth to 3-month period. We all understand how important it is for parents to be engaged and involved in their child's services. That's the best indicator of how successful a child will be. But that's hard to do in the beginning when there's so much information to learn, many decisions to make, many appointments to attend, and they're just trying to get to know this new baby and their new schedule at home. I feel that if parents had more knowledge of the process, they'd feel more confident and empowered to be involved, which they would get from this flow chart that was just shared and the parent narrative that explains the whole thing. They could discuss these with their providers, and then they could also review them at home whenever they had a minute. If parents had more knowledge of language milestones, either ASL or English or both, they'd feel more empowered to assess what their children are doing at home and ask questions when they feel their children are not meeting those milestones. They would ask, what else could we do to help our children meet those milestones? And they would get that knowledge from the ASL and English milestones that are in this portfolio. If parents had more knowledge of timing of assessments and what those assessments look at, they'd feel more empowered to discuss the assessment with the professionals working with their children as leaders of their team and not waiting for the professionals to suggest this, which they would again get in the narrative explanation of many of the assessments that are recommended. If parents knew that with a lot of hard work and participation as a leader on their child's team, their child would have the best chance of becoming kindergarten ready, they would feel more confidence in supporting their child, which they would learn from reading the letters from parents who have been on this journey before them that are included in this portfolio. And they would also, from the start, realize that they are not alone. I feel that all of the resources in this portfolio are very important for parents to feel they are more than followers in their children's language development, that they can be leaders in that language development. But the combination of all of these resources together make it possible for parents to assess their children's language development from the very beginning in an easy, step-by-step way to help them develop into their child's best language model and advocate for improvement, making them a confident, engaged member of their children's team and their children's lives. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Friedman. Is there anybody else that, Ms. Kuziak, is there anybody else going to be commenting on the report or make a presentation at this point?
My understanding is that everyone has made their initial presentation. I don't know if Karen Hopkins has any concluding remarks, or I'll just stop there, whether you have concluding remarks.
Okay.
Nothing other to add, just we're here for your questions and hopefully have answers, and appreciate your time and looking at something that we're all very, very passionate about from our personal and professional experiences.
And Ms. Hopkins, did you say you're now the director at Baxter School? Yes.
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I hadn't had a chance to meet you before, so it's nice to meet you, and thank you for being here with us. And if I go back to Ms. Kuziak for a second, as I recall, and I can't say I have perfect recollection, but this process, it was a two-step report. That's correct?
Right, and this is the final report.
And
You
this
have
is the
the recommendations.
That's correct. This is second side of it. So
Yes.
thank you. So at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee? Okay, we're going to start with Representative Salisbury and then Representative Dodge.
Excuse me, Representative, this is the interpreter speaking. We're going to be switching interpreters. If you could spotlight Margaret Haberman.
Okay, so we'll just hold up for a second while we make the switch. Thank you for letting me know that. And Margaret, are you ready? You're ready to go?
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
Margaret is on.
Okay, great.
Are we good?
Yes.
Could we just ask our participants who are watching from the audience if we're good?
We seem to be okay.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Salisbury and then Representative Dodge.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My question is about these screenings and this process. If you can tell me a little bit more about when it starts and how does that happen? I know that kids are screened pretty early, but then how does that start and who does sort of the follow-up from there?
Sure. I'll take this one, and I'm sure there's another one from my colleagues afterwards. So the early intervention staff at the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing are formally embedded onto the sites of Child Development Services. There's one early interventionist from MECDHH at each of the 9 CDS sites that supports this process. They work with every child that's deaf or hard of hearing, and will use this materials to explain the family's options, explain language, explain the difference in English and American Sign Language, and will, at the very, very beginning of these infants and babies' lives, be explaining this process to families. So as Darlene so eloquently shared, they can own this process and we will just be guiding them through it.
So usually, if I can have a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So
Go ahead.
usually they're referred to CDS through their doctors or their family. Is that right? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This is very informative.
Ms. Hopkins? Did you want to say something?
Also wanted to add that may or may not be in your packet. One aspect that we made the decision to try to move forward on is a program through NCHAM, the National Center for Hearing Assisted Management, that looks at children's data every 6 months throughout the nation. We had a presentation from that group and with Department of Ed, and as a state have chosen to move forward with this so our children can be part of a nationwide database. And within that, we can pull data comparing our children to other children in other states. And we can also compare among counties, among children that use spoken language or acute speech or American Sign Language or some combination of, children that have technology and don't have technology. And this is something that does require parent authorization. But with my experience, we have had no parent decline this wonderful option of being able to look at data. And as a state, that's been one of our biggest challenges, is we have no data to look at specific outcomes of deaf and hard of hearing children, to be able to see how they're doing and how we're doing as early interventionists in their process.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for this very great presentation. My question was going to be around geography, perhaps negatively affecting your students. But am I incorrect in thinking that Zoom has enhanced your work to some degree? And I just must take a quick moment to also tell you that in my 30 years of teaching, I had 3 hard of hearing deaf students, and they were just such hard workers and absolutely wonderful. And I'm not sure they were associated with any of your work, but I thank you for what you are doing for the students of the state of Maine. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Geography is an interesting concept in a state as big as Maine. As I shared before, we do have statewide equity. We have MECDHH staff housed all over the state. We have providers in Aroostook County, in Brewer, in the Farmington area, in southern Maine, that are attached to each of those sites. However, COVID has truly taught us a lot. And we are using Zoom and Google Meets and other technology truly effectively. And we're getting really positive feedback from that from families. So if there's ever a question, we can hop on Zoom really quickly. Catherine in her audiology capacity, Jane in her speech capacity, and most importantly, parent to parent. That support is happening so much now. And families are able to meet deaf and hard of hearing adults at the touch of a button. So it's definitely enhanced our services, yes. The one positive of COVID.
Other questions from members of the committee? Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, sir. Not so much a question. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today, and first tell you what a fan I am of what you do, and specifically, you know, the Baxter School there on Mackworth Island, which I try to jog around as often as I can, and I have part of Falmouth as my district, so I know it well. And I've also been a 30-year dear friend of Dr. Logue, OJ. And we had a lot of discussions before we adjourned last March about some efforts to enhance the programs. And I just want to put myself out there. If you need any advocacy or support on any of those issues, I would love to help.
Thank you so much, Representative Crockett. I will be following up with you. As you probably noticed, we had a revision of our statutes on the agenda for today. And because of the new executive director, I started meeting with lots of different people around the state and decided let's slow it down a little bit. Let's get some more input. Let's make sure we're doing what our stakeholders want from us. We've actually started a strategic planning process with a consultant from Maryland that is paid for by a federal grant that we have. And he's meeting with students this morning, staff this afternoon, and other stakeholders in the month of June. So we are collecting a lot of data, and we'll be coming back to you in our next session with a new and revised MECDHH with a lot of input. So we look forward to sharing that with you in a few months.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Other questions from members of the committee? I just have a couple comments and then one question. When this task force, Ms. Kuziak might remember this, but when the task force was formed, there was some concern about or try to make sure there was a balance between the issue of spoken language and other hearing and language acquisition methodology. And it appears that you've been able to navigate that pretty well, and that you've come to a really good balance in terms of achieving what could have been problematic. So thank you for doing that. And I appreciate the fact that you are sensitive to that issue. And secondly, I just want to say I'm very, very, very impressed with the screening and assessment tools that you presented to us and that you're using. And it's absolutely, as you understand, critical to have that type of initial screening and then following it up with periodic assessment. And that's the way that we're going to be able to make sure that students are on track and that they have the language they need by the time they're 5 years old to enter school. So I'm really glad that you emphasized the screening aspect of it, because it is true that sometimes parents aren't able to identify it as quickly as would be helpful, and those screening tools really make a difference. But also having the periodic assessments, and you've done it in a fairly small time frame, so that you're able to really keep track of what the language acquisition looks like and where the students are going. So I find those all incredibly helpful, and thank you for the work you did. And my question is to some degree of where do we go from here? And secondly, if Ms. Hopkins or somebody else very quickly could just run through a little bit of the geographic, I know Representative Dodge answered it, but the overwhelming majority of deaf and hard of hearing students are not at Baxter School. They are in other parts of the state. And if you could just tell us how many are in public schools and what that geographic breakdown is, that might be helpful. So I know I said a lot, but I only really had two questions. And one is, where do we go from here? And secondly, if you could just tell us a little bit more about the geographic distribution of deaf and hard of hearing students across the state.
Certainly. First, I just want to comment on your comment about the disparity of language use and American Sign Language and cued language and listening and spoken language. That was a very integral part of our discussion. And as families and parents and stakeholders, we see a wide variety of choices being made in Maine, and we have to honor each and every one of them. And we see very different children throughout the state of Maine. That slide that I showed you with all those different beautiful faces, there's not two children that are the same. Every child is unique, and deaf and hard of hearing children are no different. The benefit of this process is we're going to help families see if the choice that they're making is working.
Right.
Because often families would start on a path of spoken language or sign language or whatever choice they made and arrive at kindergarten with no language. So by starting these babies and families at birth, we're going to teach these new moms, these new dads, how to do assessment themselves so they can own it. And they will know this is working or this is not working. And I may need to make a change. I may need to add more hearing technology. I may need to add more American Sign Language. I may need to go down a road that I never thought of before. But that was very, very, very important to our process. So thank you, Representative Brennan, for sharing that thought. I'm going to start with your second question first, because I think the next one kind of goes back to Karen Kuziak and Dr. Lucas, and they can jump in with me and support that. The geographic location of all these children is truly statewide. We've just been cleaning up our own data here at MECDHH since I started in January. And luckily, I just pulled that data 2 days ago. And we have 852 children throughout the state of Maine that are birthed to 21. So that number is pretty big. And if you think of the number of children that are at Back to School for the Deaf in our site-based programs, which we now have one in Brewer and one in Portland, those numbers are relatively small. There's approximately 17, 18 in Brewer and 40, 35, 40-ish numbers, not totally in my head. In the Portland program in Brewer, our preschool program has 28 kids with 3 more on their way in. But if you do the math, there's lots of children all over the state. That's why we have statewide offices for MECDHH and statewide offices for CDS, because these children don't live in one part of the state. We have a lot of children in the Bangor area. We have a lot of children in Aroostook County. In fact, we're looking at the possibility, do we need a site-based program in Aroostook? At the tip of York County, I have a special ed director begging for a program. So we're really looking at where are these children grouped and how can we better support them in their homes and their communities, as well as in our larger site-based program. The goal for me as somebody that grew up alone, not knowing deaf and hard of hearing individuals, is getting these children together. They need to see that they're not alone, and their families need to see that they're not alone. So geography, yes, we are all over the map, all over the state. And when I come back to you in January, I will have very clear region and county specific numbers for you. We're really close on getting that data cleaned up. And what's next? Dr. Lucas, I think we will be talking and we will be meeting and looking at next steps. We do have a memorandum of understanding with CDS. So I think that we're in the works of revising that as we speak. So potentially this will be part of that discussion. And Dr. Lucas, what are your thoughts on next steps?
I agree with you, Karen, that we will be looking at the memorandum of understanding and adding this into that process that we use for CDS and referrals.
Yeah.
Well, again, I don't want to speak for. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hopkins, and I don't want to speak for everybody on this committee, but I will say, in my time on the committee, we have any number of different task forces that we authorize to do all kinds of different things. And we have report backs on a regular basis. And I'm just very glad to see that what we thought would be helpful to do in 2019 has in fact worked. And that the task force and the coming together of the various people and various philosophies has resulted in positive change and a direction forward. I can't say that about everything we do in the legislature, but in this case, it seems that as if you're moving in the right direction. So thank you very much. And with that, I will again ask if there's anybody on the committee that has any final thoughts or comments. No. All right. Well, anytime you'd like to come back, let us know. And again, we appreciate your work very much. I'd also at this point like to recognize our 2 interpreters. And thank you hugely and immensely for the work for being with us today, and for the work that you've done and that you continue to do. So thank you. All right. So it is now just about 12:15, and I'm going to make a unilateral decision that the committee will take a break until 12:30, and we'll come back at 12:30 and commence the public hearing schedule, going back to LD 6. We'll start with 640 and then do 247, 1684, and 334. And we'll start that at 12:30, and hopefully we'll be through by 1 o'clock. That was a joke. But again, thank you all for being with us this morning, and with the committee. I know it's been a long morning, and we'll try to take a brief break and be back at 12:30. And maybe it'll give Representative Crockett a chance to run around Mackworth Island.
Stop by and say hi.
It's only 1.2 miles. It's only 1.2 miles, Representative Crockett.
No, it's actually just a hair under 1.5. It's a little one.
So it's 1.4 then.
Change.
Okay.
And
sure
I can't get enough with one lap. I'd have to do more.
Okay.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Bye-bye.
Yep. Goodbye. Thank you.
Hey, Representative.
Hello. You talking to me?
Yeah, yes, Representative McCray. Just a heads up, I did send out two divided reports a little earlier in the day. So
Okay.
be on the lookout. And I know your email is super cluttered, but just be on the lookout for those.
Okay, so I can take care of those right now.
Yeah, yep. And it should say something like response required in the subject line. And
Okay,
it-
yeah, I see that. Are we on lunch or anything? Is that what it is?
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm sorry, you just joined us again. So we're restarting in 5 minutes. So I hope you caught your breath. So we did 1672 this morning. We did the DOE presentation, and then we will be starting with 1640.
Okay, so wait just a second. We did 1672.
Yep.
And I did not vote on that.
Oh, those public hearings.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, 1672.
Yep.
And then you did 1632.
That one got canceled. The sponsor had asked us to, and we went through the POs and got that one. So that one didn't take place today.
Oh, well, I saw somebody signing, and I thought that was.
That was for the DOE presentation.
Okay. So 1632 was canceled.
Yep.
You did 1672 as a public hearing.
Yep. And now we're going to circle back to 1640.
Okay. So what do we need divided reports on?
Oh, these are bills that you all voted on, weeks ago. We finally got the amendments in the fiscal note. So.
Okay, so I will have something from you for me to act on, action required or
Yep.
whatever.
Just after, if you look at the report for it and you're okay with it, if you can just say like, I agree or
Yep,
yes, or something like that.
Been there, done that.
Okay. And it won't be the last time either. I'm sorry.
I know. That's fine. I appreciate it. You're doing a great job, by the way, man.
Oh,
You
thanks,
really are.
Representative. Thanks.
That's just not smoke. Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good.
Sam, you look like you're sleeping with your eyes open there.
Oh, I tell you, Representative, by the time I leave after a 10-hour day, my eyes are just totally glazed over.
I put my screen on, but I am enjoying my peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah. I perfected the act of eating the PB. Well, I just do a peanut butter sandwich usually, sometimes peanut butter and banana, but I can usually get it down in between people giving testimony. You guys don't even notice.
Although you don't put jelly or fluffernutter on your sandwiches, you'll get a kick out of this. We had this conversation with some friends about a month ago.
Uh-huh.
How do you do your PB&J?
Oh, I find people have lots of personal preferences for it. It's not just the standard that everybody would guess.
Yeah, I was quite surprised how strong people felt about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you use creamy or chunky peanut butter?
Well, it was more about at what point do you let the peanut butter touch either the jelly, or do you put it on the same slice of bread?
Oh gosh, no. It has to be
Separate
one.
pieces of bread and then combine it. It was a pretty interesting conversation, as silly as it was.
Wow.
And I learned that I guess I was old school because I put the peanut butter on the slice, and then I put whatever the topping is on top of the peanut butter. And
I don't think that's not how I was raised. You have to put one thing on one slice, one thing on the other slice, and then you put it together.
Well, that's why I said it was old school, because I'm much older than you.
But my parents are probably your age, and they're the ones that taught me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just saying.
Yeah, I can't debate that point.
Well, that's okay. I don't put the jelly on because if it sits for too long, then the bread gets soggy, and that's not enjoyable. So if I'm gonna eat it like fresh, like you just go to the kitchen, make the sandwich, or you're gonna eat it right away, then jelly's okay. But if I have to like pack it for lunch, and I'm packing my lunch at like 5:30 in the morning, can't put jelly on it because then it's just gonna ruin it.
Doesn't get any better than mixed alternate. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
So Ed, at one time in my life, not recently, but at one time in my life, I broke 10 minutes around Mackworth Island.
Well, that's pretty quick.
I know. But it was back when I was in my 20s.
Well, we wouldn't go train there when I was a kid, but my brother's the coach at Falmouth, and he would regularly take his kids over there because it was for that purpose. You could do a 1.5 mile split and do that. I remember way back when I was a kid, Mike, and I was going to the Chevrolet summer clinics.
Yep.
And there was one year where I was in junior high. So the first finisher in each age group would get a trophy. And I was the only runner in my age group that was competing. So the coach said, well, you're not going to get a trophy unless you break a certain time. And fortunately, it was only 12 minutes. And I think I ran 11:58.
That's good.
Very happy to take that trophy home.
Well, it's extraordinarily beautiful, but it's also kind of a tough course. It's a tough 1.4 miles, but it's breathtakingly beautiful.
It is beautiful. Yeah.
So, Sue, how are you doing this morning? Or this
good.
afternoon.
A little delay.
The afternoon.
Doing good. Got all my food delivered and back on and ready to go.
So I'm assuming that the superintendent in Westbrook's very happy about the 55%.
Yes, as is the mayor. He has already proposed how we should spend some of that to I got a phone call, so he apparently has the direct line to Henry Beck, and he knows how much we're getting and has had conversations. So there you go.
Well, they told me yesterday it'd probably be about a week, between a week and 10 days before they could officially send out what 55% was going to look like to everybody in the state. But people can do, I'm sure Representative Stearns just could figure out for his school district right now what that would mean, right?
Well, often we can come close, but sometimes there are some variables in there that throw the final calculation off a little bit. But what's going to be, in my opinion, what's going to be good about this is it will now, with the high receiving schools, they will be brought to a level theoretically of adequacy. And once you're at a level of adequacy, then you can start to really do better comparisons. I always worried back when they did the PICUS study, I had asked for them to look at the effect of not funding to 55% on high receiving students, schools, as opposed to low receiving schools. My theory being that those that relied more on state money would have a more detrimental effect in the classroom, whereas the lower receivers would be able to say, hey, listen, we're going to do that. You know, we've got more resources. We're going to do this for the kids. But this will end that.
Well, that is certainly a perspective shared by high receiver communities. For those of us that are low receiver community,
we can go round and round.
we're never quite convinced that we had the fiscal capacity that everybody else thought that we had.
I can come down there and show it to you. Let me at that $125 million budget.
Yeah, but the other thing, I got to ask Hillary on this, or the DOE, because I'm almost certain 55% does not fund the school funding for it. It does not fund EPS. It just gets us to 55% state share.
But it's 55% of the calculation that is 100% of EPS, I believe.
That's what I want to check on.
Yeah. Of course, there was one of the legislatures quite a while ago, we were doing X percent of 97% of 100% of EPS. If you
exactly
remember.
Right.
Yeah. So that may still be.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to check on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Representative Lyman, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good. How are things in the State House?
Good. It's quiet.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll all be there next Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Oh, are we meeting there?
Well, no, but I mean, we have session next Wednesday.
At the Civic Center, though, correct?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I meant we'd all be together.
Together again.
Next Wednesday. Now, okay.
I
And
was
just
just sharing with some folks that I had to have one of my cats put down, and I had two that were sisters, and I have a Brittany Spaniel, and the cat and my Brittany Spaniel just would lay together on the dog bed. Well, I just had her put down yesterday, and my dog and the sister are like depressed pets. They're going around the house looking for Remy. And so it's like breaking my heart. I leave the house and I have these two cats or these two pets that are traumatized, my dog Camo was looking all over the place last night for Remy. I'm like, okay, how do I counsel my animals?
Well, you know, when I taught at USM, I had a class, and a student wrote a paper about giving bereavement leave when somebody had a death of a animal in their family, like a dog. And I was like, I just, you know, I was like, why would we do? And then the more she presented the paper, and the more she provided the research, and now there are companies across the country that do give bereavement leave if you have the death of an animal in your family. So
it's clear that my two animals are sad.
Well, there's a lot of research to support that too, Representative Lyman.
Do you still have a blankie or something that smells like her or him that you can keep somewhere near the dog bed for at least a few days, so that the smell is still there, but they won't be able to find her or him?
Well, the dog bed that Camo has is the one that they always both laid together on. So whenever Camo gets on it, she smells right where Remy was and lays down in that spot. So,
but what my vet said was after a while, that if the smell has been there for a while, but they can't find the actual pet, that will give them a chance to figure it out and adjust.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Welcome. And I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
My dog's listening.
That's why we're the education committee. We know all these things.
Mike, if I worked for a company that had that bereavement for animals, I think the first thing I would do is get an aquarium.
Okay,
Well,
so I have an aquarium, and I wouldn't be working in 5 years if I got time off for every fish that has died.
you know, it's always employees like you, Paul, that you'd like to have, you know. Figure out how to take advantage of the system.
That's why you end up with 7 paragraphs in a collective bargaining agreement about one incident like that, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
All right. It looks like we have a critical mass of people here. And most importantly, we do have a senator. And even better, we have Senator Rafferty. So,
I'm not sure that's true.
Sam, do we have Senator Keim?
Yes, Representative. Senator Keim is with us and ready to present her bill.
Okay. So again, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to stick to the schedule as best we possibly can. Senator Rafferty does have to go to some other places. I have someplace I have to be at 3 o'clock for a short amount of time, but Senator Rafferty believes he will be around. And if for some reason both of us are gone, and neither one of this, Senator Doherty's not here, Representative Millett, I know you got a bill to present, but we might have to turn to you in the short run as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure Representative Stearns, if it somehow it ends up being my bill when no, you guys aren't here, I'm sure Representative Stearns could run it. So we're good. We've got a great team.
All right. So Sam, we are live now.
Yes, Representative. Yep.
Okay. So good afternoon to members of the committee as well as members of the public. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee is reconvening our public hearings for this afternoon. And the schedule is that we're going to start with LD 1640. We are then going to go to LD 247 and then to 1684. And we will conclude with 334. And as I mentioned, some of us will be in and out depending on other obligations. And We also are joined by our staff analyst, Hillary Rissler, and by our capable committee clerk, Sam Baker. And before we get started, I'd just like to do introductions, and we'll start with Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Joe Rafferty, Senate District 34 down in York County.
And Representative Millette.
Keeping us on our toes. Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
And Representative Lyman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls and part of Livermore.
And Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
And Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the county, and I represent District 148. Good afternoon.
And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Great. So that is everybody. And again, people will be coming and going as the afternoon progresses. So what I will do is open the public hearing on LD 1640, an act to enact the Campus Free Speech and Free Press Act. And my hope is that we have Senator Keim now. Welcome. Sorry, we got a little delayed in terms of our schedule today, but we're glad that you're with us. And we look forward to your presenting your bill.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's been kind of a crazy day in everyone's committees, I think. So good afternoon to everyone. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent the citizens of Senate District 18, which includes Northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin. Thank you for allowing me to introduce LD 1640, an act to enact the Campus Free Speech and Free Press Act. One significant purpose of higher education is to prepare young adults for their respective career paths. But more than that, during this time, young adults develop greater skills in problem solving, independent thinking, and form opinions on real-world issues affecting them. Engaging in open dialogue about differing opinions helps to shape their perceptions and encourages one to look at issues from all sides. When students and faculty fear punishment for expressing an unpopular viewpoint, this stifles intellectual development and growth. LD 1640 enacts the Campus Free Speech and Free Press Act that establishes the right to use campuses for free speech activities and prohibits the limitation of expression to so-called free speech zones. It also protects student journalists and their student media advisors. This bill seeks to uphold the counter-speech doctrine, which is derived from the theory that audiences or recipients of the expression can weigh for themselves the values of competing ideas and hopefully follow the better approach. Isn't that also a central principle of education? The counter-speech doctrine is one of the most important free expression principles in First Amendment jurisprudence. Justice Brandeis established the counter-speech doctrine in his classic opinion in Whitney versus California when he wrote, "If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehoods and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence." When drafting this legislation, I worked closely with two groups whose focus it is to safeguard freedom of speech, the Maine ACLU and the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. Through many discussions, we have worked this legislation to its current form, and I thank them for their diligent work. As the ACLU states on their website, the First Amendment to the Constitution protects speech, no matter how offensive its content. Restrictions on speech by public colleges and universities amount to government censorship in violation of the Constitution. Such restrictions deprive students of their right to invite speech they wish to hear, debate speech with which they disagree, and protest speech they find bigoted or offensive. An open society depends on liberal education, and the whole enterprise of liberal education is founded on the principles of free speech. This bill before you is lengthy, and it seeks to address issues surrounding campus free speech, such as disruptive behavior, excessive security fees imposed for events that might create friction, training for staff and students, and a time-limited cause of action. The infringement of free speech on higher education campuses can be seen nationally, exemplifying what this law is intended to address. At the University of Tennessee in September of 2019, Kimberly Dye was nearly expelled from the university's graduate pharmacy program for her private social media posts. Middlebury College, a Vermont liberal arts school with about 2,500 students, made national headlines in 2017 due to protesters who so detested a speaker that they tried to prevent their classmates from hearing him speak. Protests by Black Lives Matter chapter at the College of William and Mary successfully shut down a talk by American Civil Liberties Union representative who was there to discuss the First Amendment. In 2018, the University of California at Berkeley settled a free speech lawsuit, which accused the school of discriminating against speakers with conservative views. This bill seeks to ensure that Maine's public institutions of higher education remain open to differing views, and be a place where substantive argumentative debate thrives amidst deliberations of divergent perspectives, and not suppressing because the ideas put forth, which are thought by some to be offensive, unwise, immoral, or wrongheaded. One main argument against this Campus Free Speech Act is that it is unnecessary. Thankfully, Maine schools do have solid free speech policies, but free speech is too important not to be explicitly outlined and protected by law, or to be left to an ever-changing committee who sets these policies. In these turbulent times where students and faculty are increasingly afraid to speak out, this law establishes legislative intent and sends a strong message that Maine is a place where all the voices of our people are respected and given equal opportunity to be heard. If this bill still has issues that need to be resolved, I am eager to work with stakeholders to find a solution. I urge the committee to pass LD 1640 to protect the voice of the minority and preserve the right to express dissenting opinions. Maine needs the minds of our young people to be cultured in an environment that challenges their narratives and exposes them to the rigor of opposing argument, thereby allowing them to forge thoughtful and informed perspectives that will lead our state into the future. Thank you for your time today and for your consideration of this legislation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for being here, and we really appreciate your background. We don't have the opportunity to be outside, so seeing your background is the next best thing we have at this point.
Yes, this is beautiful Western Maine mountains, so I love it.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Thank you so much. I'm going to run back to judiciary now. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. And I did see that Senator Daughtry has joined us, and possibly she might want to introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Maddie Daughtry, and I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell.
Great. Next we have Michael Kabid from the ACLU speaking in favor of the bill. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here today. And
thank you.
And you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by the Maine and U.S. constitutions. On behalf of our members, I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1640. College and university campuses have been the sites of some of the most important protests of the past half a century: the anti-war movement, civil rights, racial justice, divestment from apartheid, South Africa, fair treatment of workers, and the need to respond to climate change. Today, students and faculty members across the country are participating in the demand for reform of our criminal legal system and the recognition that Black Lives Matter. This bill, if enacted, will ensure that these debates and others can continue, and that students will not be discriminated against in the exercise of their freedom of expression because their views are controversial or unpopular. Nobody needs legal protection in order to express popular views. It's only when the speech runs up against the views and opinions of the dominant political culture that free speech protection is necessary. This bill would ensure that controversial or unpopular speakers will not be shunted off to a free speech zone, a pernicious euphemism for a practice designed to insulate people from diverse viewpoints. I'll note that contrary to the sponsor's examples, it's not just conservatives, but also political radicals that have been prevented from speaking on campus, speakers on either end of the political spectrum. For example, a planned lecture in 2016 at Webster University by major activists in the Black Lives Matter movement was canceled due to threats made against the speakers. Because LD 1640 will improve the ability of people on college and university campuses to continue to engage in debates about the most important topics of our time, we urge this committee to support it. With that, I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for your comments. And I see that Representative Dodge has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here with us today. My question is around the decision that, or decisions, plural, that have been made in the past to cancel speakers or events, and the reason for those cancellations in some cases. Was it not a concern about the safety of students because of possible violent reactions? Thank you.
Representative Dodge, yeah, I think that this bill creates an exception like that. An exception like that also exists in current law. Yeah, if violence is highly likely to result, then I think this bill would give campuses leeway to cancel that speech. And if this bill didn't, then it might be successfully challenged in court for that reason. But I will say that determinations like that are made on a case-by-case basis. And it's impossible to say exactly what will constitute a sufficient danger of risk ahead of time.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other questions of members of the committee? Okay. Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate your comments.
My pleasure. Thank you, Representative.
Yeah. We'll now go to Tyler Coward, who is also speaking in favor of the bill. Hello, Mr. Coward. Thank you for being here. And you have the floor.
Well, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Chairman Rafferty, and members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Tyler Coward, and I am the Legislative Counsel at the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, or FIRE. And while not a Mainer myself, I do enjoy frequent visits to my family in the South Portland area. And so I'm very happy to be in front of your committee today. Thank you for taking FIRE is a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting free speech and due process rights on college campuses across the country. And we're here to support LD 1640 and to answer any questions you may have about the bill. Senator Keim and the representative from the ACLU have done a very good job outlining what the bill intends to do. And I would like to walk through a couple of things that I think are of particular importance. The first thing is that the bill requires public institutions of higher education to adopt specific policy or certain policy statements supporting free expression on campus, among other things, that the institution respects and supports the freedom of all members of the institution's community to discuss any problem that presents itself. And as Senator Keim mentioned, that is one of the primary basis of a liberal education. The bill also declares that the open outdoor areas of public institutions of higher education shall be treated as public forums, and that any restrictions on speech in these areas need to be consistent with the case from the United States Supreme Court called Ward versus Rock Against Racism. And while the bill does not specifically cite to that case, the standard used in the bill comes directly from the Supreme Court of the United States. It also expressly prohibits institutions from quarantining student expression into unconstitutional and so-called free speech zones. The bill does prohibit institutions from assigning security fees to student organizations based on the viewpoints of their speech or the viewpoint of the speech of an invited speaker. And that practice has also already been prohibited by the United States Supreme Court in a case called Forsyth. And then finally, the bill provides important protections for student journalists on campus by prohibiting universities from forcing student media into what's called prior review, where administrators review content before it is published, which is a particularly pernicious form of censorship. And it also protects student media advisors from retaliation based on what student media publishes on campus. So those are a few of the highlights, and I stand ready to answer any questions from the committee. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coward. Are there any questions of Mr. Coward? Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Coward. And being a Portlander myself, I hope you get back to the area as soon as possible. Curious from a national level, it feels to me, and I'm obviously going to learn a lot through the rest of today's discussion, that our higher institutions here in Maine are already addressing these issues fairly aggressively. Are there examples of where we are, we're missing things that you could share?
I think you're correct to point that there is a national issue here. And as for what this bill covers, whether or not there are issues in Maine, insofar as the written policies at those institutions, I'm not sure that those necessarily exist. But as Senator Keim said, that the prophylactic that this bill provides against future enforcement of unconstitutional policies on campus, the trainings that would be required for campus administrators to go through so that they fully understand what the First Amendment is, how it applies on campus, so they do not violate student civil liberties, I think are important tools that the legislature can put into place to ensure that those students attending public institutions of higher education in the state do not have their rights violated in the future. If you look at our website, we do rate speech code policies at institutions across the country, including in Maine. And while this bill does not tackle all of the issues related to campus free speech issues on college campuses, you'll see that there are institutions that do not have their policies fully in line with what is required by the United States Constitution. And that those, again, those issues aren't necessarily tackled in this bill. But you will find that there are issues outstanding aside from this bill that may need addressing in future legislative sessions.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm wondering, in your view, does this bill protect, does it add anything to existing protections? And additionally, does it protect currently, unprotected speech? Is there something, I'm just sort of struggling to see what isn't protected by the First Amendment. And if this is not just a bill in search of, it's a bill in search of a solution for a problem that doesn't exist.
No, thank you for your question. One thing that the bill does that is, I think, particularly helpful for students in your state is that it provides a cause of action if their rights are violated. So even if university policies, written policies, are consistent with what the case law requires, if a student does face censorship on campus, the bill provides an important cause of action. And the cause of action is important for a number of ways. You're correct that the First Amendment, applies on these public institutions of higher education. And one of the questions we receive often is, if the First Amendment exists, why are bills like this necessary? The cause of action is actually one of the primary reasons why this bill is so important, because for a long time, when it comes to issues of censorship on campus, if a student is expelled and for protected speech, there's obviously a great harm there. And if a student sues in court, a court can recognize that this harm has taken place. If an institution, on the other hand, says you may not distribute literature in this place at this time, that's still a constitutional violation. But most of the time, when a student sues under that sort of violation, a court receiving that complaint usually thinks of relief in terms of injunctive relief instead of money damages. And so if a student sues, if they are a freshman or a junior or a senior, if they are a freshman or a sophomore and they sue, they may be able to get to a judge and get injunctive relief in federal court under Section 1983 under the First Amendment. But what we have found is sometimes when they are seeking this injunctive relief, if they graduate while the lawsuit is ongoing, the court says, hey, you are no longer a member of this campus community. This policy no longer applies to you, and therefore there's no longer a case or controversy, and the case is now moot. So the court basically tosses the case, even if there was perhaps a constitutional violation. So by inserting this cause of action into this bill, it allows a court to retain jurisdiction because it says, if there's a violation, you must award at least X amount of money damages. So it allows those students to still get a redress in state court they may not get in federal court. So that's one of the primary differences between what a student may be able to do under First Amendment law. One of the questions you asked is if it changes protected speech at all. It does not. We've been very careful to do two things. One is we do not want to inhibit an institution's ability to respond to unprotected speech. So the bill does not do that. And second, we've tried to not impose any additional obligations on institutions that are not already required by case law. So by codifying these standards into your state statute, it puts universities on notice that the legislature takes this very seriously, and also provides that helpful cause of action for students who can choose a venue if they wish to sue in federal court or to sue under state statute.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And you got me thinking now from that question. I'm trying to think of how to put this into words, because obviously I'm not a lawyer. And I know there's, often a joke in the legislature of not wanting to create bills that just create a lot of work for lawyers and is, self-protection. And that I think that's kind of what I'm struggling with what you're saying, is that wouldn't the goal of all of this, and looking at your organization, the goal is to have free speech access. And, if there's the issue of students not being able to, be able to accomplish this on campus, isn't the, injunctive relief what matters and not about monetary? I'm just a little bit put off or just worried about when the cause of action is more about the monetary instead of the ultimate goal of making sure that the speech is accessed. And then I guess my other portion of that would be is, don't they already have this right under the Constitution? Because the Constitution is the Constitution. And if their, first speech rights are being violated, they have the right, all of us as Americans. I mean, that's one of our most sacred portions of our democracy.
Thank you again for your question. I'll take the first question first about the monetary versus the injunctive. As I tried to describe in my testimony, yes, you can still sue for an injunctive relief. However, federal courts can sometimes take quite a bit of time to hear a case. And universities have learned that if they can take certain steps to delay that litigation, if a student graduates in that time frame, they may never get to an opinion to enforce to get that injunctive relief. So as I tried to mention, if you're a freshman on campus and this happens to you, you have 4 years to try to get the court to hear this case and get to an opinion or reach a settlement with the institution to revise that policy. But students, if it happens to you, in the end of your senior year, you're like, my constitutional rights were just violated, and you try to sue. One, you run the risk of having your case get mooted because that you're no longer engaged in an ongoing conflict or controversy. And two, good luck trying to find a lawyer to take that case, because they will not want to put in all that work just to have that case get mooted out shortly afterward. There are a handful of organizations like FIRE and like many ACLU chapters that take campus speech cases pro bono, but there are not. We have limited resources as a nonprofit, so we can't be everywhere at all times. So the idea here is to ensure that the money damages here are not, I don't think, overwhelming for institutions. I forget the, pardon me while I search through the bill. But I think that the damages section says that the court shall award not less than $500 plus $50 per day as if the violation is ongoing. So it's a pretty low threshold. We don't want to bankrupt institutions, but the bill also caps damages at $100,000 for an institution, and courts can take in a variety of things into consideration when making that determination. I will say that in federal court, if a student chose to sue in federal court, there are no caps on damages, and the cost could rise well into the excess of well over $100,000. FIRE sponsored a lawsuit in Georgia that took 8 years after being sent up and down through the courts over that time, that the university system there settled for over $900,000, which is high, much higher than the average case. But we don't want to bankrupt institutions from these things, but we also don't want them to make a decision, we will censor and just write a check. So that's sort of the lines that we're trying to find here. And I think that this not less than $500 is a good starting point in that regard.
Can I ask another follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, and thank you for those examples, and thinking about the cause of action, I'm wondering for the work session, our wonderful analysts, if we've dealt with any other bills in front of education that have a cause of action. That definitely seems like something that's, potentially in the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee, and something that, I'm curious if we've ever seen that before. My other question is, your organization obviously is working this on a national level. I'm wondering how many different pieces of legislation like this you're working on, in how many other states? And if that's something you don't have off the top of your head, no worries. But if we could just have that for the work session.
Sure. As I mentioned in my testimony earlier, there are a number of issues that affect speech rights in higher ed. And this bill tackles 2 or 3 of them. One is the limitation of speech in the outdoor areas of campus to what are called free speech zones. That's a provision like that prohibiting free speech zones and defining how universities can respond to speech in those open outdoors areas of the campus. That sort of provision of this bill has been passed in about, with maybe slightly different language depending on the state, has passed, and I think so far about 21 or 2 other states. I can get a firm number to the committee about that. The bill, the provision of the bill relating to security fees is less, has been passed in fewer states, and I don't have a number, but I can get that to the committee as well. And the student press protections are this is language that comes substantially from the Student Press Law Center, and I can do some digging to see. They have 2 campaigns about this. One is in K-12, to which fire is neutral because we only deal with higher education. But they also have bills that affect K-12 and higher ed. I can get you, the committee, also information about where those bills have passed as well. But that's been a national campaign of theirs called the New Voices campaign from the Student Press Law Center. And you can find more information about it on their website as well, about their success in various jurisdictions.
Thank you. Sorry, I totally missed a bit of the end of it because our dog saw the mailman coming in there. So I apologize if the committee got treated to the howling and songs of Bailey the Hound Dog again. But thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Are there Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Coward, for being with us today. My question to you is about location, please. I seem to recall in the past, there was a situation where 2 opposing groups on one of our campuses had a problem with the outside area to which they were assigned for their protest and their activities. How would this bill address that sort of situation, please?
So how this generally works on campuses and how courts sort of view this is that if there is a group engaging in a spontaneous protest and they have not reserved a location for that protest at that time, there is no right to control that area and be free from counter protests in your space, to be free from disruptive activities in a space that has not been reserved for that purpose. However, if a student organization does reserve a space on campus for expressive activity, they can control that area and can ensure that the expressive activity that they are engaging in does not face a material and substantial disruption from other people. So the question here really turns on whether or not that space has been reserved in advance. If one of the questions we get a lot are about itinerant preachers, a lot of times they do not reserve space on campus. They just set up a soapbox in a corner. And you see oftentimes the response from students and that the debate and dialogue that often happens there. And I think that because that person does not have exclusive control over that area for that time, you see those counter protests happen, and those are the sort of scenarios that I think of when you raise your question.
Other questions from members of the committee? Mr. Coward, I have one quick one. When I taught at the University of New England in the School of Social Work, they had what they called a safe zone, meaning that students could enter that quote zone and expect not to be harassed or not to have certain type of speech directed at them that not necessarily was illegal, but was just harmful and hurtful in some way. As I read this bill, and it talks about you cannot exercise a free speech zone, would those safe zones then be outlawed under this legislation? And those type of safe zones are not unique to UNE of Maine. They're something fairly common across the country.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. The bill, so when it talks about free speech zones in this bill, it refers to any zone in the open areas of campus, in the outdoor areas of campus. If a university or a department within the university were to set up, or a student club were to set up a place for people who feel marginalized in certain circumstances, the bill would not prohibit such a place if it were indoors somewhere, if it were a certain room on campus or a certain indoor area on campus. But if the bill does allow for speech to happen in the outdoor areas of campus, so long as that speech is constitutionally protected.
Okay, thank you. Any other Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if this legislation was in place and I'm a student or a faculty member on a college campus, and every day for 75 days in a row, I go out to my car in the parking lot and there's a flyer on the windshield about X topic. And the administration, myself and everybody else complains to the administration. And finally, after 75 days, they tell the individual that's doing this, you can express that, but over in this area, you can't go in the parking lot and do that anymore. It's a real nuisance. We're finding flyers everywhere. Nobody likes to do this. Would the administration be allowed to do that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So there may be a little bit of nuance to this because some courts have found the sort of flyering and putting things in people's cars as could be a trespass to their property. So that would be could be unlawful activity. But if you're asking about somebody distributing flyers on campus, there may be limited circumstances when the university can say you can't do it here, but you can do it here. For example, if a student were blocking the entrances in the building or exits to and from buildings, if they, in your parking lot example, if they were standing in the way of people trying to get out of the parking lot, blocking their way to force them to take certain things, those are the sort of viewpoint and content neutral rules that a university can still maintain pursuant to the test that I talked about from the United States Supreme Court about how and when universities or government agencies broadly, but here in this context, universities, how they can restrict speech in these open, publicly accessible outdoor areas of campus.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Would you agree that this bill might be better served to be in front of the Judiciary Committee?
With due respect, I am not an expert on Maine legislative rules and how these bills get sent to different committees. I'm happy to testify in support of this bill in any committee that it's in front of. But I think that's probably a better question for your rules committee or whoever makes those decisions.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coward. I'm sorry, Senator Daughtry had another follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just thinking, this came up while listening to some of the other questions and just wondering, you mentioned your organization has, been involved in, representing different students who have had their First Amendment free speech amendments violated. I'm just wondering, how much of this is the bill that's in front of us is sort of a priority, obviously, for your organization. I'm just wondering if it's, a model that your organization is working to introduce throughout other states. So is this something just,
Yes, as I mentioned, the latter half of the bill dealing with student press is mostly from the Student Press Law Center. And while campus free press is an important issue to us, this is their language, so I don't want to take credit for it at all. And they really have been leading the charge to protect student journalists, and I thank them for that because they've done an excellent job. When it comes to the first part of the bill that deals with access to campus, in the publicly accessible outdoor areas of campus, that is substantially similar to a model bill we have called the CAFE Act, which was in the CAFE Act, a version of it was introduced in the legislature a couple of years ago. And it does not typically include the security fee provision, but that is a model for us. And while that model, it's as a standalone itself, has passed in a handful of states. Some of the states that I mentioned earlier, when it gets up to the 21, 22 number, have passed a substantially similar provision as a part of a broader campus speech bill that includes a lot more than the provisions that we're talking about here today.
Thank you. And thank you for being game for all my questions as well.
I've been very happy to answer them. And if any members of the committee have additional questions after this hearing or before the work session, we are more than happy to either hop on the phone with you or respond to you via email. We make myself, as part of our legislative and policy team, and my colleagues on this team make ourselves available literally at all hours. If you have any questions, we field phone calls from legislators at all times of day. So we're happy to make ourselves available for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coward. We
Thank
are now
you.
going to move on to those people who are speaking in opposition to LD 1640. And the first person we have is Amy Homans from the Maine Community College System.
I don't know.
Hello,
I've
Ms.
only been on
Homans?
Zoom for a year and a half. You'd think I would have those buttons down.
Well, we all struggle at different times, believe me. So thank you very much for being with us, and you can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Amy Homans, and I'm General Counsel for the Maine Community College System. I've been laboring over what to say to the committee on this bill, and after listening to Mr. Coward, I almost feel like the community college's position has been made for us by the proponents of the bill. They've acknowledged that there's no examples of conduct in Maine at any of the 15 public campuses that warrant imposition of the regulations that this bill would impose on all 15 of us. I'm only speaking for the community colleges, but I think it's telling that there are no examples of conduct where any of the publics have violated the free speech rights of its students or its invited guests or its employees. And I want to be very clear that the community college system fully supports free speech on its campuses, regardless of how challenging or personally upsetting the subject matter may be. And our policies and practices that we already have reflect that commitment. What we do oppose is unjustified regulation that attempts to protect, admittedly, already protected speech and to render unlawful, admittedly, conduct that is already unlawful. The proponents of the bill have already acknowledged that federal law already governs the activities that would be made unlawful in this bill. Expressive activities are already, the bill, the section entitled Protected Expressive Activities, that's a restatement of federal law. The restrictions on a traditional public forum, that is a restatement of federal law. Federal law actually allows free speech zones as long as somebody has, the speaker has to have a meaningful opportunity for the expression of their speech. So the term free speech zone is a label that's been placed on areas where people are allowed to gather to express their speech. But the traditional public forums, all of our community campuses, college campuses, have numerous traditional public forum spaces on their campuses where people can gather, students, members of the community, guests can gather and express their speech. There has been zero complaint from anyone, whether it's someone from an outside group or a member of our community, that they don't have an adequate space outdoors on our campuses to express whatever speech it is that they want to express. None of the community colleges charge a security fee. And it would be unlawful now under federal law to impose a security fee that is somehow based on the content of the speech that's expected to be delivered or how the speech may impact other people. That's already against the law. So these provisions are what they're doing essentially is overlaying a state framework with a whole new set of penalties. And let's not forget attorney's fees in addition to the financial penalties, overlays a whole new framework on top of the already existing federal framework. And I would differ with Mr. Coward's description of why someone would go to federal court versus state court. This provision, this new cause of action doesn't give somebody anything they don't already have under federal law. And for someone who hasn't practiced in Maine's federal courts, they have something called the rocket docket. And the rocket docket speeds these kinds of cases right through the courts, particularly where there's preliminary injunction requests that are pending. You know, if somebody, your rights don't end just because you're not a college student anymore. If your rights to free speech were denied, they were denied, and you have a cause of action. And in federal court, you can get compensatory damages. Now, typically, compensatory damages aren't a lot of money because usually what you're entitled to is the right to the speech that you were denied. You don't get anything from this new state regulatory framework other than a choice to go to state court, which for the public means that if there was an incident with multiple protesters who felt they had a cause of action, we could be fighting a claim or multiple claims in state court and multiple claims in federal court arising out of essentially the same incident. So we are now spreading our resources, public resources paid for by taxpayer dollars, to two separate forums. I would venture to say that is completely unnecessary, that this is not a situation where free speech rights have been left unprotected, or that somehow the free speech rights of people on Maine's campuses are going to die on the vine if this committee does not move this bill on with an ought to pass. It's simply not the case. You know, and this is the same case we had back in 2019 when we had a similar version of this bill, and Mr. Coward came forward and testified on behalf of FIRE for that bill. That was another situation where the committee was regaled with tales of things that happened in other states, nothing to do with Maine, no examples in Maine. And my understanding of Maine law, after having practiced in the state for 35 years, is that the purpose of a Maine law is to address situations that happen in the state of Maine that we don't want to reoccur and that we want to penalize when they occur. There's no conduct that would underlay any support for that kind of legislation. It's certainly not what's presented to this committee. And I also want to point out that while FIRE claims they don't want to bankrupt any institution, the penalties for under that state cause of action are significant, and typically it's not the ultimate fine or compensatory damages that is terribly expensive for the institution. It's the attorney's fees that the plaintiff's counsel, typically FIRE or a similar organization, seek, because that's what funds their activities, and that's fine. That's their model, and that's how they work. And I'm not saying their work isn't all good work. But for the institutions that are defending those claims, having to pay another party's attorney's fees is huge. I'd also like to say that the bill, typically my experience with Maine law is that you folks are very good at crafting really well-defined legislation that really provides guidance to those of us who are on the compliance end. We know when we pick up a bill or when we pick up a law that's finally been enacted, it's clear. We know what we have to do. We know what we have to do to comply. There is some very substantive language in this bill that would be very difficult for us to manage. And I know I'm running out of time, but let me just say, One example is we could be sued for up to $100,000 plus attorney's fees for not adequately, quote, guaranteeing all members of the institution's community, including all the staff and students, the broadest possible latitude to speak, write, listen, challenge, and learn. I would agree that is aspirational, but to penalize us with up to $100,000 plus attorney's fees because there may be a differing interpretation of what the broadest possible latitude is a challenging situation for the publics. Similarly, we could be sued because we failed to, quote, promote a lively and fearless freedom of debate and deliberation. It would be highly unusual to enshrine those kinds of subjective standards into Maine law. And with respect to the traditional forum argument, a traditional public forum is an outdoor space that in which the delivery of speech is so enmeshed in the nature of that property. The original town green, the village common, parks, sidewalks, roads, those are all untouchable in terms of where people can go to deliver their speech and have the most minimal government restriction on the speech that they're delivering. It has to be content neutral, and the speech can only be time, manner, place restricted, and the restrictions have to be narrowly tailored. That is longstanding, undisputed law that applies to all of us for all of our traditional forums. What this bill would purport to do would be to take and make every inch of our campuses to which the public has access, and our campuses are open. We don't restrict, our campuses aren't gated, we let everybody in. Some of our campuses have, like the SMCC campus has a big public walkway along the coast that everybody is invited to use. We don't close our gates, but it would make every inch of our campus subject to that most minimal regulation, meaning we couldn't designate a certain part. SMCC has a small cemetery, for those of you who are familiar with that campus. We couldn't say under this bill passed, we could not say that the only speech activity allowed in that small cemetery is quiet meditation, because that would be a content-based regulation. So essentially we would be in a conflict situation with people who want to say, well, I want to be up here next to this classroom because it's really shady, and I want to have my speech there, even though that's not a place where speech is traditionally, public speech is traditionally expressed, because it's right under the windows of, say, where the nursing students are taking their state licensing exam. So it puts us in a conflict situation with people who want to use any part of our campus for whatever speech purpose they have, with the most minimal restrictions allowed by federal law. We currently have, as I said, adequate spaces on our campuses. There's no shortage of roads, sidewalks, and green spaces that are already available for public speech on our campuses. So, and with regard to the student media provision of this bill, this is another area where there is an existing expansive body of law governing freedom of the press, just the same as free speech governing all the speech that goes on our campuses. And there's no examples of MCCS restricting the rights of student journalists, just as there are no examples of MCCS restricting people to areas, beyond the dumpster where no one can hear their speech they're trying to give. We don't penalize our faculty members for engaging our students in controversial discussions on topics that might make people uncomfortable. We don't have civility codes that we impose on our students. And we don't otherwise infringe on the constitutional rights of our speakers, because we know what those rights are. So I would say, as I did to this committee in my very opening statement in 2019, that this entire bill is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist at the community colleges in Maine. Yes, Senator Daughtry, I noted when you reflected the same thinking. And for these reasons, MCCS respectfully requests that this committee report that this bill ought not to pass. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Homans. Ms. Homans, for being here and for your comments. And Senator Daughtry has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. it is kind of interesting hearing the same line, and it really kind of, your points got to the heart of, I think, that question that I was asking, so thank you. But I do also want to ask you a couple of the questions that I also asked Mr. Coward. I'm wondering, in your view, does this bill protect currently unprotected speech? And also, does it do anything to existing protections? I mean, you spoke a little bit about the process with the litigation. And I just keep coming back to thinking that the First Amendment would supersede these. Those are the three things I'm really stuck on.
Well, the First Amendment is the First Amendment, and there is a huge comprehensive body of law developed from both state and federal constitutions that exists, regardless of anything this committee does. Nothing will change the existing body of free speech law that the proponents have already acknowledged covers the aspects of this bill, put things in this bill that they now want to be subject to state law. So no, it does not expand the rights, other than designating every inch of our campuses as subject to the least possible restriction already permitted under federal law. No, there is no speech unprotected that this bill would add some additional or layer on an absent protection for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your explanations. They are very much appreciated, although I don't have a law degree, and so I'm struggling. I would like to ask if you could take me back to the situation I was asking about in my earlier question about location. Mm-hmm. Can you respond, please, to a group from the university who is perhaps requested to conduct their protest activities in location X, and an opposing group who is asked to use their activities to do those in section Y? And perhaps they are not happy with the assignment of that location, and how this bill would interact with that scenario, please. Thank you.
I don't see this bill really affecting that. Typically, if a speaker, let me just change the scenario just a bit. If a speaker is invited, their right to speak cannot be substantially interfered with by protesters. Take, the examples that we've seen. I think these have mostly occurred at the small liberal arts colleges in the country, where a speaker comes with a very controversial viewpoint that a segment of the student body vehemently disagrees with. So they all show up, they go into the auditorium where the speaker is speaking, and then they disrupt the speaker. And their disruption prohibits that speaker from continuing. That is unlawful. That is already illegal under federal law. You cannot do that. You cannot materially interfere. I have to walk to the plug. I've been on this committee all day, and I need to walk to where my plug is. I'm so sorry. So that's what the law says now, that you cannot interfere with somebody who has been invited to campus, and that person has a right to express their speech. If it's a speaker who is outside at campus, and they have just, a group has come to campus, whether it's a person or more than one person, counter protesters have a right to counter protest. I mean, that's the nature of free speech. You don't have a right to stand on the street and express your viewpoint and do it without, being molested in some regard verbally. No one can threaten you, and no one can threaten your person. No one can threaten your property. No one can harm you, but somebody can stand in your face and shout at you all day long if the two of you want to go at it. typically on a college, and I can't speak to the situation at the university because I'm not familiar with it, but if we had a group that was protesting, and another group wanted to protest against them, I mean, I imagine we would have to draw a line between the two groups so that we gave some people some space so that they're not right in each other's faces, because that's really when people start to get hurt. And we do have an obligation to protect our students. That, the safety of our students really is our foremost consideration. I mean, we are there only for one reason, and that is for the students. Our employees are there for the students, and we are there to educate them and get them out so they can get a job and be a part of Maine's workforce. That is our entire mission, and that is our primary mission. The fact that we're public means that we also have responsibilities to make our space available for speakers. I mean, that's just the nature of being a public institution. And frankly, it's not been an issue for us. I mean, I'm not saying that we haven't had, small gatherings here and there, but there's never been an issue that has arisen from them that has caused anybody any great concern. Usually the question is, can we use a bullhorn? And the answer is no. That's in our policy. You can't amplify your voice because then you're going to be interrupting, what's going on in the classes around you. But yes, you can gather here, you can have your gathering, you can shout as loud as you want, but no, you can't use a bullhorn. That's about as complicated as it gets for us. So I'm not sure if I really answered your question, but people don't generally have a right to express their viewpoint and not have somebody disagree with them if they are just, coming to the property to express their viewpoint.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Could I address Representative Stern's question about the leaf litter in the parking lot?
Very quickly, yes.
Sure. So I just wanted to note that the institution would have no ability to restrict that kind of conduct if every inch of the campus was made a traditional public forum. If they don't already allow speech in the parking lots, then if this bill passed, they would have to allow that speech in the parking lots, although they could say you can't touch the cars. But they would not be able to restrict the leaf litter from that space or any space on campus.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from members of the committee, Ms. Homans, thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate your time and comments. We will now go to Samantha Warren, who is speaking neither for nor against. Welcome, Ms. Warren, and now we can see you.
Good afternoon. I can see you too. That's always reassuring. Good afternoon, and I believe Senator Rafferty is with you, so I'll address Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Sam Warren, Director of Government and Community Relations for the University of Maine System. And I think I'd love to just say ditto and walk away, but brevity is not my strong suit. But I think Attorney Homan's testimony reminds us about the thoughtful and highly professional attorneys at our universities and our community colleges who are working with faculty, staff, and students to shape the policies that are appropriate for our institutions and are consistent with existing state and federal law, as well as the Constitution of the United States, which is, of course, the law of the land. I think Attorney Homans did such a nice job speaking about the legal aspects of this. I just want to share with you the University of Maine System's values as they pertain to this particular topic, and really just be very clear with this committee, as I was 2 years ago when a similar bill was heard, that free inquiry is a fundamental purpose of public higher education. And from our system's founding and to this day since, we've been unequivocal in our commitment to protecting and promoting the rights of all university community members, that's faculty, staff, and students, to free speech, which of course includes free expression and assembly. And as I shared with you 2 years ago, the very first policy ever enacted by our Board of Trustees was one affirming these rights and making clear there should be no restrictions upon them. And I want to get at, I think, what Representative Dodge was asking about, as Attorney Holman spoke to or noted, none of the testimony here today in support of this bill has suggested any existing problem at our public institutions here in Maine that need to be addressed. But I think I know what Representative Dodge was referring to, so I want to address that. And that is, as Attorney Holman spoke to, while our universities may ensure that speech and assembly activities are not disruptive to our normal operations and do not block or interfere with safe entry and exit, including for emergency personnel vehicles, our policy does make clear that our entire university campus is open for free speech and assembly, and there are not to be designated zones within that. There was an incident several years ago at the University of Maine, which was not consistent with what I just said. And as a result, the university updated its policy on free speech and assembly. And I would note that FIRE, who you heard from today, has since given that policy its highly coveted green light and noted that the system policy on which UMaine's policy is based is, quote, excellent. One of the things that's very concerning about this bill to the university, and I think Senator Daughtry asked, what would fundamentally change as a result of this bill? One of the things that really caught our eye was that our policies appropriately allow the purview of our police and public safety professionals to determine appropriate security plans and related fees for various assemblies. And that's based on available information and their expertise and that of, intelligence of fellow law enforcement entities. So we would be very concerned if this bill moved forward and limited the ability of our trained law enforcement professionals to do their jobs and exercise their best judgment in keeping our campuses safe. I think you can imagine the security planning and potentially the related fees for our institutions are different if it was a gathering of our senior college versus a political protest. So you may have 500 people at both, but you could imagine the activity and the security planning may need to be different. And we need to give our skilled law enforcement professionals the ability to make those judgments. I would also say that we really value a free press on our campuses, and that includes the expectation that even if the university finances campus media, we have no editorial control over that media. And I think if you've ever visited our campuses and picked up a copy of the student paper, you would see this play out. It is not unusual for campus media to be critical of the university and its administrators. I've been the victim of that myself. But that said, I'm aware of no case where our journalists or their coverage has been infringed upon and has been anything less than supported. We treat, the main campus or the USM Free Press the same way that we would engage with the Portland Press Herald or the Bangor Daily News. If there's an error in a story, we would ask that be corrected just as we would with a more traditional media outlet. But again, no limits on their coverage or control. I wanted to just close today, and I'll send you my written testimony, but I just want to share the words that Chancellor Malloy shared with our entire university system on January 7th, 2021, the day after the Capitol insurrection, as I think they're important. He said, in higher education, we foster learning and civic engagement through critical inquiry, the free exchange of ideas, and honest, respectful dialogue among people of diverse backgrounds who may hold different beliefs, not unlike what we would hope from our political leaders in the world's oldest democracy. But there's no guarantee that learning will occur without accepting facts and honoring both truth and respect for those who pursue it. And I've included more of his comments in my written testimony. But with that, I'll end because I do think Attorney Holman's answered the fundamental questions at issue today. And I look forward to answering any questions you may have for me.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Warren. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I have one, hopefully quick one, and you mentioned this in your final remarks. there is the free press at the University of Southern Maine. I'm assuming there's a publication at the Orono and possibly on other campus. Technically, who is the editor or who is the publisher of those newspapers? So I'm assuming that there is a student editor, but that editor is in fact not the publisher. Is the university still considered to be the publisher?
Representative Brennan, that is a fantastic question. I'm happy to look into that. I believe,
Okay.
And because the arrangements may be different at different universities. I know I served on the staff as a reporter at UMF's student paper many years ago. Representative Lyman may remember that paper, the Farmington Flyer. And there was a student advisor who provided, support. And I believe that the paper was largely funded, as it is at our other campuses, from the student activity fees. And so, but in terms of who the actual publisher is, I'm happy to get that information for you.
Well, so for example, if in a free press or in a newspaper such as Free Press in Portland, if they print in something that was slanderous or libelous, would the student editor be held responsible, or would the quote publisher as the university be held responsible? And the only reason I asked the question is because there's a lot in this bill about freedom of press by the journalists. But if in fact the university is still technically the publisher, they would be able to exercise certain restraints on what somebody might publish or not publish if it were not only illegal, but potentially slanderous or libelous.
That's a great question. I think I know the answer, but I'd like to confirm it. I know Attorney Homans is watching and saying, Sam, just say, but I'll get that fact for you and
all right.
follow
Well,
up in
I
writing.
probably should ask her the question, but anyway. Any other questions for Ms. Warren? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Sam, unless you tell me differently, I am assuming that there's nobody else to testify for, against, or neither for nor against on LD 1640.
Should be good, Representative.
Great. All right. So we will close the public hearing on LD 1640. And we will now move to LD 247. And I'm happy that we don't have to chase the sponsor of the bill to another committee or another part of the state. She is with us, and it's our own Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll jump right in. No longer good morning, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and distinguished fellow members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am still Maddie Daughtry, and I still represent the good people of State Senate District 24. And I'm here today to present LD 247, an act to improve Maine's education system. First off, I've amended the bill, and Mr. Seneff has distributed the amendment to the committee. You should have all received it earlier. And this amendment, the first big change is changing the title of the bill to resolve to reestablish the commission to study college affordability and college conclusion. And then it strikes the concept draft. This new amendment reauthorizes and creates a new version of the commission that Representative Millett and I were fortunate enough to co-chair in 2014. I know you've heard us discuss the work and have shared the report of this commission before. At the time, it provided a much needed Maine-based examination of student debt in our state with key stakeholders and the public. And it also provided us a longer format to be able to truly drill down into the issues. Something that we all know we don't always have the time and capacity to do in our committee structure. Listening to many of the conversations that we've had in this session with our committee work, it's become increasingly clear to me that I think it's really time to re-examine student debt in our state and create the space for many conversations that need some additional time. One thing I'll add, if you're looking at the amendment in front of you, my major goal with this was to reauthorize the commission. My number one goal is to figure out, we did this in 2014. We actually worked with Lisa Plimpton and the commission as a whole. We had an incredible group of key stakeholders First, we put out a survey to Mainers to talk about their student debt, engage what were some of the barriers either for their inability to complete college or what the reality of their student debt looked like. And then we were able to actually calculate what the unmet need was for Maine students at Maine institutions and look at what it would be across several different brackets. And the unmet need would be after, they've extinguished institutional resources, state resources, federal resources, and loans. So it'd be what they were, taking on for student debt. I think that's the number one thing. I think we need to, re-up and reauthorize with the time that's passed, because we know a lot has changed since then. And then if you're looking at the amendment and you go to the duties portion, these are just some of the ideas that Sam helped me draft based off of comments that actually all of you have brought up in committee, especially Senator Woodsom's not with us now, but he talked a lot about on another bill about sort of the pipeline of navigating for students to be able to get counseling and guidance within the high school system. So I put that in there. And so I'm really open to any ideas that we haven't necessarily had time to really look into. And would be amenable to put other items in the duties as well. The other change that I would seek, and I do believe she just has written testimony, Elizabeth True from the Maine Maritime Academy was actually on the commission last time. She submitted testimony, but she is concerned that the way it's drafted, that we need to make it clear that Maine Maritime Academy is included. And in her testimony, she's included where she thinks we can make that change. So I do want to make sure that Maine Maritime Academy is involved. Her work, Ms. True did an incredible amount of work on the commission last time. So, this is the amendment completely changes the bill, and my pitch is just this provides us another opportunity for us to have that more long-term conversation that I think, this issue deserves, and really re-examine what student debt looks like in Maine. So at that point, I'd be happy to take any questions, but really excited about the potential of this bill.
Thank you, Senator. And are there any questions of the Senator at this point?
Letting me off easy.
Okay, seeing none. You did a great job explaining it. So you took away all the questions. So we will now go to those people speaking in favor. And I have Becky Smith from the community college.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Hold on a quick sec. There we go. All right. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Becky Smith, and I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations for the Maine Community College System. Please accept this testimony in support of the amendment presented today by Senator Daughtry on LD 247. And we'd like to thank Representative Daughtry for Senator Daughtry for bringing this initiative forward. The amended language reestablishes a commission created by the 126th Maine Legislature that issued a report in December 2014 and asks this new commission to review and update the information provided in that report. We believe that an update to this report would be incredibly helpful as policymakers and Maine's institutions of higher education seek to increase both college completion by and affordability for our students. We also believe the inclusion of a high school guidance counselor is appropriate and will add value to the discussion. The Maine Community College System is pleased to be part of this commission and is willing to participate and assist in staffing the commission. I also want to add thanks to Senator Daughtry for mentioning that you also have in your possession written testimony from Maine Maritime Academy in support of this bill with the addition of MMA to the commission. Thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Smith. We appreciate your being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith? No? Seeing none, hopefully we'll see you again shortly.
Yes, you will. Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Parker from Future Visions Youth Development, Inc.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, hi.
when I had originally written, oh, good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and Education and Cultural Affairs Committee members. When I had originally put my testimony in on this bill, it was entitled "A Act to Improve Maine Education Systems," and I responded in testimony to that thought. Since that is no longer the case, let me just pose one question. I listened all day today, and I want to give you a little food for thought. What I was going to talk about was how to improve the educational system. And I had a new idea that would be a one-step insertion into the whole Maine educational system that would correct the problem. So the food for thought. Today we listened to individual rights. I want to address the rights for equality in learning. And I want to separate that from having the ability to read. And I will hold my testimony. I'll hold my testimony until 334.
I don't want to interrupt you at this point, and I know there's some confusion there because there was an amendment that was submitted that might not have matched up exactly with the title of the bill. But any comments that you make going forward have to be germane to the amendment, not to another topic. So if you could speak to the topic of the amendment, that would be very helpful to the committee. Thank you.
I cannot. Thank you very much. I cannot.
Okay.
So I would ask you that you read the testimony I submitted and pertain, and that would be under, move it to 334, and then it will be okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for the confusion. And I appreciate your understanding, but we really need to stick kind of our committee rules say that we have to speak directly to the bill and or to amendments. So thank you very much. Next up, we have Samantha Warren from the University System. So good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think we all need a little a break. I want to give you a break. You've had a long day. I really appreciate it. So I will keep my testimony as brief as I am able. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the committee, I am still Sam Warren, and I still represent the University of Maine system. And we are here today to testify in strong support of LD 247 as amended. And I just want to share why we support this bill, especially because we have occasionally appeared before you this session raising concern about undertaking new studies about things that are already the focus of our work at the university. But I would just say I was not at the university when we participated in the commission in 2014, but it continues to be referenced by those who were a part of that as one of the most impactful initiatives undertaken in the state to examine a public policy issue of central importance. And we really think the time is right to reconvene this commission. As I've shared with you at length, our public university's efforts to ensure college is affordable and accessible for Maine families through minimal tuition increases and record investments in financial aid is paying off, as evidenced by our enrollment stability and decreasing debt of our graduates. Public early college, which was never considered by the commission, now is supporting thousands of Maine students each year earn free post-secondary credit while still in high school, which of course increases the likelihood that they'll complete their degree on time and for less cost. Hundreds of articulation agreements between the UMS and Maine community colleges now exist, allowing students to transfer seamlessly, which was a desire of the commission. And those are pathways we hope to pave between our own universities, thanks to our new unified accreditation. And then just yesterday, it was a really historic day. You had the governor release a supplemental budget that includes historic investments in public education, including public higher education, and making an investment that is consistent with the commission's 2014 recommendation to finally increase the Maine State Grant maximum award to $2,500. Meanwhile, in Congress, momentum is building to double the Pell which, like our state grant program, has failed to maintain its purchasing power and its promise of supporting low-income students fully finance their degree. So given all this progress, assuming that the supplemental budget passes proposed, which we certainly hope it will, and look forward to chatting about that more with you, we think it's time to bring the gang back together and discuss these issues. The pandemic has really reshaped the future of work, as you've heard so much about, and it's really sped up occupational shifts that make the need for a post-secondary degree or credential all the more important. And then at the same time, as we've talked about before, it's really disrupted the traditional college search process, and we've seen a concerning drop in FAFSA completion rates, both in Maine and across the country, especially among low-income and first-generation students. We also see both in the Maine community college system and in the University of Maine system, larger percentages than ever before of adult learners coming back to college, which is something that the commission really never focused on, kind of the non-traditional students. So for all these reasons, we think the time is right. We look forward to serving and staffing the commission consistent with the amendment you have before you. And additionally, we would recommend that if this bill does move forward and the commission is recommissioned, that this committee would reconsider LD 1152 and vote it ought not to pass. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we look forward to getting to work.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Any questions for Ms. Warren? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you at the work session. Next up, we have William Norbert from FAME speaking for the bill.
Thank you, Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I am the Government Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine, and we enthusiastically support this bill. Our mission, I think you know, is to provide financial solutions that help Maine people achieve their business and higher education goals. And two of our key strategic goals at FAME are to help create the workforce of the future by increasing the number of Maine residents who have attained a credential of value, but also those who can afford a credential of value. And this resolve would reestablish a commission in which FAME participated. I personally participated and attended many meetings. It seems like yesterday, Senator Millett was the chair of the committee at that time, and Representative Daughtry was active, and many others of you. And we think it's a great idea to update our work. We learned an awful lot about the affordability gap. We were able to make recommendations that were enacted into law regarding the Maine State Grant Program. And I reread the report a couple times this morning, and sure enough, it was advocating to go up to a $1,500 grant at that time. And as you know, we have been at $1,500. And with the exciting news yesterday and from the governor, we are really excited about the prospects of getting the grant, the Maine State Grant, up to $2,500 for a year. This has been a long time goal. Many of you have been very active and keeping the conversation going. So we are deeply appreciative of that. And we hope you all will be able to support that part of the budget. So you've had a long day. You can read other parts of my testimony that get into more specifics. However, please consider us a resource, and we look forward to participating. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norbert. Thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
You too. You bet.
And are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And go ahead. Before we close the public hearing, are there any information requests for work session of our OPLO staff persons? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on LD 247, and we will now go to 1684. And hopefully we will welcome Representative Cloutier, and at the same time, I think, yes, Representative Cloutier. So good to see you. I know you had some time constraints between 11 and 2:30, and hopefully we'll be able to get you in before wherever you need to go at 2:30.
Yes, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Sam for his constant information.
Right. So we'll officially open the public hearing on LD 1684 and welcome Representative Cloutier to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As you know, I am Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of my hometown of Lewiston. I am here today to present LD 1684, an act to strengthen Maine's workforce by expanding English language acquisition and workforce training programs. This bill creates various programs to provide education, services, and training for the state's workforce immigrant populations in the following ways. First, it increases the availability of English for speakers of other languages, ESOL classes, at adult education programs in school districts that lack sufficient capacity to reduce waiting lists and to accommodate growing demand. Expanding adult English language education was identified as the #1 immediate action priority in the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Futures Supporting Maine's Foreign Trained Professionals report in April 2020. Secondly, it creates worksite-based vocation-specific English language acquisition and job skills training programs designed to meet employers' specific workforce needs and address barriers to career advancement for immigrants. This will be the third time that I stand before a legislative policy committee requesting support for some version of this legislation. And each time, while receiving a favorable vote out of the committee and despite widespread support for the bill and its intent, we have failed to obtain funding, which brings me back before you today. So much of what I've said in the past has remained relevant. We remain the oldest state in the country. More people are dying than are being born. As baby boomers exit the workforce, retiring in record numbers, there are fewer younger workers to fill the job openings available in all sectors of our economy. Employers can't find or retain reliable, skilled employees. Our workforce needs have multiplied, and as we look to recover from the pandemic, these needs will only increase. The success of many Maine businesses depends upon the caliber and skills of our workforce, and many economists and business leaders have identified these issues, and many are calling for a coordinated response. As employers seek people to meet their job criteria and are increasingly considering new Mainers to fill vacancies, many immigrants and refugees come to the United States with high levels of education and are eager for employment. However, due to numerous barriers, including English language abilities, cultural differences, and work visas, many immigrants and refugees have difficulty finding employment in their related fields. Local programs designed to place skilled immigrants into jobs that are in line with their appropriate fields have the potential to drastically improve economic productivity in Maine, as well as ease the process of resettlement for new Mainers. On a local level, the influx of Somali entrepreneurs to Lewiston in recent years has brought new energy and vitality to our downtown. Employment represents a significant opportunity for recent immigrants and refugees to integrate into their new communities and contribute to the Maine economy. Although employment opportunities for immigrants and refugees in Maine have increased throughout past decades, many barriers remain which prevent new Mainers from acquiring suitable and well-paying jobs. Employment and language access programming, such as tuition-supported living wage skill training, industry-specific language courses, clear job guidance, and tactical initial job placement, which could all be funded by LD 1684, would help mitigate the effects of our demographic challenges and declining population by providing a capable, willing, and able workforce of non-native Mainers to companies looking to locate to or grow in Maine, a positive outcome for all. Making Maine Work, Critical Investments for the Maine Economy, a collaborative report published by the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, Maine Development Foundation, and Educate Maine, states that state government should provide temporary expanded adult education, general assistance, and general purpose school funding to communities absorbing new immigrants, and support welcome centers modeled on the New Mainers Resource Center to help immigrants learn English, qualify for employment, gain credit for foreign credentials and licensures, start new businesses, and become involved in community life. LD 1684 offers an opportunity to move us further down this path to help our state and local economies grow, innovate, and thrive. In addition, LD 1684 can help us reach the workforce and economic development goals identified in several other recent reports, including the Maine Economic Development Strategy 2020 through 2029, a focus on talent and innovation, the Department of Professional and Financial Regulations report on barriers to credentialing, the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee's recommendations to sustain and grow Maine's economy, and the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine's Tribal Populations recommendations to the legislature. I am excited about the initiative proposed in this bill, and I'm honored to be able to present it. I do want to add, and I think that your analyst has shared with you all, an amendment that we have worked on with the DOE, which moves from a statutory bill to a resolve, and we'll be working with the analyst between this public hearing and the work session to get that into solid shape, but I think it's pretty much there. And I am happy to answer any questions you have. I thank you for your time and consideration. And I know that the department is also here to help answer any questions about the move from a bill to a resolve.
Well, thank you, Representative Cloutier, and we appreciate you being here, and we're glad that we were able to finally get you here. So are there any questions from members of the committee of the representative? Okay. Seeing none, we certainly will see you at the work session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're next going to go to Alicia Roberts, who's speaking in favor of the bill.
Representative Alicia Roberts is not currently with us.
Okay. Then next we have Beth Stickney.
Yes. Yep.
Who's also speaking in favor of the bill. Hello, Ms. Stickney. Good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
See you. Can you see me?
And you can proceed.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Beth Stickney, an immigration lawyer and director of the Maine Business Immigration Coalition, Maine's only resource dedicated to providing information, education, and advocacy on immigration and related issues from and for the business and economic perspective. As you're well aware, Maine's labor supply is shrinking as baby boomers retire and Maine's birth rates have fallen. The pandemic has not changed the fact that Maine's employers say that finding workers is still one of their greatest challenges. Maine needs a vibrant workforce if the state is to be competitive and to have a strong economic future. Immigrants to Maine are key to our state's population growth and our ability to stem the state's workforce shrinkage. Recently, 100 Maine businesses, chambers of commerce, trade associations, and higher education institutions signed the Maine Compact on Immigration, which is attached to my testimony, urging state leaders to adopt policies and practices to help Maine become a destination of choice for immigrants to the U.S. and that provide an environment where immigrants can reach their full potential in our state, unquote. LD 1684 is exactly the right type of policy change. Many of Maine's first-generation immigrants face significant barriers to entering or advancing in Maine's workforce. These include limited English and skills that might not match what Maine's employers need. While a variety of training initiatives exist in the state, including trainings launched by specific sectors, only a few are geared towards those who need to learn both English for speakers of other languages, ESOL, as well as job skills. LD 1684 would expand adult education ESOL class capacity and fund combined ESOL job skills classes in collaboration with employers to tackle head-on key barriers that immigrants face. Today, 22 of the Maine Compact signatories have submitted testimony supporting LD 1684 because they know that Maine must invest in immigrants to have a strong economic future. In addition, Compact signatories Curtis Picard of the Retail Association of Maine and Ed McCursey of ProSearch Inc. weren't able to get testimony in, but asked me to convey their support to you. Maine simply can't afford to have any willing workers under or unemployed due to language or skills barriers. The state has recognized this in all the reports that Representative Cloutier already mentioned, so I won't go through them again. But also in addition, the report from April 2020 from the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation and the Future called Supporting Maine's Foreign Trained Professionals, which on page 27 recommended expanding adult English language education as the #1 immediate action priority. LD 1684 is an overdue and smart investment for workforce development in Maine. It sends a real message that Maine is serious about welcoming immigrants and helping them reach their full potential. In the long term, it will benefit them as well as Maine's workforce, our economy, and our communities in general. I urge you to support LD 1684. And I will also just note, which I didn't put in my testimony, that starting next year, we will be seeing 125,000 refugees a year. That's the commitment of the Biden administration. We haven't seen refugee numbers that high since the first term of the Clinton administration. And in FY 2016, Maine resettled 650 refugees. And this year's number, just for half the fiscal year, is going to be higher than the FY 2016 number. So we will start seeing a pipeline of immigrants coming just through the refugee stream, let alone through the family and employment-based and asylum streams. So immigrants are our future.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stickney. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And we will now go to David Barber.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Barber.
How are you, Representative Brennan? Nice to see you. And
good to see you. And you can proceed. You have the floor.
Okay. Good day, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak for 1684. My name is David Barber, former president and CEO of Barber Foods, now part of Tyson Foods. As many of you know, Barber Foods has a long history of employing immigrants dating back to the early 70s at the end of the Vietnam War. Since that time, we've been welcoming new Americans to the Portland plant. At our peak, we were fortunate to have people from 53 different countries under one roof with a population of 750 associates. Many of them spoke little or no English when they came to us. And as you can imagine, at a manufacturing plant, the need to communicate is critical to safety, most importantly, and for productivity. Managing such a diverse population was our challenge for plant leadership. Critical to our success was teaching people English as a second language. Barber Foods began offering those classes on site in coordination with staff from Portland Adult Ed. The classes were extremely popular, and being on site was critical to strong attendance. People would either begin or finish their day at class, learning skills that helped them assimilate to the new world and also to our workplace. Our classes were instrumental in foreign-born associates' ability to learn enough English to be productive and safe in their initial jobs at Barber Foods and be promoted within the company. The classes not only helped our associates, but also helped create a culture that led to strong employee loyalty and increased employee retention. Eventually, investments in technology led to a reduction in the size of our workforce, and on-site classes were discontinued. But due to Maine's low unemployment rate, by 2016, the plant was struggling for more than a year to reach full staffing. We had high-paying engineering and technical supervisory jobs that were difficult to fill, as well as entry-level operational jobs. At the end of that year, we decided to bring back on-site ESL classes. And within 6 months, we were back up to full staffing, which continues. While I can't prove that there was a direct correlation between resuming offering these classes and full staffing, what I can say is being more welcoming, gaining a reputation of caring, and providing training and having more thorough onboarding process leads to better outcomes. Our current workforce of 350 people from 30 countries and speaking 28 languages is a testament of our new neighbors' willingness to get to work and contribute to Maine. Barber Foods is fortunate in that we have a population that can support on-site classes. Many employers in our community need help but can't find it. Offering on-site ESL classes and job training could help them recruit and retain the employees they need. LD 1684 could help employers get started. Having employers involved in helping new arrivals get the basics of communication skills in one path to quickly engage our new arrivals. 1684 supports the most basic need for assuring that new arrivals quickly become new Americans, for which understanding the language is a cornerstone. I wish some of you could hear the stories of associates who arrived many years ago, took advantage of the Barber Foods on-site courses and became members of our leadership team. The stories of how they got here, what they endured, and what drove them to succeed are truly amazing. They are now productive members of the company and of our society. I hope the committee will support the small investment in 1684 for the big benefit to Maine. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barber. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Barber from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Greg Dougal, who's speaking in favor of the bill.
And Representative, I don't see Greg Dougal with us currently.
You don't, okay. Then we will go to Jane Michaela. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us, and you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1684. My name is Jane Makala, and I live in Falmouth. I submit this testimony on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, reflecting our fundamental commitment as people of faith to the inherent worth and dignity of all people. Few things better establish and reinforce that worth and dignity than a person's ability to become a productive, contributing member of society, to use one's skills and be able to meet one's own needs and those of one's family. This bill makes that possible. There's no question that our state needs these new Mainers and their contributions to our economy, and you have heard and will hear those facts and figures from others. What I know is that those who arrive here, almost without exception, are desperate to become productively employed and get out of the line at local public assistance offices, where human worth and dignity certainly don't have their best showing. I'm a retired lawyer now providing pro bono legal services to asylum seekers, including them help apply for work authorization. Every one of them is ticking off the 365 days they must wait to submit that magic work permit application, get off public assistance, and look for work. But in my experience, too many of them end up grossly underemployed in low-wage jobs with no advancement possibilities as a result of insufficient English proficiency or unfamiliarity with how the American workplace operates. And once they are working, what will probably be multiple low-wage jobs just to cover rent and food, there is rarely any time left to attend classes to acquire or upgrade job skills. It is a loss for them and for the employers of this state who need skilled employees to fill better paying jobs. This bill meets not just the needs of new Mainers, but also those of employers, including Maine's many small employers who can participate collectively in the bill's industry-specific skills training programs. Funding goes to the places in the state where it is most needed. Immigrants can be working on English and skills training during the otherwise unproductive work permit waiting period, and skills training matches the precise needs of employers with jobs ready to be filled. That's a win-win result for all of us here in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go to Matthew Marks, who is speaking in favor.
I don't see Matthew Marks with us currently, Representative.
You don't? Okay. Do we have Mike Emery?
We do, Representative.
All right. We will go to Mr. Emery. Welcome, Mr. Emery. Good to see you, and you can proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Mike Emery, and I'm the academic coordinator for Augusta Adult and Community Education. Our program works with approximately 60 adult learners who are immigrants, refugees, or asylum seekers in courses that include English language acquisition, workforce development, high school completion, and college readiness. Today, I come before you to speak in favor of LD 1684, which would provide Maine's adult education programs the resources we need to help new Mainers with English language acquisition and workforce preparedness. People coming to Maine from other countries face unenviable challenges. Some were highly educated in their home countries, but find that employers and institutions of higher learning will not accept their credentials here. I once worked with a man from Iraq who had been an attorney in his home country. Knew that our legal system was substantially different from the one in which he practiced, but he hoped that he'd at least be able to get credit for a bachelor's education. He was only given credit for a high school diploma, and he was forced to switch career paths and needed some work training. Others come to Maine as refugees after having their education interrupted by war. Learning a second language when you didn't finish your education in your first language is incredibly difficult. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for the learners in our program who are doing just that. Every day we work with people who've been through almost unimaginable trauma, who still make the effort to come to school. The pandemic has made these challenges even greater. Because of the discounted rate at which their educational achievements are often valued, many of our adult learners must try to provide for their families working jobs that don't require a high school diploma, while simultaneously working with our program to get a high school credential that American employers and institutions of higher learning will accept. Adult education programs are very well positioned to help new Mainers improve their English language skills and to teach them the specific skills they will need to thrive in a number of industries. The integrated education and training programs, or IEPs, that adult ed programs organize in concert with workforce partners, we already do this work. For us to accommodate increasing numbers of adult learners with varied skill levels, we need the additional support that this bill represents. It takes courage to move your family to a new country where many citizens' language and culture are very different from your own, perseverance to overcome myriad economic obstacles to sustain yourself and your family. As Maine's workforce ages and even shrinks due to the retirement of a generation of workers, our state must embrace people who want to make a new life here. LD 1684 will give Maine's adult education programs the resources to help new Mainers succeed here. We strongly urge members of this committee to not only support this bill, but to encourage your colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to fund it when the time comes. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Emery, for being here and for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here. We will now go to Monique Roy. That's a little bit better.
Yeah.
I know we've been a little,
platforms, different cameras. Thank you very much.
We've been a little topsy-turvy today, so but anyway, thank you for joining us, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of LD 1684. As you just heard from the academic coordinator here, Mike Emery at Augusta Adult Education, I'm the director here. And as a director of a program that sits in the heart of the Kennebec Valley, I've observed two things: an influx of people in our immigrant community who are seeking employment opportunities, and employers stating that they cannot find skilled workers. At this point in time, there's a gap between these two groups of people, but adult education programs, given the proper funding, can bridge that gap. A February 2021 Plimpton Research White Paper presented to the United Way of Kennebec Valley 10-year Strategic Goals Committee stated, the Capital Area New Mainers Project estimated that about 100 new Mainer families from other countries have moved to Augusta, 60 families from Iraq, 20 from Syria, and 20 from other countries, including Afghanistan, Morocco, Rwanda, and Mexico. Most are living in the southern parts of Augusta. 5 to 7 new immigrant families are expected to move to Augusta each year going forward. At Augusta Adult Education, we have seen an increase of our immigrant students wanting an American high school credential to give them a leg up in the hiring process. We're helping them achieve those academic goals, but we know that they want the credential to build the ladder to a career that provides a livable wage, as well as benefits and security for their families. I met with one of our students this week who's working toward her high school credential as a first step toward a career in nursing. And as reported by Maine Public Broadcasting in October of 2019, quote, Maine's current shortage of 600 RNs is expected to balloon to a 3,200 nurse shortfall by 2025, according to Maine's nursing workforce, which combines information from several state nursing organizations. And that was before the pandemic. Our student is recently divorced and a single mother who wants a good job to support her child. She knows nursing is a pathway to that life. Although she has some English skills, she needs to have specific language and skills training in the healthcare field. Ironically, on the very same day, our program had to postpone the start of a CNA training program with a local healthcare facility who desperately needs CNAs because we didn't have enough candidates to run the class. If this young lady was allowed to have language skills training while completing her CNA training, we would be meeting both her needs and that of a large employer in our area. The bill you have before you is the catalyst to helping adult education programs provide customized, skilled workforce training programs and enables employers to participate in training and development of the pool of workers in their area. I urge you to move this bill forward to the funding process so that we can strengthen our workforce in Maine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roy. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here. And we will now go to Sally Sutton.
Sally isn't currently with us, Representative, but Shoshana is.
Okay, then we'll go to Shoshana Hose. Good afternoon. Good to see you. And you're muted. We can't hear you.
Are your headphones plugged in, Shoshana, to your computer, your laptop?
I'll try without the headphones.
That's there. Now we can hear you. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Chairs Rafferty and Brennan and committee members, my name is Shoshana Hose. I live in Portland and I teach English to speakers of other languages at Portland Adult Education. I'm testifying in support of LD 1684 because I have seen firsthand the success of combining English instruction with instruction specific to a particular occupation. For the past 2 years, I've taught teller training classes offered by Portland Adult Education. The class has trained about 20 immigrants for work in Maine's banking industry. Do you know the difference between mutilated money and unfit currency? Do you know which one can be negotiated as cash and which one cannot? I didn't until I started teaching this class. That is just one small example of the hundreds of vocabulary terms that I teach students to prepare them for banking careers. All of the students have a good grasp of English. Some have held very important financial positions, such as working for the Iraqi Stock Exchange. But in order to get even an entry-level teller training job in the US, they must master a lot of technical lingo in English. They also must learn a lot of new information, such as the type of US currency and the ways that the US Treasury embeds safety features in currency, such as watermarking. All of that information requires English. The bankers who help teach our class underscore that a teller's most important responsibility is providing good customer service. While many of our students have extensive experience in customer service in their home countries, they must learn the subtleties of language that allow them to serve customers in English. Our program teaches them strategies for doing so, such as repeating back the customer's instructions to confirm that they heard it correctly. I teach regular ESOL classes in addition to workplace classes. While both have their value, there is an extra level of motivation among students learning English while acquiring job skills. They know that if they do well, they have a real chance of getting a job in their chosen field. That spurs them to work harder than they might otherwise. At the end of our teller training class, our students take a certification test from the American Bankers Association. I'm proud that all of the 20 students who have taken the class have passed that certification. Our graduates now work at many of Maine's leading financial institutions, including Bangor Savings Bank, Bath Savings Institution, Gorham Savings Bank, Infinity Credit Union, and Community Credit Union in Lewiston. I am sold on the value of combining English instruction with career-specific instruction. That's why I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us, and thanks for your comments. So it's good to see you. And I'd ask, are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, and hope you have a good day. We will now, I know she's not on the list, but I got a text that Kim Cook had registered, Sam.
Yes, Representative. And if you would like, before that, Gregory Dougal and Matthew Marks, who were two people that were on the list or are on the list and were not here previously, are here now.
Okay. So we'd go back to Greg Dougal.
Yep. And then we also
Okay.
have Matthew Marks too.
All right.
And then yes, yep, Kim is here.
So there are still 3 people to testify.
We also have Vaughn, and then the from the main DOE, April and Gail.
Okay.
So maybe like 4 more, 5 more.
So there could be 5 more people to testify.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Dougal, good to see you. Thanks for being here, and please proceed.
Good to see you as well, Representative Brennan. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Yeah, my apologies for bailing on you earlier. The governor had a press conference that was very hospitality oriented, so I had to go listen to that. So my apologies again. Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Greg Dougal, and I'm representing Hospitality Maine and its 1,000 hospitality members in support of LD 1684. This is the 3rd time we have spoken in favor of this bill over the years, so we're hoping the 3rd time is a charm. Like many other industries in the state, the hospitality industry is suffering from an acute labor shortage that can only be resolved, can only be resolved by engaging young people, seniors with extra time in their hands, and of course, new Mainers. Hospitality Maine has been engaged in apprenticeships, internships, micro-credentialing, and designing curriculum with the community college system in an effort to shore up our workforce. In the coming weeks, we will be promoting all of these efforts through a media campaign, but would also welcome the assistance of an ESL program that this legislation would create. We are in a critical labor shortage, but are doing everything we can to make sure our members are able to access the workforce they need for the businesses to survive for the foreseeable future. We call it the Great Maine Comeback. The Maine Innkeepers Association, and since its inception, Hospitality Maine, has engaged in many efforts with the Catholic Charities, the City of Portland, Portland Adult Education, CEI, Southern Maine Community College, among others, to help new Mainers learn the ins and outs of the hospitality business. In every effort, we found that English skills were generally the biggest challenge to overcome. Our industry lends itself to needing to communicate proficiently to deal with hundreds of guests that may find themselves at our lodging properties looking for information and directions to the nearest museum, or in our restaurants, needing information on the plethora of menu items or the best of local beers. I've worked with individuals from Western and Central African countries who have been classically trained in hospitality in their home countries, making them a perfect fit for our industry. But generally, their English language proficiency gets in the way of success and promotion. I worked with one young man that had been a front office manager at a very famous hotel in Africa. He was very excited to return to the hospitality industry, but unfortunately his inability to master the English language was an impediment to his success. So it is with great enthusiasm that we support Representative Cloutier's efforts and urge the committee to pass LD 1684, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Dugal. We appreciate your comments and thanks for being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too. And we will now go to Matthew Marks. Is Mr. Marks with us, Sam?
Yes, Representative, should be transferring over.
All right.
Might have a slower internet connection. Oh, there we go. Not sure if he can hear us. Matthew, can you turn your camera on? It's not giving me the option when I hover over your screen. Or unmute yourself. There you go.
I got you.
Hello, Mr. Marks. Thank you for joining us, and you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks, and I live in Scarborough, and I work for the Associated General Contractors of Maine, based here in Augusta. We're a commercial construction trade association. We're a diverse business organization. We have members that are open shop, signatory union contractors. We have suppliers, developers, employee-owned firms, and DBEs as well. We support this bill. I could go into what Mr. Dugal said. I would second just about everything, except we're in the construction industry, where we're seeing a major shortage of skilled labor. But furthermore, we've been in support of this bill for quite a long time. The construction industry has a rich history of new Americans, of course, building just about every type of infrastructure from here in Maine to the West Coast. I concluded some data within my testimony. I hope you take a chance to look at. Right now, the federal policies in this country have allowed about 100,000 dreamers to continue working in the construction industry. We haven't been as fortunate enough when we talk about year-round work under a federal visa program, but hopefully in the future that'll be straightened out. We've seen a lot more benefits go towards more high-tech industries and not so much the skilled labor industries, which we consider to be just as valuable for this country. Right now, of course, we have 30,000 construction workers that are employed here in Maine. We just crested that last year. We recovered from about 10,000 workers that lost their jobs about 2009, 2010. And of course, you've probably heard this dozens and dozens of times, but the aging population within our workforce in construction is quite high. We see an extreme benefit to be able to bring in skilled workers from around the world as part of our effort. We have a pretty vibrant apprenticeship program that is growing. We're ready and able to train new Americans who have either would like to just enter without skills or are entering our workforce with some skills brought from their past experience. We've really seen a shortage of the K through 12 pool in the last few years. We're just not hiring as many 18 and 19-year-olds coming out of school. So this is a vital part if we plan to grow this industry and for the future of Maine, for both bringing in families who could work in construction and obviously the skilled workers that already have bring those skills and experience to the table. One thing I'd like to leave you with is we launched an effort last year called Culture of Care. It's really to help construction companies work around becoming a more diverse workforce. It's a national effort, but particularly our chapter embraces that wholeheartedly. I think right before, 2 years ago, so right before we got locked down during the pandemic, the Southern Maine Community College launched a new certificate program that we were happy to support. It was a sort of a month-long boot camp that then led to a credentialing certificate for 1 year, and then you could carry it over for a 2-year program. We were really pleased to see a good number of new Americans who not only participated in the program, but connected with our members through a barbecue that we had there. And we know today that some of them are applying those skills building Maine's infrastructure. So we wholeheartedly support this bill. We thank the sponsors, and I hope this committee can move this along and we can hire more people to help build Maine. So with that, I'll leave you to the rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. And are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Marks? Seeing none, thank you very much. Senator Daughtry, good to see you. I have to leave. I have a 3 o'clock meeting with 2 other legislators, and we have Kim Cook, who is set to testify next, and then 2 people from the Department of Education. Is that right, Sam?
And also Vaughn Woodruff. Those are the final 4.
The final 4. We have 4 left on this bill on 1684. And then we have Representative Millett's bill up next, which is LD 334. So I don't expect to be gone for an extended period of time, but are you willing to take over?
Absolutely. I'll try not to get us into too much trouble.
All right, so I'll pass the gavel over to you, and hopefully I will be back without too much time in between. Take care.
Sounds good. Sam, you said up next we have Kim Cook.
Yes, Senator.
Welcome, Kim Cook. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative Daughtry and members of the committee. My name's Kim Cook, and I am here on behalf of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine in support of LD 1684. Maine's wild blueberry producers supply approximately 10% of all blueberries grown in the US and nearly 100% of the wild blueberries. And the commission represents 485 farms that grow, process, and supply wild blueberries in Maine and throughout the world. We hear every year directly from wild blueberry producers, ranging in size from the smallest of operations who seasonally employ just 2 or 3 people to the largest that require hundreds of seasonal employees to harvest, clean, and pack wild blueberries. And labor is consistently identified as a major challenge for them. Farmers cannot find the labor that they need, and COVID certainly has made that even worse, although this is a longstanding issue, as you all well know. At our summer peak, our industry employs approximately 2,500 people. Many of those summer seasonal employees are migrant workers and often represented by minorities and historically underserved populations. These individuals return to Maine wild blueberry farms every year, and most work side by side with the Maine farmers. Unfortunately, in too many cases, farmers cannot access as large of a workforce as they need,
And given the current labor market and the drop in new citizens entering Maine over the last 4 years, we are concerned about the access to labor in years ahead. Without this bill and its partner LD 1329, and without federal immigration reform, we are very concerned that Maine's agricultural labor challenges will not improve. We believe that providing Maine's newest residents the help that they need, Maine farmers and food businesses will have access to a larger pool of full and part-time workers. By supporting these communities and encouraging permanent residents in Maine, they have opportunities for advancement that H-2A and seasonal workers do not. This bill will help immigrants work to their highest potential in Maine. It will offer Maine immigrants educational resources to master English, better preparing them for the workforce. It will create jobs, skills training programs to train them in specific workforce needs, and it will help transform Maine into a state where immigrants want to move and stay. We thank Representative Cloutier for bringing the bill forward yet again. And on behalf of Maine Wild Blueberry Farms and businesses in the state, we ask you to please support LD 1684. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Vaughn Woodruff. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Daughtry and other distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I was hoping to see the distinguished Senator Woodsum here, a friend of mine, but I'll let the committee know he's very good for subcommittees. So if you need to assign him to any today, please feel free. My name is Vaughn Woodruff. I'm pleased to testify in support of LD 1684. For background, I've worked in public and private schools in Maine and elsewhere across the country, worked on national technical training efforts through the Maine Community College system. I was most recently the founder and CEO of InSource Renewables, which is a solar renewable energy contracting firm that was formerly based here in Pittsfield. We've since merged with Revision Energy in February of this year, and I'm now the director of the Revision Energy Training Center, which is essentially the workforce development arm of Revision Energy. I'm here on behalf of my nearly 300 fellow employee owners to speak in favor of this bill. For those of you who don't know Revision Energy, we're a employee-owned B Corp. We've got an office based in Montville, Maine, and 4 additional branches, 1 in South Portland, 2 in New Hampshire, and 1 in Massachusetts. We've grown significantly over the past 16 years, very much dependent upon workforce. As Mr. Marks testified ahead of this, the construction fields, we're seeing a lot of demand as well as workforce shortages. We have the particular challenge of working in 2 of the states with the highest median age in the country, which are Maine and New Hampshire, and both have aging workforces, shortage of licensed tradespeople. In order to address that issue, Revision Energy did something that no other solar company in the country has done, which was to bring an internal training program that licenses electrical apprentices to help fill in that gap. Even with doing that, we're not keeping up with the demand that we need for a workforce. And so we're constantly looking for ways to innovate. This isn't, I'm sure you all hear this isn't unique to our industry. We're seeing it everywhere. I'm especially sensitive to it living in the part of the state that I live in. If we look at the demographics of what's happened in central and northern Maine, particularly, the net population loss has been huge. And across the state from 2010 to 2014, the state lost 1,100 people. Fortunately, we had 5,500 new Mainers who are foreign born that came. So to me, that's a significant trend for rural Maine. Those of us in rural Maine have seen immigrants that don't have a language gap be successful, which we're seeing the Amish, for instance, come in and help revitalize farmland that was long dormant and add to our economy and bring youth with them. Without that, we find a lot of challenges: dwindling school populations, crumbling infrastructure, and just kind of a largely unspoken malaise about the prospects of our communities. And really, as we take a look not just at our rural communities, but at the state goals related to climate action, related to economic development, it is going to rely upon a highly skilled and technical workforce that we do not currently have. I believe LD 1684 represents a really positive effort in the direction of reducing barriers. There's a 2016 report that CEI had put out and done research within our immigrant communities and found that limited English proficiency was the most significant employment barrier for immigrants, both skilled and unskilled. So this bill is an investment, and it's a modest investment to create the structures that can help avoid a barrier that we know is there, and that we know, if removed, can have significant economic benefits for the people of Maine. I'm particularly pleased to see this legislation invest in efforts to retain employees by requiring participating companies to implement training programs to deal with systemic bias and other barriers for more inclusive workplaces. I mean, it's one thing to attract people here. If we can't retain them and really leverage their participation and contributions over the long term, the investment won't be worth it. You know, just a little, I have some written testimony that you can reference. It's been put in there as well. I'll just put it this way, which is when there's a big inrush of asylum seekers in Portland staying at the expo, and they're looking around the state for families to take in some of those families. We're here in Pittsfield, an hour and a half away, and we were really willing and would have loved to host those families. There's no infrastructure here, right? And there's a little bit of chicken egg that happens in rural Maine where if we don't have the structures in place that are going to deal with these barriers such as language and services, then we're going to continue to have the problem of not having a place for those folks to come and find opportunity. So I think this is a great example of that. Something as simple as English language courses that are related to, you know, work that they can move right into and that there's a high demand for. Is a really great investment for the state. And I would love to see this committee pass this unanimously. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Woodruff. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and for your time. I know it's been a long day and a long wait. Up next, we have joint testimony from April Perkins and Gail Sinisi. Okay, I notice we have Gail, Susie, and April Perkins. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Senator Rafferty and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Gail Sinise, the Maine Department of Education's Director of Adult Education, and I'm here today with the department's World Languages and ESOL Bilingual Program Specialist, April Perkins. We're representing the department and speaking in support of the proposed amendment for LD 1684, an act to strengthen Maine's workforce by expanding English language acquisition and workforce training programs. The department has worked with the bill sponsor on this amendment and believes that it aligns with the 10-year Maine economic development strategy. LD 1684 seeks to establish a competitive grant program to provide funding to school administrative adult education programs, to establish intensive industry-specific language and vocational training programs. The goals include providing intensive workforce training courses combined with intensive industry-specific English language instruction and support services to accelerate entrance into employment. Collaboration with participating employers relative to program design to ensure both employer and learner needs are met, and requiring that participating employers will have at least 12 hours of formal training regarding systemic bias, inequities, and cultural competencies to help establish an inclusive workplace environment. The proposed training grants would make funds available for intensive programming to communities experiencing growth and proven need. The number of adults seeking English language and workplace skills is growing rapidly statewide, both in the large cities and areas such as Westbrook, Biddeford, Turner, and Washington County. During the current fiscal year, 13.5% of English learners being served by Lewiston and Portland are not local residents. That may be the result of an inability to receive intensive English language services in their own communities. There are also a number of ELs living in Lewiston area who travel to Turner for instruction because Lewiston lacks capacity to serve all interested Mainers. There are also those who enroll in more than one community program to receive additional hours of instruction. These situations reflect the inequity in access to services, as learners who are able to provide their own transportation can attend neighboring programs, while others without transportation are excluded. LD 1684 proposes an academic and skills training model built on intensity of instructional hours combined with integrated vocational English for specific sectors and jobs. According to a landmark study by Dr. Kenjai Hakuda of Stanford University, when learners are enrolled in public K-12 schools, immersed in English 5 days per week for the full school day, it will take 3 to 5 years to develop oral proficiency. Adults without the benefit of this intensive program will generally need several more years. National and state data show the type of focused programming described in this LD leads to participants becoming employable and able to advance into positions providing livable wages sooner. In contrast to this best practice, most local adult education programs have the resources to offer only 3 to 6 hours of instruction per week. At that level of intensity, it may take learners 13 to 15 years to attain the fluency required for high-level professions. Accelerating the pathway into livable jobs is especially relevant in light of COVID-19. ELs were among the learner groups most negatively impacted by the transition to online learning, lack of adequate technology, and separation from the support systems of their school-based learning community. Language learning is most effectively accomplished in a face-to-face format, allowing students to benefit from shared context, body language, and social factors. Accelerating learning will enable these displaced learners to make up for that lost time. The intent of the bill aligns with the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee recommendations to sustain and grow Maine's economy in the areas of entrepreneurship and workforce development, which necessitate English acquisition programs that are affordable, accessible, and customized to specific sectors. These grant-funded training programs may provide participants, many of whom were skilled professionals and entrepreneurs before arriving in Maine, with the contextualized training needed to once again utilize their skills. The department remains deeply committed to preparing all students to achieve the competencies needed to thrive in Maine's economy. We recognize that by educating Maine adults and enabling them to accelerate the pace at which they are prepared to enter high-wage employment, individuals, families, communities, and Maine's economy will be stronger. Additionally, increasing the English language proficiency of adults who are parents or guardians has immeasurable benefits for their children, as it enables the adults to participate more meaningfully and actively in their children's education. Further, it is important to note in consideration of this LD that on May 3rd, 2021, President Biden announced that the fiscal year 2021 refugee admissions cap will be raised from 15,000 to 62,500, with an additional 125,000 refugees to be admitted annually thereafter. Although the direct impact to Maine is yet unclear, there is an ongoing necessity for proactive approaches to ensuring the successful workforce integration of Maine's refugees. The department supports the amended language to LD 1684, an act to strengthen Maine's workforce by expanding English language acquisition and workforce training programs. And we are happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sinisi. Ms. Perkins, did you have anything that you'd like to add, or?
I have no additional comments, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you both for making yourselves available and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, is that everyone we have for this bill?
It should be, Senator. Yep.
Okay, well, hold on one second. Still have this somewhere. I was going to say I'm going to close the public hearing on LD 1684 and virtually pass back the gavel to Senator Rafferty should he want it.
Thank you very much. It was, it's been quite a day. But in any case, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that wraps us up for the day.
No, Senator, we still have another bill.
Oh my goodness. And I'm going to have to dig through my notes because I've been in and out of so many places today.
I'll save you the effort, Senator. It's my bill.
All right. What's the LD number? Just so
334.
I'm sorry?
334.
Thank you. So we will open the public hearing on LD 334. First up will be the sponsor, Representative Millett.
I had good morning, Senator, but I think I need to change that to good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, esteemed colleagues on the Committee for Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rebecca Millett and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I'm presenting for our consideration LD 334, an act to help Maine students catch up and keep up by providing remedial and compensatory assistance in response to education disruption. Maine schools, educators, staff, and administrators have faced navigating uncharted territory during the pandemic, learning new technologies, building virtual classrooms and hybrid instruction, and finding new ways to stay connected to students and families. The Department of Education engineered a remarkable statewide expansion of and upgrades to wireless and fixed broadband infrastructure to help ensure as many students could stay connected to their schools. Department staff, nutrition directors and staff, custodians, school counselors, nurses, and bus drivers partnered with our educators to innovate in the face of COVID-19. Some students thrived, some made do, and others struggled. This bill is about those students that struggled and the need to make sure learning gaps are mitigated. Section 2 of the bill is based on a RAND Corp study and its recommendations for 5 to 6 weeks with 3 to 4 hours of instruction each day for sound summer learning programs. The bill sets a foundational requirement for working with students who are below proficient in math and English language arts in local assessments. Districts, of course, can expand the scope of the instruction and which students may participate. My hope is that community organizations will wrap around these programs with enrichment experiences, social, emotional growth, nutrition opportunities, and family engagement to support strong student attendance. High dosage tutoring, as described by the Annenberg Institute at Brown University, involves 3 or more sessions a week in small groups of 3 to 4 students with a consistent tutor over time. A review of studies of tutoring programs using randomized control groups found that tutoring increased achievement from 3 to 15 months of learning across grades. A University of Wisconsin review of nearly 200 studies found that high-dose tutoring had a large impact on both reading and math learning. Section 3 provides assistance to districts looking to put in place impactful tutoring for their students. Maine's community college system rightly recognized the challenges facing our high school seniors and recently announced that each graduating high school student, could take one free course this summer. York Community College is allowing local high school students who are in the dual enrollment program to attend tuition free for 2 years. Maine Community College system is on the right track. but I worry though as well for the 2020 graduates and would say that we need to be resolute in our efforts to make sure we don't lose 2 classes of seniors. It is essential that we make sure the pandemic doesn't further worsen our workforce shortages and invest in keeping the pathway to obtaining credentials, skills training, and careers in the trades. It is imperative that our community college students are not sidetracked from pursuing their higher education and then from contributing to the success of Maine's economy. To help get our young people back on solid footing, we must be purposeful, nimble, determined, and aggressive. So please join me in support of these measures. I appreciate your consideration and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this time for Representative Millette? Not seeing any. I think that we have a couple of speakers supporting the LD, and the first up would be Becky Smith. Meantime, thank you, Representative Millette.
Hi there. I'm guessing that I'm first since I was plopped in here.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Becky Smith, Director of Government and Community Relations for the Maine Community College System. The students who have or will graduate during the COVID-19 pandemic have had to overcome obstacles we could not have envisioned 2 years ago. In addition to the lost opportunities for athletics, theater, and just hanging out, many struggled to learn in a fully or mostly remote environment and just tuned out. We hear from guidance counselors that many of these students have lost the desire to continue their education, and unfortunately, this may severely limit their future. These same students may also have had the added stress of illness, quarantine, and even death in their family and neighborhoods. On top of all of this, many families struggled economically. As we have stated in this committee before, incomes for families making over $60,000 increased, while the vast majority of those who lost their jobs are from the lowest paid jobs. The majority of students who enroll in Maine's community colleges are low to moderate income. Indeed, even though we offer the lowest tuition and fees of any college or university in New England, 3/4 of our full-time degree-seeking students qualify to receive financial aid. As a result, we are especially sensitive to the financial challenges our students face and are appreciative of Representative Millette's interest in finding ways to further reduce those challenges, especially for Maine's most recent high school graduates. It is our understanding from conversations with the sponsor that this bill would seek to create a last dollar grant for 2020 and 2021 graduates of Maine's high schools that would cover the cost of tuition not covered by other federal, state, and institutional grants. If this is the case, we estimate the fiscal impact of this initiative would be minimally $11.4 million. This is a ballpark figure arrived at by taking the number of graduates from 2020 and the projected completers in 2021 and determining that the same percentage of those students would attend MCCS as have in the past few years, which is about 17%. Fully 55% of recent high school graduates will likely receive enough Pell and Maine State grant to cover their costs. That means 45%, or approximately 1,978, would qualify for this program. That number multiplied by 60 credit hours at $96 brings us to the 11.4 million. However, there are variables that make this number less predictable. For instance, if this initiative does its job, we should see more than 17% of those students choose a free community college education for 2 years. Some who plan to attend other colleges or universities may change their plans, and hopefully some of those who are not contemplating attending any college would give it a try. Also, the governor's proposed Part 2 budget increases the Maine State Grant Award to $2,500. This initiative, which we strongly supported when it was a standalone bill, would further decrease the financial need for those who qualify for the Maine State Grant. This committee has time and time again shown your dedication to the Maine Community College System and our students, and for this we are grateful. Please know that we at Maine Community College System are doing all we can to reach Maine's high school students and help them recognize that the types of learning we provide will re-energize them and set them on the path to success. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any questions for Becky Smith? Seeing none, want to thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
Yes, you have a good afternoon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next up, also speaking in support would be Deborah Parker. I'm not sure if you're muted, but you have the floor.
I do. Hi, I have the floor. Hi, my name, good afternoon, everyone. We've been here all day long together, and it has been an interesting day. And a lot of the topics brought up have impact exactly on what I'm going to be talking about. We talked about equality and equal rights and free speech and everything, but I'm here for LD 334 right now, an act to help Maine students catch up and keep up by providing remedial and compensatory assistance. I am the president of Future Vision Youth Development, a 501c3 nonprofit organization that works with healthy eye solutions for reading. I know this is a new field, and I know you have never heard of this before. So open your minds to this new idea. We talk about remedial and compensatory assistance. You need to know something new. There's a difference between the rights to equality in education and having the physical ability to read. Now, I am not talking about a medical problem. I am talking about healthy eyes, and I have been before this committee before with this same topic. And if you remember LD 138, when I talked about reading proficiency, I gave you some data that showed you there are physical problems that arise in 20% of our kids. I'm suggesting it's 20%. And I also have given this committee a 10-page list of all of my PhD work and references that address this specific problem. So that work, LD 138 work data that I was going to collect for you with 500 students is done. It's finished. It didn't have any support, so I only have 130. I shouldn't say any. I had eight teachers help me out of the 257 I asked twice for 15 minutes of their classroom time. And I have the report. It will be available to you when we do a task force, because I suggest you might want one, at least of 3 hours. So we can have this discussion about a new approach to reading. Now, in regard to a new approach to reading, which is the name of my program, after we identify the students, that's what the LD 138 did, and we do. So we've got the 8th grade students identified that have this physical limitation to reading. Then we go ahead and we apply a creative, quick program, and the program takes 12 weeks, 15 minutes a day. I teach, my group teaches the schools in 6 hours. So the teaching for the staff in the schools is 6 hours, 1.5 hours 4 times over a period of 12 weeks. And they will be able to use the tracking tools we have and the screening tools we have developed to demonstrate to you that the 20% of the students that we're missing, or the 20% of students that everybody suggests are now having COVID deficiency, had the COVID deficiency that we're talking about with reading problems before COVID started. So I have pre and post COVID data that I'd love to sit down and show you. And I can do that. But let me continue. We can do this program. It's like a bathroom break for a child. Okay, so the student comes out of class, it's a bathroom break. And then he goes back, he's done for the day. And he's going to continue for 12 weeks. I train the staff, I deliver the services. I do it one time at each school, and then the school owns it. I'm out of there. Okay. Yet I have the solution for the need for 20% of the population in the school. And that would allow them to have equality in the ability to learn. Now, Maine education is incredibly good, incredibly, but they can't do it if the kids can't see to read. So we need to be the first step, little short inclusion program that allows these children to read. Then our wonderful, exceptional educational system can do whatever they wish to teach them. The teachers will have a new freedom because the kids can actually learn. The behaviors will change overnight. Believe me, I've seen it overnight because they're not anymore in class to engage and learn. They love it. It really is a play experience. I was guaranteed, because we have enough at 501c3, by ESA federal law that stated nonprofits 501c3 have an initiative that have innovative, supportive programs, should have the support of the education system and should be welcomed, and the program should be reviewed. Instead, in Maine, the opposite has been true. And I've been doing this for 20 years here. 20 years trying to get this program to your attention. And now you're sitting there and I know you hear me. Okay, I'd like to thank Representative Millett for introducing and opening the door. Thank you very much, because now the door is open. There's no longer an excuse not to look at this work. The PhD work's available, the programmatic work needs discussion, and it's a new field. You never heard this stuff. There's no blame being placed. You never heard it because it was never meant to be heard. It's fallen, it's the gap. Okay, it's not in education. It is not in education, and it shouldn't be. It's a clinical, educationally supportive work that is done on healthy eyes. It's not medical. So how are we going to find it? When I wrote this PhD up, one of my references came from a group of guys called Simons and Gassler out of Berkeley, who did a meta-analysis. And I spoke with these men and years ago, and they were I had already put this program together with my team. I've got a team of subject matter experts, and I put them together. We put the program together. It took us 3 years. And we compared it to this meta-analysis done by Simon and Gassler, and we are right on. So all we got to do is do it. And it's that simple. The program costs $75,000. One school, one time. One school, one time. We want to be in and out because I've got a nation to do. And finally, I'm heard. And I'm trying right now to get to First Lady Biden, because I know she's going to love this. But anyway, it's simple. We identified the students with that work that I did for LD 138. I tried to get the data for you out of a summer school with LD 44, but the schools won't talk to me. I get no access, no support, and they all love their special ed program. I love it too, but let's get the kids that we can put back into having a physical ability to read back into the mainstream and pull them out of the special ed groups. They don't need to be there. Believe me, out of this 20%, 12% are those kids. So we're talking about a huge cost reduction in school budgets, a huge.
Ms.
Yes.
Parker, I'm gonna have to ask you to try to wrap it up, please.
Okay, I want to know when there will be somebody that will sit and listen to this nonprofit 501c3 task force from your education committee, or someone that is going to have an open ear to the success of this work. Let me know.
Well, fortunately, you've had several open ears right now, And I will do my best to get back to you, but I honestly can't address that specific answer at the current time.
Okay, please also review my testimony for 247. That gives you a little more information. But I would like somebody to review that PhD for LD 138, and nobody has opened the door to this yet. And this is a federal program approved type of work. And everybody says everybody else has state and federal working together. We don't on this regard. So please do something for that. Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty. Thank you.
Thank you.
I expect a response to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this time for Deborah Parker, please? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your patience today. As you said, it's been a long day, so we appreciate you hanging in there. Thanks for your testimony and good luck with this moving forward.
No. I'm expecting an answer from this committee. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a partial question, but I think just a reminder for the public who are watching the process of the public hearing, is time for us to take input on the bill in front of us and, time to hear different questions. And I just want to remind everyone who's been involved, it's been a long day, but, we're looking for stuff that is germane to the piece of legislation in front of us. And this is a time for folks to present and for us to ask questions, but not necessarily for demands. And I just want to throw that out and also thank everyone who's been sticking into the very end about getting through all the testimony. But wouldn't you agree? There we go. Turn it into a question.
I would agree. I think, let me go back to my list. Sam, I believe we have no other folks, proponents, no opponents, but we do have a neither for nor against. That would be Stephen Bailey.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It's nice to see you this afternoon. I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association, neither for nor against LD 334. Superintendents and school boards appreciate the intent of this bill, and it's all one that we share. We want to support all students who are less than proficient in their required subjects, whether the reason is related to an interruption of full-time in-person instruction due to COVID or other circumstances that affect learning. There are some questions that we have about some of the language within the bill, and clarification would be helpful. Section 2 of the bill mandates 124 hours of in-person summer instruction, which averages out to 31 days of 4-hour classes for students who can't demonstrate proficiency in English language arts or math. We agree math and English are essential skills and appreciate the program would be funded through the Department of Education. We can't say with certainty, however, that all districts will have staff this summer to do this, or the specific time requirement that would be needed for people to participate in this type of program. So just wanted some clarification there about the 124 hours that were mentioned within section 2. The next section of the bill deals with in-school tutoring, and its intent is very laudable. What's unclear is who would be the volunteers providing the tutoring. It talks about volunteer tutors. We're concerned about where those volunteers would come from, and we discussed this in committee before about tapping retired professionals to tutor in the areas of expertise. We've also talked with MEA about available staff that would be not only available, but interested in doing that and making sure that we have that capability to do that. The idea is intriguing of making sure this can happen. We would be happy to keep discussing the intent of the bill with the sponsor in the department and look what is possible in the near as well as in the longer term, and also appreciate that it would extend into the next school year. So those are our reasons for neither for nor against. We do like the intent, would like to see how it would be fleshed out a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any questions, folks, of Mr. Bailey? Seeing none at this time, thank you very much for being here. I know it's been, again, a long day.
Yes, thank you very much.
Appreciate for your testimony. Have a good evening. Any late sign-on, Sam, that don't appear in my list?
Oops, Senator, that's everyone.
Okay, so that said, I'll call the hearing on LD 334 to a close. And if which of course I had to lose it, my list is right. We just, wait a minute, yeah, all right. Too many lists. We have ended the public hearings for the day. Any questions, folks? I see Hillary. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I do have some language reviews for the committee.
Okay, thank you.
I know you're tired. I'll try to move quickly. Let me know when you're ready for me.
You've been here as well, so we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So the first one is what I sent you yesterday. It's LD 1189. So almost all of this language you have seen before. This is basically a clean version of this certification bill, which includes the emergency preamble. It includes the emergency educator certificate pieces. It includes a little bit more of the language that you reviewed during the last work session about establishing criteria from the Department of Education. And it removes the portion at the end regarding making the rules routine technical. And so the rules remain as they currently are as major substantive rules. I know the department is also eager to take a look and make sure they don't have any questions or concerns. So I wanted to make sure I did get this version out to the committee, but this will not be the last time you see it. I will bring it back in front of you again, as well as with a fiscal note. And if I do get any questions or concerns on any of the language from the department, I will also bring it before you again. If in review of it over the weekend or anything, you have any questions or anything, just reach out. So I also have to bring back in front of you LD 272, which we just did language review earlier this week. And the reason I need to bring this back in front of you is that, as you may recall, so this is the bill about the memorandum of understanding with community colleges, and we had added the adult education students into these memoranda as well. And you may remember from the work session that the department had raised that the aspirations program funding was not currently available for the adult education students. Well, unfortunately, going through the fiscal review, we also identified that currently by statute, the bridge program is also currently restricted to secondary school students. And so my question for the committee is basically, does the committee want to just leave that funding provision just for the CTE students? Or does the committee want to see if you want to identify some other funding source for the adult education students? And if that's a question the committee needs to consider over the weekend and I can bring it back up on Monday, that's fine. But I do need to raise that to figure out how the committee wants to address that.
Hillary, what's the bill number again?
Sure, it's LD 1072.
Does anyone have any additional questions for Hillary at this time? And I personally, I think that's one I'd like to ponder without an immediate answer personally. But if somebody has something to offer.
I'm just wondering what that might entail. I'd like to see the adult ed language, but what would that set into place that might snowball?
Yeah, so I think the question is, I mean, the committee could amend the other statutory provisions on the Bridge of the Aspirations program, but that certainly there's only a set amount of money that would take away money from the secondary students that are currently using it. The committee could do an appropriation if you wanted to put some additional funding through the adult education funding as it currently is. I could also see about getting some of the adult ed people from the department if the committee wanted to hear from them. It's just not an area of the funding that I actually know particularly well, which is why I think I didn't recognize the problem when we added in the first time. So alternately, you could just leave the statutory language and that it would be there in the future if the committee wanted to put some funding towards it. It's one of those.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the sponsor been notified of this?
No, I literally found out about this morning and just wanted to make the committee aware, but I'm happy to reach out to the sponsor and maybe bring it back next week and see if there's some other solutions that might be out there.
Yeah, I think it's important for Senator Pouliot to know about this development. And I would say from my perspective, I don't want to see the support for our secondary students be watered down by trying to shoehorn in more people. Outside of that, I'll be interested to hear what maybe the sponsor is able to come up with.
Sounds good. Yeah, so I'll reach out to the sponsor and we'll see what what fix we might be able to come up with.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you.
So last but not least, I have one more. And this is the language for the CDS drafting for the public hearings next week. So I still need, I believe Representative Brennan has 2 concept drafts and Representative Millette has 1 concept draft. And if the 2 of you could just email me and let me know which piece you want to go with which concept draft, we can get this language posted. But I did just want to give the committee a quick heads up of what I had drafted. I would note this was done very quickly. There may need to be a few pieces that still need to be worked out between now and the work session. But overall, here's what I can show you. So I didn't change any of the definitions because, as you know, these are aligning with the federal distinction between the birth to under 3-year-olds and the 3 to 6-year-olds. But I went through and pretty much anywhere that it provided for the Department of Education for the birth to under 2-year-olds, I added the 3-year-olds to that. So anywhere where it used to say, elder for the department for under 3 years, now it says up to under 4 years. So it includes those who are 3 years old. I'm going to remove all this highlighting when it gets posted, but I did this just so that you would see where I made the changes. So for example, the new section about what the commissioner is responsible for as opposed to intermediate unit would now say that the commissioner or the commissioner's designee is responsible for the provision of services for infants and toddlers with disabilities and children with disabilities who are 3 years of age. So that is throughout. One of the questions that came up sort of both during the last discussion on this as well as subsequently is a particular provision in the federal law that allows sort of a Part C extended option that allows if parents choose and the state decides to pursue that children who are 3 years of age could be served under their IFSP rather than their IEP. That's not something that I was able to really dig into on this draft, given the time and given the committee's limited time to discuss it. So what I did is basically, for now, I just included that, the department has to provide the early intervention services for the birth to under 3. And then for the 3-year-olds, that the department has to provide FAPE, which is the requirement under current federal law. But I did include a section a new section here that would basically provide that the department should explore that extended eligibility of IDEA and report back to the committee if that's something they want to pursue. And I am seeing a couple hands, so I'm guessing you want me to stop there and see if I can answer anything.
Yes, I have Representative Brennan and Representative Millette.
Yeah, and I was simply going to say, I really appreciate the work that you've done on this, Hillary, and I understand there is a little murkiness around the 3-year-olds. We can talk about which bills and where to put things, but at this point, I think it's important that we get something out to the public because the public hearing is going to be on Tuesday. And if people have problems or issues that they want to raise about the draft we have at this point, they can raise that at the public hearing. And we'll have an opportunity to look at things at the work section next week. So I'm not, I think the discussion we had prior to this, and I think what you've drafted, the important thing now is to have people in the public have an opportunity to prepare and to look at what they might want to discuss for the public hearing on Tuesday.
Sure. So the other piece that I do want to make the committee aware of is the issue around the contingent effective date. And so what I put here for you, this is essentially the rule in the main drafting manual regarding contingent effective dates. And the bottom line is that you really need some objective, verifiable contingency upon which the law would go into effect. And the reason for that has to do with that the legislature cannot delegate its legislative authority. So you cannot, for example, say something like that the law goes in effect when the commissioner is ready for it to go into effect. And I wasn't sure exactly what that contingency would be. So again, and I don't know if that's something you just want to leave as is, and you can discuss the contingency more for the public hearing and work session, but that is sort of the limitation on the contingent effective date.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's the contingency is based upon the plan that PCG put and that the department would come back with in terms of the steps that are required. So it's like there's dominoes. There's the first round of benchmarks that have to be met before the next steps can be taken, etc. And then that the effective date or the contingency date would rely upon that last set of benchmarks that are developed in the plan. I understand the problem is that it's a lot of work to go and look and determine what those benchmarks are. But if there's a way we could say, at least for the hearing, that the contingency effective date is dependent upon the last set of benchmarks.
So I think the concern with that is you still don't have necessarily who determines that those benchmarks have been met. So, typically when you're talking about a contingent effective date, you're talking about, for example, well, if a federal law goes into place, then the state law goes into place. And so I don't know that you
could an advisory committee make that determination?
I think that would be a delegation of the legislative power.
Would the education committee be able to make that determination?
I don't know. I can ask. I probably won't know by Tuesday.
Well, let's pretend it can, and if there's a problem, somebody can let us know. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Representative Brennan.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hillary, one of the ways that we might be able to deal with that is report backs to the Education Committee. And if we had a series of report backs, that would allow us to assess whether certain benchmarks are being met.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's ever been done, and I will certainly find out. I mean, I guess the alternate to that would be, certainly the committee has the ability to report out bills based on some of the reports that are built in.
Well, I know, but we can build in certain benchmarks that they have to report back to the committee at certain times. And then the committee would have the opportunity to intervene if those benchmarks are not being met.
Sure. So for the purpose of the public hearing, I will draft something that says it's contingent upon the education and cultural affairs. I just would certainly emphasize that I don't know at this point whether that's something that the committee can do. And I'll hopefully get an answer for you for the work session.
Yeah. Well, it's incredibly unusual for us to be in a situation where you don't have the answer to something. So thank you for all your work.
So I just changed the couple dates from March 1st to February 15th on the centralized billing portion, as well as the resolve regarding the updates to Child Find, as well as the one additional piece about ways to access and leverage the Department of Health and Human Services referral system. Otherwise, those are the same, as well as adding in the emergency preamble for the resolve. And then on the second resolve, in regards to the implementation plan for the 4 to 5 year olds, so I did change that in age from the 3 to 6 year olds to the 4 to under 6 year olds, as well as a couple other little edits that the committee had suggested. And I also did add in the advisory committee based on the advisory committee that was established for the PCG report. And the only difference here is that the advisory committee for the PCG report, because they were advising the executive director's office of the legislature, that had official appointments by the Senate president and by the Speaker of the House. Since this is fully an advisory committee for the Department of Education, it probably made sense to have the Commissioner of Education invite the members to the advisory committee. It also will probably happen faster. Sometimes there can be a bit of a delay when you have appointments coming from the Senate president and the Speaker. So the way I drafted it for now is just simply says that the advisory committee is established to advise the Department of Education on matters related to developing the implementation plan, and that no later than 30 days after the effective date of the resolve, the commissioner shall invite the following members to join the advisory committee. And these are the same members that were included in the previous. And then it also, again, updates the date, as well as added that any suggested legislation should include timelines, contingencies necessary to implement the legislation and the implementation plan. So other than the change to the contingency, the effective contingent date, hopefully this is enough for the public hearing. I certainly think there are things that probably need to be worked out and cleaned up a little bit, but at least this way we can get it out to the interested parties so they have something to comment on for the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Hillary, folks, at this time? Seeing none. All right. Well, thanks, Hillary, very much. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. And that is all I have.
Anyone else? Sam.
All right, mine's really easy. I just wanted to thank all of you for responding so quickly to those bill jackets earlier today. I sent out the email today, and I'm gonna be able to send them over to LIO today too, because you were all so responsive. So I do really appreciate that. I know that you're all super busy. You're getting millions of emails, but it really helps me get those files put together and get those bills reported out. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Folks, not seeing any hands or, yeah, I do have Representative Brennan.
I just wanted to remind that there will be a corner caucus of Democrats immediately following this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a great night. And thanks for your work. Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Stearns.
I was curious, have we had a schedule sent out for next week?
Not
We had a
yet,
preliminary one, I believe.
not
we
yet,
did,
Representative. The official hasn't gone out yet. We're just waiting on 2 or 3 little things. Well, not little, but 2 or 3 things, and then we'll be able to get it out.
I can send out an unofficial one, but I can tell you right now, there are already changes that I think are about to happen.
Well, in my opinion, it's probably better to wait a little bit and get it more accurate than look at 5 different versions and really mess me up.
I can certainly tell the committee that right now the schedule is for work sessions all of Monday, work sessions on Tuesday morning with the public hearing on the CDS bills Tuesday afternoon. You have House and Senate session on Wednesday. Thursday, under the assumption that House and Senate might go a little bit long, we won't start until 1 o'clock on Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll start at 9. And that's really our last scheduled committee day. And so we will be trying anything that has not been voted or worked, that's on Friday. And hopefully that was also when the committee will be able to finally vote on any carryover requests and everything like that.
Thanks.
That's about where we're at.
Sam Senfit, you have, you all set?
I'm all set. I was just popping on at the end to check in.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you. Folks, thanks for your work all week long, and we will see you all soon. Have a great evening.